evening. I now call the August 10th, 2021 meeting of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education to order. And I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion from Thelma Byers-Bailey, second from Carol Sawyer. All those in favor of the motion, will you please raise your hands? Do we have any opposed? All right, Madam Clerk, the agenda is adopted by a vote of 8-0. Our pledge leader this evening is our very own student advisor, Brianna Fowler. So, Brianna, please lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So we are pleased to begin the meeting with a one-hour workshop on student outcomes-focused governance. Very happy to have AJ Craybill with us to continue this ongoing work, and he's with us in person tonight rather than on Zoom. So that's good to have you here, Mr. Craybill, and the floor is all yours.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to get to be with you, and as you've noticed, in person this evening. You've embarked on a journey toward focusing more of your time and attention to the matter of whether or not students are growing in what it is that they know and are able to do. That sounds like an easy and obvious journey, but I assure you it is not. And this evening is one of the more difficult steps along that path. It's made difficult in part because you wear two different hats that this evening I'm going to challenge you to bring into collision and start the process of making decisions around which hat will bring more dominance to this dais. On one side, you have the role of elected officials. Your task is to convince the community that you can best represent their vision and values and through such actually manage to get elected. Having served 2 terms on my local school board, I know a little bit of something about that. I loved being elected official. I loved the process of engaging with my community and listening for their vision and values and trying to be driven by that. But simultaneously, you wear a different hat, and that is the hat of a school board member. The role of the school board member is similar in that the task is no longer to convince people that you will represent their vision and values, but to actually do the job of representing their vision and values. Often these two hats, these two roles, move in perfect confluence, but entirely too often they do not. And it becomes a task of the body to determine where will our focus be, on convincing people that we're doing the job or on doing the job. That is the nature of the conversation that we come to this evening. Our task is to look at your agendas, to identify where opportunities to keep practices that are aligned with the vision and values that you represent, to modify practices that are largely aligned but perhaps could be conducted in a more efficient manner or that could benefit from some enhanced alignment, or to delete items from agendas, items that, while they probably have a tremendous amount of value, may disrupt your ability to be as focused on the outcomes of your students as you desire to be. This evening, we won't make any decisions. This is not the time for making a hard and fast decision. This is a time for starting a conversation about what changes are you going to make. Because if you've heard us say over and over, student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Tonight, starting with you. So the nature of our task this evening, which you all have had some amount of preparation for, is to go through a recent one of your agendas and to begin to try to identify to what extent does that represent an alignment with the vision and values of the community as you've described it. So that requires two different things, both of which you have at your desk. On one hand, it requires that you have access to the goals and guardrails that you've developed. These are the rough drafts. These are not final. We don't pretend they are. This is why I said we're certainly not making any decisions this evening. But with these draft before you, what we'll do is we'll take the other document that you have, which is the agenda and the minutes from your June 22nd board meeting, and begin to compare and contrast these. So on one hand, there are the things that you have said represent the vision of this community, the goals that are most important for you to focus on as part of your strategic planning and the alignment of adult behavior throughout the school system, as well as the guardrails that describe the values of this community that you believe most need to be protected and have to be honored on the journey to accomplishing the goals. And so what we will do is step by step go through your June 22nd agenda to try to figure out where do these align fully, something that we want to keep, where do these not align perfectly, so perhaps we want to modify it in some way, where do they not align at all, and we could find some other way to accomplish it, in which case we may make the choice to delete it. One ground rule, just to set everyone's minds at rest before we begin the activity. Anytime you make the decision to modify or delete in this activity, what you are doing is making a commitment that we're going to have to find another venue for that. So there is nothing that can be discarded. It can be deleted from the board's agenda, but nothing can be discarded. It simply means that we're going to find another way to accomplish that, just not in the context of a school board meeting. One final note. Everybody wants to have priorities. Nobody wants to actually prioritize. The nature of this evening's activity is certainly about sacrifice. What are things that we are willing to do differently so that we can more fully lift up what's possible for our students? That's the nature of the work. But be clear, it does not come without sacrifice. And often, the nature of that sacrifice then brings into conflict the two hats that you wear, that of the elected official and that of the school board member. With that as our preamble, let's dive into the work. So what you have before you are is the agenda from the June 22nd meeting. You want to have that in front of you. And again, you want to have your draft goals and guardrails. These are not adopted. These are just the working draft that we have. And what I want you to do is go to the very first item on my sheet. It says adoption of agenda, item 1A. And what I want you to do is, as you come to that first item, I want you to write either a yes or a no next to that. We're going to write a yes or a no next to most of the things on here. You'll write a yes if, as you look at that item, that as a result of that item, you received additional data that describes the extent to which students have grown relative to the goals that you've identified. So what you'll do is you'll look at this item, adoption of agenda, and you'll look at the draft goals, one about early literacy, one about secondary math proficiency, one about post-secondary readiness, one about student growth, and you'll ask yourself, as a result of this item, do we as a board have more data, more clarity around the extent to which students have grown relative to one of our goals? So just to do this first one together, this very first item, 1A, adoption of agenda, is this item focused on student outcomes? Yes or no, and why? Somebody talk to me.
No.
Oh, why do you say no?
It's a procedural thing. It really has nothing to do with outcomes.
Yeah, it's a procedural thing. And so all you do for this first round is that you would just indicate no next to it. And then you go on to the next item. I would, for the sake of this activity, I would go through every single item, every line on here, and put a yes or a no next to each item from the June 22nd agenda. If you need assistance with the instructions, by the way, the instructions for this entire activity are in this document labeled completing a board agenda evaluation. So the exact instructions I just gave you are also at your desk as well. So take a moment and go through the June 22nd agenda. And for each item, just indicate yes or no. As a result of this item is student outcomes focused, yes or no it is not. And in order to say yes to that, what we mean by that is, as a result of this item, the board received additional data that described the extent to which students had grown relative to the goals that the board had set. For each item, write a yes or a no. I'll give you a few moments to work.
Including the individual consent agenda items?
Absolutely.
Do we have to, if the whole thing's no?
This will go very quickly. It shouldn't take you more than about a minute.
I just have no.
Right, yeah, it's pretty easy activity.
Working on expedience. No to 1 through A through N. So the only one.
Yeah, cheat code here, folks. If it takes you more than about 2 minutes to do this, you're probably doing it wrong.
These are statutory. This is more of a courtesy. Calendar. We're done.
And give the board members a few more moments to work. While I do so, I recognize that not everyone in the gallery is up to speed. One of the things that the board is doing is taking their strategic plan and just driving more intention, more focus into it. There's some evidence to suggest that as boards behave this way, they create greater alignment throughout the organization, which increases the likelihood that as the board drives more intentionality into student performance, that there's a greater likelihood the organization responds in kind, that the things that the board focuses on give rise to the things that the system as a whole focuses on. And so your board has taken the incredibly responsible approach of saying, how can we constantly grow? Like, if this is a learning organization and we're challenging others to learn, let's demonstrate that. Let's lead by example by showing what it is to constantly learn and grow ourselves. And so this is not usual. You see a lot of elected officials dodge an opportunity to kind of publicly show their own growth process. It's to be applauded that your board does not demonstrate that same cowardice. All right, so you've had a little bit of time to reflect on this. So we identified 1A. The answer to that was no. Adoption of agenda, surprise, surprise. It didn't reveal any specific data for you. Let's jump to the punchline on this for the sake of time. Who will give me who will give the first example of an item for which the answer to this question was yes? Who will give me one of these items that was focused on student outcomes, that as a result of this item, the board received additional information that describes the extent to which students are actually growing relative to your goals? Who will be the first to share? Which one of these items did you put yes for? We already identified at least one when you said no. Which one of these items did you say yes for? Yeah, Thelma?
I said 4E is a maybe. I don't recall what was in the report, but I think the report talked about what the students learned.
I love how people are always trying to color outside the lines on this one. So it wasn't a yes or no, you put out a maybe. Got it. So as you're trying to reflect on what was in that, you're trying to remember, was there specific data in there about student growth relative to your goals? All right. Anybody else want to help out? Was there, anybody else recall receiving specific data about student growth and learning relative to your goals? Rhonda?
So I had no for everything on the entire agenda from June 22nd.
No for everything.
Correct.
Why no for everything?
Because we did not discuss those specific goals. We did learn we did statutory requirements, which we have to do no matter what. The report on community and student engagement was enlightening and was very informative on best practice, but it really did not say, because we got more families to come to our PTA meeting or our whatever student night, that we're going to increase math proficiency in our 9th graders. There was nothing that identified specifically for me that said what we were doing. It was very enlightening, and I'm so thankful that we heard that presentation. But as far as student outcome, I don't believe, in my opinion, it wasn't. But I'd love for my colleagues to convince me otherwise.
Rhonda offers a key insight. And the insight is that there is a very real distinction between conversations about what the adults are doing, the adult inputs. There's a very strong distinction between conversations about the adult inputs and student outcomes, what it is that students actually know or are able to do. understand that school boards across the nation get drunk with conversations about what the adults are doing and never get around to the critical question, did any of this make a bit of difference for our students in terms of what they know or are able to do? And so what I hear you describing is, yes, we got some really good information about the adult inputs, but absent the context of its impact on student outcomes, you'd suggest that no, it was not actually student outcomes focused. Got it. Sean?
Yeah, thanks, AJ. Just on 4E, there were questions raised, perhaps by myself, in terms of what students knew or were able to do, both at the start of Camp CMS and midway through Camp CMS. We just didn't have any answers at that point.
So
That's the closest we got.
That's the closest we got. So I heard you say that as I was receiving that report, I was curious not only about the adult inputs, but about the student outcomes, but that was not inherent in the presentation we received, nor did we, as a result of the inquiry, actually receive that at all.
We had some very preliminary data, very, very preliminary.
Very preliminary. Margaret?
And I think that, you know, I'm struggling as we are going through this, and to the gallery, we've been working on what the data means and when we get it and how we can do this when we don't have the data yet. So part of this, I believe, was the discussion of what those measurements are going to be. And I do think that that's part of how we get our mindset there, because then that is out in the community as to what we're looking for.
Yeah, I completely agree. The time spent either monitoring progress relative to your goals or time spent actually setting your goals and your interim metrics, both would qualify as time really that's invested into student outcomes. And so to the extent that that is what you did, I would say that time spent setting your goals and time spent monitoring your goals both would qualify. That being said, because the nature of your goals tend to be 3 to 5 years in term, generally speaking, you only do goal setting once every 3 to 5 years, and the rest of the time, the primary activity that we refer to when we're asking, is this really student outcomes focused, is actually monitoring progress. So yeah, I think you'll get a one-time bump here in these next few months as you're setting, but then over the next several years, that goes away. And either you were digging into the work of monitoring, did something in reality change for children or not, or you'd have to put a no next to everything.
Okay. And I'm like, this, we basically stood up, I think it was the 9th largest school system in the state in a matter of weeks, which is what Camp CMS was. So a new thing, a new goal, these are things we have not really wrestled with before. So a one-off, so to speak, but I think it was sort of a good lesson in what we want at a very short term, what we want to see, and then we know in a few weeks we're going to get that information.
And this was a report 3 weeks into.
Right, or
Yeah,
2 weeks into,
2 weeks
I believe,
into it.
into that.
Yeah.
So I've heard a bunch of no's, maybe. Are there any hard yeses? Do we have anybody want to go against the grain? Do we have any hard yeses that this item was clearly focused on student outcomes in June 22nd?
It had elements that were.
Oh, which one?
It had elements that were. I mean, I wouldn't say if it was an hour-long report that 1 hour of that was about student outcomes.
Let's quantify it. How much time was spent in this meeting on the 22nd? Just in the public session, not any privileged sessions. How much time did you all spend?
Oh, gosh, I don't remember.
Probably 2.5 hours, maybe? 2.5 hours, maybe?
Does it have timestamps on that?
2.5 hours?
And we adjourned at 8:48, so that would be 2 hours and 48 minutes.
Was any of that time, is that with or without public comment?
Without.
Okay, good. So when you're doing these activities, don't count public comment. That is kind of sacred and set apart. You don't actually have a choice relative to that. That is fulfillment of state statute. We're really focusing on what are the things that you have a say about. And so about 2 hours and 48 minutes. And so right now, this is the key takeaway for the first time that we're doing this. And this will become a habit that I encourage you to engage in at least once per quarter. Right now, consider that for this particular board meeting, the percentage of the time that was clearly invested in monitoring progress relative to what is it that students know and are able to do in the areas of our goals, sounds like it was somewhere almost certainly less than 5%, potentially 0%. The challenge before you is to show that these are your priorities by prioritizing your time around them. Generally speaking, we encourage boards that want to demonstrate an intense focus on student outcomes to try to spend upwards of half of their time really monitoring progress, identifying to what extent are all of the things we're doing, the money, the community, we are spending the community's money, we are spending in children's time. Our encouragement is spend at least half of your time into inquiring into the question, is any of it actually making a difference in the lives of the students that we serve? And that behavior, really more than almost anything else that you do together as a board at this dais, begins to create the culture of alignment and focus around the things that you say matter most. Said differently, as a member of the staff, this agenda tells me what you think my job should be. And right now, the message that would be very easy for staff to take away is, as long as I'm doing all the right adult input stuff, then the board's going to be okay with that. That's the message that I fear is sent. Your way of solving for that then is to begin to modify and adjust how you spend time to put forward more focus on student outcomes. To accomplish that, though, we're going to have to modify this, because the answer of getting to 50% focus isn't, let's have a meeting that's 6 hours, folks. Let's have a 6-hour-long meeting. That is the answer. That's the solution. That is not what I offer you. Imagine that you're spending 3 hours in meetings right now. My challenge to you is to continue spending 3 hours or less in meetings, but then to dedicate at least half of that to, are we actually getting it done for our students? So to get to that part, you're going to have to decide which things to keep, which things to delete, and which things to modify. Keep, delete, modify. Here's the next part of the activity. So you've put a Y or a yes or a no next to every item on here. Now what I want you to do is I want you to go back through and next to each of those yeses and nos, put either a keep, which means we're going to keep it exactly the way it is, whether it's focused on student outcomes or not. Some things you just want to keep, even though they're not focused, that's fine. If we're talking about spending half of your time on student outcomes, that means we're still going to spend half of our time on a bunch of other things. And so there's perfectly reasonable to keep a lot of stuff, but you can only keep about half of it. So your next task is next to every yes or no, put either keep it, delete it, or modify it. Keep, delete, or modify. I'll give you a few moments to work.
What if it's statutorily required?
Then you'll have to decide if you want to keep it, delete it, or modify it.
Yes, I'll just put keep and why. Keep.
I do not endorse jail time. Yes, ma'am.
And I don't mean to jump the gun if you're going to speak at all about guardrails. I mean, I know specifically you didn't just mention those now, but it does appear to me, and thinking about that meeting, that a lot of the things we discussed did touch on guardrails, but of course that's not goals.
You are quite perceptive. The thing that matters most, school systems don't exist to accomplish the guardrails. School systems exist to accomplish the goals. While they are doing that, they have to honor the guardrails. The intention here is to spend half of our time really diving into, are we making a difference in terms of what students know and are able to do? And then the other half of the time, what are all the other things we have to do, which includes being sure that we are honoring the values of the community in the process. And so that has to be part of that other 50%. But how much of that it is, that's a y'all decision. The first step is to figure out, what are we going to keep, delete, or modify in this June 22nd, just as an object lesson. What would we keep, delete, or modify for each item? Take a few more minutes and then we'll dive into it. Keep, whether it's student outcomes focused or not. Delete it, which doesn't mean that it goes away, it just means it moves into a different form outside of the board meeting. So maybe you're getting a presentation on how sharp the pencils are this week. And instead of doing that at a board meeting, maybe we could do that as an email gets sent to you. So nothing is abolished. It's just moved to a different form. It's deleted off of this agenda. Keep it, delete it, or modify it. Maybe there's something that we're doing that takes 15 minutes and we can get it done in 5. And we can save that extra 10 minutes to actually focus in on, are we getting work done for children in reality rather than just being mesmerized by all the shiny things adults have been doing lately?
Focus it more on goals. That's what I did.
Yeah.
Keep, delete, modify.
I see it modify, and that would be the modification, that we change what's actually reported. Executive summary. We could do that. That's statutory. But can it move to consent? I don't think so. We have to actually specifically mention it, and we should ask that. My daughter says it.
I'll give you another minute. Keep it, delete it, modify it. And one of the things you'll want to do as you're going through this activity is just keep a running tally. Did I suggest enough deletions or modifications to free up at least half of the time to focus on student outcomes? If you didn't, maybe you want to go back through and be a little bit more aggressive with deletions or modifications. If we're going to be focused on what's possible for our students, it requires sacrificing some of what we currently do to begin behaving in a new way. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Keep, delete, or modify. All right, so let us start with item 1A, because it's always easy to start with easy ones. So last time I heard us say that this was not aligned, it was not student outcomes focused. As a result of adopting the agenda, we didn't get more data about how students are actually doing in reality. So now the question is, we've clarified it's not student outcomes focused. So now the question is, do you want to keep it, delete it, or modify it? What say you?
Keep.
Jennifer, why keep?
Because it's required. We have to adopt an agenda at the beginning of the meeting.
Got it. How long does it usually take?
30 seconds.
30 seconds? Mm-hmm. Got it. Anybody else? We've got to keep. Anybody else? Keep, delete, or modify. Anybody have a different answer?
I agree.
All right. Not because I'm making a recommendation, but just to give you some examples. When I had another board that ran through this activity, this keep, delete, modify, and they got real serious. They're like, man, we gotta grab like every 15-second chunk of time that we possibly can preserve so that we can, drive a focus on student outcomes. And so they came to this exact same item, adoption of agenda. They said, is there any way we could modify this, so that we're spending even less time on it? Like, what could we possibly do? And what they wound up doing is, the board chair, totally legit. What would happen, and the meeting starts up, she look around the dais, all right, is there anyone opposed to or plan to abstain from the agenda adoption? None? All right, agenda is adopted, next item. So it went from like 30 seconds down to like 15 seconds. It seems like a tiny thing. It's not what I'm recommending to you, but I'm just putting it out there as an example of you want to get really stingy about every single moment that you can invest in what is happening in the lives of your students. And so don't underestimate the power of 15, 30, second savings. Over the course of a 3-hour meeting, they will in fact add up. Let's go to, how long do you spend on the consent agenda?
Again, it's just like 20 seconds unless
Excellent.
someone pulls an item for individual consideration.
Interesting.
Oh, and then the superintendent also pulls personnel appointments so that he can recognize publicly
Right.
personnel appointments.
Right.
So it usually, I would say that it takes 5 minutes.
All right, so consent agendas ranging from 20 seconds to 5 minutes. We have some variation here.
Shows you my sense of time.
Yeah, so this is interesting. So again, not making recommendations, but giving you some insight into what other boards before you have done traveling the same journey. One particular board that I'm thinking of, they made the decision that we don't want to spend any more than 20 seconds on our consent agenda, but they're trying to figure out how will we accomplish that. Their way of accomplishing that was they simply modified how their board operates, and they said, here's what we're going to do. Board members are going to get all their materials 10 to 14 days in advance, and then they're going to have time to ask questions of the superintendent. Superintendent will gather them all, send back answers to all those, and then 3 days before the board meeting, board members, if there's anything they want pulled from consent, at that time they do so. If anything is not pulled, doesn't get pulled. At the night, we don't make any changes to consent agenda at the dais. What happens, happens. What doesn't happen, doesn't happen. But we're putting an onus on board members doing their homework before the board meeting. That's what one board did, and it did. It reduced what for them was very similar. They'd spend 20 minutes or so on a consent agenda, down to very consistently, it's about a 10-second consent agenda. But that was a modification. They didn't delete. But they modified. They said, let's change our practices. It's going to put more onus on us to take personal responsibility in advance of meetings, but that allows us to dedicate more time for students during meetings. So that's an example of somebody taking the same consent agenda item and doing a modification that created some consistency around how long do these items take. Now, obviously, in their case, they weighed the pros and cons. The con is, if you didn't do your homework, well, then you're kind of up a creek. The con is, if there are last-minute items, the board simply said, we don't do last-minute items. Superintendent, you need to be organized in your work and bring it to us next month. But we're not going to do this last-minute items showing up on the agenda. If we didn't have it 10 days in advance, we're not contemplating it. And so there were pros and cons that created some more static nature of the administration's work. They had less flexibility, but they decided that was more important to go that route rather than to have board meetings continue in ways that weren't really lifting up what's possible for students. And so that's an example of what one board did to modify. So just consider, even in something as static as a consent agenda, be explicit about how do we focus every possible moment. Let's jump past that down to report. We'll do, I think, one or two more here. Report on budget amendment, 4A. Keep, delete, modify. What did you come up with?
Keep is statutorily required.
And that's one where it's literally, I just say now we'll do report on budget amendments for May 2021. I'll return to the superintendent for this report, and he says as presented, and then we're done. We're on to the next one.
It's uploaded into board documents for the public to see, but we have to present both of those issues. And I believe, Mr. Jeter, we do have to present those two budget amendments separately for statutory requirements, correct?
May
Andre?
2021 versus and June 2020, like one time
I'm
on.
not the
I
attorney.
mean, I think it's important to separate them.
Yes.
I don't know that that's
I mean, it's saving
statutorily
30
required.
seconds, but
Yeah, and so normally how much time do you spend on those?
30 seconds.
Yeah. And so, again, even in situations like that, what I'd be looking for is what can we do that can maximize the amount of transparency and accountability we're bringing to these statutorily required items, but in ways that don't necessarily add to time spent in board meetings. And so if there are ways to provide more information for the community, more detail, but then to provide that in advance of board meetings, then that helps make it easier for you not to feel as if you have to dive into those during board meetings. That could be a modification. Let's jump down to academic calendar process presentation of 4C. What'd you come up with? Keep, delete, modify.
Delete.
Carol, was that you saying delete?
Which one is it?
Why delete?
Because I think
It was the presentation.
it doesn't reflect our goals, and I think there are other ways we could present that information that would be as impactful and not take board time.
Gotcha. So we could still get the information, we could still have the impact of it, but in a way that doesn't necessarily require a lot of board time. Got it. Anyone else? Keep, delete, modify? What do you think?
I think it should be modified.
Why modify?
I think it should be modified because, for example, one of our goals state we want to increase our Math 1 EOC.
Yeah.
And if we look at the calendar, for example, when we were talking with some of the superintendent staff, it's shown that if we have finals before winter break, then our students are more proficient before, if we have our finals after winter break. So if we discuss some things like that when we're looking at the calendar and we look at specific dates, I think that would show our student outcomes and changing what we're originally doing. But I do not think that it should be as long as it was. So that's what I'm saying.
How long was it, by the way?
We spent a long time
It was a
on
while.
it this time. We spent a long time on it.
Yeah.
I mean, because the board asked a whole bunch of questions.
All right, so,
And that is a key right there.
yeah,
So you said that about consent agenda. We get the consent agenda the week before. We do.
yeah.
Yet, many like to pontificate about items on the consent agenda and pull them.
Elected officials pontificate,
I know,
this is new to me.
it's
This is new.
shocking. I
This is
know,
new.
it's shocking, but they like to pull items, especially to highlight things to their particular constituents, like a HVAC repair at one of the schools that's been having complaints. So they like to highlight that so the public knows that that's in the agenda. Or we will pull and find out what the percentage of minority and business owned, what women-owned businesses are on the contracts. We tend to do that a lot.
All right, so,
lot.
here's the agreement that I told you we're going to make at the beginning of this. Nothing simply goes away, but if we're going to make modifications to something or we're going to delete it, then we still have to capture the value of that elsewhere. So what are other ways that we could approach this that would still allow for that value that board members are experiencing, but without taking up so much time in the board meeting, time that could be devoted to our students actually learning? Yeah, Margaret, what are you thinking?
Well, I think one of the things we do and we've got a lot of folks in the gallery tonight that we're going to recognize later because they've got some new jobs.
Some
We
principals in
send
the
out
house?
a bunch of them, yay. We send out a press release about that. And so I would think that some of these things, we could send out that as a press release in terms of
A board update.
a board update, a very quick, and be ready to do that as an event, and put this on the consent agenda. So then that hits, but then it's triggered to have an announcement and probably have a little more context within that announcement as to the issues there. And we've raised those, and hopefully through this process, our questions can be documented in some way so that the public can see that as
Yeah.
well. Because I think
Keep it transparent, absolutely.
be transparent. We want people to understand why we're asking things, because oftentimes they send us questions and then we're using those questions to ask of staff. So again, there are ways to do that, and I appreciate that. I think we'll have to be, one of those things could be a press release. Some of these things could be voted on in consent. The public's going to have to be working with us to get the information in a different way, but I think they can do that.
I like this.
There's no reason the calendar presentation couldn't have been an as presented.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the executive summaries popped into board documents that you can link from our agenda page, so the viewing public can pull it up and look at the calendar presentation and how the calendar was developed. We have a lot of things, frankly, that I like the executive summaries. I'm not the 14-page, 27-page, slide deck person. So we have a lot of stuff that the executive summaries could be as presented and loaded into board docs to streamline. But then what that necessitates for my colleagues is a website that's very user-friendly, intuitive, and accessible and transparent, all the
Yeah.
good things that a website has to be,
Yeah.
that it's not what ours is now.
I appreciate the ideas that are being lifted up, and I'm hoping they're resonating across the dais. I mean, we've all been to that meeting where at the end of it, you're like, this could have been an email, y'all.
Exactly.
And so what I hear you saying, we got this presentation, this could have been a press release. Something I saw another district do, and if I haven't offended any of you yet, this is one of my best opportunities to do so, is they had this pomp and circumstance kind of routine that they did, where they kind of trotted, students down in front of the dais and said, look, this is a student in my region, and, here's all the great things they've done, and so on and so forth. And when the board actually reflected on it, they realized they weren't actually glorifying the students so much as really glorifying the work that the board member did. And that if they were really trying to create a context and where the student felt lifted up, here's the insight they had. If we really wanted this student to experience being lifted up and acknowledged, where would we do that at?
The school.
At their school. Like, no shade on y'all, but students, for the most part, probably aren't seeking your approval as much as they are the approval of their peers. And I would say often it's the same case with teachers and principals. Like, I'm sure they adore you all infinitely. I could be wrong. But in the event that I'm correct, then it could be more powerful if what you're really wanting is that people have the experience of being honored. Take it away from your dais and go to their house. Take it to their school. And so there are ways to modify things that are happening here that still hold the value. We really want to lift students up, but that don't kind of tokenize and turn students into props, for elected official benefit, but that really lift them up and honor them in ways that really resonate for the person receiving the honoring. I would distinguish that from if what you wanted to do was monitor third grade literacy, and as part of that report, you brought out, hey, here are the 10 third graders in the district who showed the most growth. We want to recognize them, but we also want to get a chance to hear from them. Hey, kind of what worked for you that you grew more than all the other third graders in CMS, this past month, and let them share a little bit. Like, that starts to feel actually aligned to the goals. But more often than not, a lot of the dog and pony show isn't aligned to your work as board members as much as it's aligned to your work as elected officials. And I would just submit, do it, find ways to get the value of that, but just find ways to do it outside of a board meeting and let this be the place for lifting up what's possible for students, not what looks great for adults. Any other thoughts? Keep, delete, modify on this item about the calendar. Any other thoughts on that before we move on? What item did you spend the most time on? We'll do one more. Which item did you spend the most time on June 22nd?
Probably either D or E. I don't remember.
Either D or E?
Either the family and community engagement report or the Camp CMS report.
All right. Did anybody have a very firm, not a maybe, but a really firm yes on either of those items? All right. So these were either no's or maybes. So first, let's think about modify. I'm actually going to make the push for a potential delete on these, but let's stick with it for a second and talk about modify. What's a way you could modify these that either would leave them in their current form but just take less time, or would modify them from their current form to actually be focused on the outcomes of your students? What's a way that you could modify either of these items that would actually either free up time for a focus on student outcomes or that would cause the item itself to be more focused on student outcomes? What ideas do you have?
Perhaps we could talk about what students know and can do.
Yeah, that'd be a breakthrough. That'd be a breakthrough. And so particularly, I don't know what that looks like for 4D, but for 4E, I think you could absolutely have it. And often what happens is, folks, you're just looking at it through the wrong end of the telescope. Instead of looking at it from, here are all the adult behaviors, and by the way, we hope that children will benefit from them. Start with, here are the outcomes we expect for students, and here are the things we did, and based on the data that we have, here's what worked and didn't work. And that's an entirely appropriate conversation to have, but it's because the grounding, the foundation for it is in what is happening in reality for students. And as detail to help bring context to that, we talk about what the adults are doing, as opposed to conversations that are all about, here's what the adults are doing, and by the way, we surmise that it may have some impact at some point down the road. And so, what Sean lifts up is absolutely the pivot. If I was going to try to modify 4E, I would say, what are our goals? We have a goal around early literacy and secondary math proficiency. And I'd start there. Where are we at with these issues right now? What's the data say about this for our students who participated in Camp CMS? What difference did we actually see made for them relative to our goal for early literacy and our goal for secondary math proficiency? Notice how different what I just described, what Sean alluded to and what I described, notice how different that is from what you actually wound up doing. But that difference is the difference in the culture that you create. Either you are telling people that we reward adults for doing stuff, or the rewards in this system, the accolades that the board has to offer, the attention that the board gives, is really reserved for, did we move the needle on what students know and are able to do? The difference in how you position those conversations matters. Either it's focused on student outcomes first, and then the things adult did are the secondary concept, or it's what I suspect this item was, all about here's what the adults did. Yeah, Carol?
I think one of the modifications that we would need to make for 4E, the Camp CMS report, is when that report is presented, because it was presented before we had data. So it was this is what's going to happen, this is what we've started to do, rather than an end.
Yeah, this is a really important note, is that for the board to really have its role fulfilled, you actually have to have some data about what's working and not working for students. And so instead of having this conversation kind of at the very beginning or early on when you don't have data, it does suggest absolutely that the timing of this would be near the end of it or after it's over entirely, when we actually have data that describes either this worked to move the needle on our goals or it didn't. What would be the value of the board having the conversation after the camp's entirely over? Why would that still be valuable if it's after the camp's over?
How to do it better next year?
This starts to inform long-term planning. And that is truly the function of governance. Governance is always future-focused. What is the benefit for our community that we're trying to create going forward? The job of management is to really be looking at the here and now. What's happening right now? What emergencies right now? What fire do I have to put out right now? But the job of you as a governing team is really to be future-focused. What difference are we trying to create for students? And we accomplish that in part by looking backwards and figuring out what did we do that actually worked and didn't work, and let that inform. Superintendent says, hey, look, we loved Camp CMS. Our staff loved it. It was great. But as we look at the data, it didn't actually move the needle for any of our children. We can't do this again. Right now, I don't think you know the answer to that. I think it's very possible the Camp CMS made no difference whatsoever for children. You have no idea whether that's true. Next year, you could be presented with Camp CMS because the adults loved it, having no insight into the reality that it didn't change anything for children at all. That's the situation you put yourselves in when you're focused on the adult inputs rather than the student outcomes. I hope that Camp CMS was as amazing as our students needed it to be. What I'm saying is I don't know that, and neither do you. And that's a problem. That's a problem. Yeah, Carol?
I mean, in defense of the report, we were told what the goals were, what the expectations would be for students to achieve during Camp CMS. We just didn't have the outcomes data at that point, and we won't have that data for a few more weeks, I think.
Yeah, here's why that's not as valuable as it sounds. Because you've already told you're in the process of telling your administration what the goals are. So you should never need a pre-report to tell you what the goals are. Your job is to tell the administration what the goals are, and then their job is to go figure out how to get it done. And so don't be persuaded by the idea that let's get a report in advance to tell us what the goals are. If the goals are anything other than the goals that you adopted, your superintendent is not doing the job. And so what you really need is either something in the middle that shows progress or something at the end that tells you what the results were. And so pivoting this, instead of receiving it in June, maybe receiving it in August, in the future makes more sense after you've got the data back. And then your superintendent's in a better position to say, this really worked. We're doing it again next year. This worked in some areas, failed in others. Here's the transition we're making, and here's what we're going to do differently next year. Like that is a more powerful conversation for you to have in your governance role. Yeah, Elise?
In terms of the report D, the family and community engagement.
Yeah.
So could that be modified to say, okay, here are these goals from the strategic plan, and here are the family engagement actions that we're taking or investments that we're making that we believe will impact those goals?
Not really. What you really want to do is focus on the goals as the lens for the work, not the adult actions as the lens for the work. So I hear where you're coming. And that, honest, to be fair, that would be a superior modification. That would be moving you in the right direction. But if you really want to go the full distance, I would say no, don't stop at the halfway point. I would figure out a way to modify it into minimalism or something else entirely that allows your focus to be more on what are we actually accomplishing. Or if you've actually already spent an hour and a half on monitoring student outcomes, maybe this is one of those things that you do spend the other hour and a half on. And you say, hey, we want to keep this exactly as it is. We just can't let it be more important in our use of time than whether our children are actually learning. That's all. And so there are some things like that. You may say, this is so important, we're going to keep it, and we know it's going to take up half an hour, but we know we've got an hour and a half to burn, so we're going to burn half an hour of that into this, and we're still going to protect that hour and a half to talk about student performance and growth. And so that there isn't like one, this is the only right answer, but it is a matter of putting the big rocks in the jar first. You're monitoring your student outcomes, the performance of what students don't are able to do, and then sprinkling in all the other smaller rocks in the sand and the water after that. All right, so we have gone through an agenda evaluation. We've talked through, is it focused on student outcomes, yes or no? We talked through, do you want to keep it, delete it, or modify it? What's one, this work is going to be what I start working with your board leadership team on for board meeting agendas that you're going to start setting. You really won't have all of your goals and guardrails and metrics in place for a few more months, but you can start the process now of making minor changes to current agendas that start to move you in that direction. And so as kind of your exit ticket for this conversation, if there is one change that you'd be open to being made between now and January, because we probably won't make the big change until the beginning of the new year. But if there's one change that you'd be open to making, something you'd be open to deleting or modifying between now and January to get you already on the path to being more focused on student outcomes, what would that change be? And we'll just, let's just start over here with Rondo. Let's just go around, the dais, hear some thoughts, and then we'll conclude our time. If you were going to make one change or one modification that you'd be comfortable making between now and January to the agendas to try to get more focused, what might that one change or modification be?
Adult outcome reports will be presented as an executive summary and uploaded into the agenda for the public to read.
Yeah. So things that talking about adult inputs and outputs, we're going to have those available in a way that's available for the public and for the board to ask questions, but they're going to be for information only. We're not going to spend a ton of time on them. Got it. If you're going to delete or modify one thing, Jennifer, what would it be?
Mine is similar, and I'm struggling a little bit because I do enjoy the presentations, and I use them I'll cut bits and pieces of them and send them out to my constituents. When they have questions about what's going on with this or that, I'm like, well, as a matter of fact, last night we spent an hour on this, to give them more information, and so I do enjoy that. However, this morning I had opportunity on a call. There was a question about our new high school curriculum implementation. In our board update, we had been given 2 videos, one on our math and one on our new ELA presentation, and I cut and pasted that in the chat on the Zoom call. The point being, instead of spending time developing the report for this, maybe that time could be spent in doing the video like for our new high school curriculum, and I could still do that to get information in the hands of constituents, because people want that. They want details, they want information, and sometimes we use our board meetings to provide that, which I think is a good thing, but it could be done in a different way.
In a different way. Got it.
So similar, but yes.
I like that idea.
Ms. Jones?
Oh, I was out. I didn't complete this.
Okay. Margaret?
In terms of ordering some things, I really want our monitoring to be very front and center, first thing we do.
At the top of the agenda. So I'd move monitoring to the top of the agenda. Love that. Love that.
That's where I'm going.
Thelma?
I think I would like for the things that we are required to do by law to be condensed.
Yeah.
If they're an action item, then we should review it prior to the meeting and just vote on it, but not delay it, debate it, argue about it, explain it. Pardon?
Yeah.
That's part of
Got it.
the requirement for a public meeting to allow board members to discuss and deliberate when you are making, that's Robert's Rules of Order.
Andre, I can't hear. Can you
Yeah,
lean
so
in?
one of the things that sounds like is important is just to make sure that items that require the board to meet and confer, deliberate on them, that is still preserved within the agenda. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
Yeah. And so we'll look for any modifications that we can that condense the time in ways that don't have us wearing orange jumpsuits next week. Got it. Elise?
I'm comfortable with reports being emailed and moving monitoring reports to the top of the agenda. And, any way that we can, save 30 seconds here, 30 seconds
Yeah.
there. If there are any of those tactics we can roll in, I'm comfortable with that too.
Ernest, any ideas?
Yes, I would make sure that each agenda item corresponds to one of the board goals, and I would have that reflected on the agenda to show alignment.
Yeah. Demonstrate alignment in our agenda items. Got it. Brianna?
I would maintain the topic of interest at the time, and one, reinforce staying on topic for our board members, and then two, that was not shade, and then two, maybe having a time limit of how long you speak, so then we can condense our board meeting
I
times.
have to do that.
She said, break out the clock, y'all. Time limits. Got it. By the way, a number of other boards have done that. Say, hey, let's everybody take 2 minutes max on this, and then we'll decide as a body if we want to do a second round of 2 minutes. And so there are a lot of different ways the boards have done that. So it's not entirely outside the realm of possibility. Sean?
So we need to focus on monitoring. We've talked about that.
Yeah.
And the extent to which we can get that as close to when the data is available.
Yes.
Because there's state timelines for data availability. We've got data ahead of when it's formally published by the state, but then it's embargoed. But we need to get that data into our monitoring process as soon as possible to advise our decisions.
Got it. Thank you. Carol?
I liked your idea of making the consent agenda truly a consent agenda and not allowing items to be pulled except for well in advance. And I think there are ways to communicate some of the good news items in consent with a press release or other avenues.
Got it. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to walk through this conversation. As I said at the top of our time together, student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change, starting with the school board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, AJ.
Thank you.
All right.
That was efficient.
Well, thank you to everyone for joining us for that exercise. We're now going to move to requests from the public, and the rules are as follows. Each speaker will have a maximum of 2 minutes to address the board, and groups will have 7 minutes. Each speaker may speak on any topic of their choice except for individual student matters or specific personnel matters. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Profanity or other inappropriate language will not be allowed. And the board reserves the right to cut off any speaker who violates these rules. And I'm going to call some individuals down. We've got podiums on either side. I'll call a few names at a time so you can come down and be ready. First up, we have Stacy Staggs, who's already in position because she knows the drill. And then we've got Nicole Riga. And then we've got a group of Jennifer Thompson, Lisa O'Brien, and Laura Ezel. So Ms. Staggs, you have the floor.
Thank you. Parental rights have never included bioterrorism. Sending unknowingly infected and contagious people to mingle and infect others is bioterrorism. It was the exact plot of The Terrorist in season 1 of Jack Ryan. Great show. So you all sound ridiculous. That's where I'm going. I want to thank the board for your 8-to-1 vote to require masks. Current CDC guidelines state that masks must be worn appropriately and consistently, but removing the mask for lunch means nobody would meet that criteria. Following the guidelines with fidelity means skyrocketing quarantine numbers. Union Academy has 52 COVID positive cases and 600 in quarantine. That's a third of their student population. This April, NIH director testified to Congress that long COVID symptoms are showing in about 10 to 15% of kids who've survived the acute infection. In Mecklenburg County alone, there have been 12,878 kids, and that's the floor. We know the number is at least that high, which means between 1,200 and 2,000 kids are already affected with long COVID symptoms. Alyssa Simons. Alyssa Simons was a rising sophomore at North Meck High School. And among the 4,000 not negligible cases of MIS-C before she passed away this summer. At age 15, Alyssa Simons was not eligible for the vaccine yet. Long-term impacts are going to change the landscape of everything this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Nicole Riga, and then we've got the group of Ms. Thompson, Ms. O'Brien, and Ms. Ezell.
Thank you. So this board voted to make masks mandatory in CMS last week. Your decision is highly unethical. I'm here to hold you accountable for that. Mask use for viral transmission prevention is authorized for emergency use only. If the board or members of the community watching do not know what this means, please look it up. In short, emergency use authorization by the FDA means the products are investigational and experimental only. Let me repeat, the FDA has deemed masks as protection from COVID is experimental. That's because they can't prove that they are effective. Now, I know what you're thinking, but the science says, the data says, the media says, any statistician will tell you that the data can be manipulated to show you anything you want. What is important to know is where is that data coming from and whether the studies were conducted with control groups. Without control groups, you can't prove your hypothesis. For example, the study that the CDC is using to publish their recommendation for mask wearing in schools is fundamentally flawed. Mainly, there is no control group. The study relied on self-reporting and admittedly has low response rates and missing information. For everyone who keeps saying to follow the science, I suggest you do just that. We are following the science while others just follow the media. The right to refuse experimental products is the basic right of being human and is determined under the Nuremberg Code. The Nuremberg Code is a standard physicians must conform to for carrying out experiments on humans. I suggest you Google it for more information. It's very informative. Because of this code, the emergency use authorization of masks is strictly voluntary for each person. The use of experimental products, masks and vaccines, cannot be forced upon. The principle of voluntary informed consent is that it's the right of the individual to control his own body. It is not the government's right or yours to force your control and fear over my child's body for any reason.
Thank you. All right, so now we have Jennifer Thompson, Lisa O'Brien, and Laura Ezell. And then after them, the next speaker will be Megan Carmelani and then Michelle Moore.
Every educational system has a moral goal that it tries to attain and that informs its curriculum. Currently, our district's goal is not reflecting a majority of its constituents' morals and values. If it were, we would not be here each month having long, tense board meetings. This school year, curriculum with radical views about racism, privilege, and power have been introduced from top down and are resonating into our classrooms. Mr. Winston, you recently made claims that our district isn't teaching or promoting critical race theory principles. That left us really confused. At Ardrey-Kell and other high schools last spring, there was just shy of 20 social justice lessons presented during social-emotional learning that were full of principles such as white privilege, oppression, inherent bias, and systemic racism. These lessons were created by your counselors and psychologists employed by CMS. We'd really like to understand why these lessons were not considered in your statement. You've also stated that you will continue to educate your teachers and staff about these topics. We were very curious how this has been trickling down into our schools, and it didn't take us long to find an example. This February, one high school's school improvement team discussed how to make the distribution of AP courses more equitable by limiting the number of courses overachieving students can take so that other less represented students can take them, specifically African American boys. If critical race theory principles are not currently being promoted in our school district, why not discuss hiring more AP teachers so that all the students can take the desired number of courses? It seems very clear that this situation represents one in which race was determined to be the sole reason for unequal outcomes, and it is exactly what critical race theory in education looks like. It is our understanding that our high schools will be using 7 mindsets for social emotional learning this year. Their SEL equity curriculum is very similar to the one mentioned earlier and contains lessons specifically centered around racial injustice and activism. Our children are still trying to understand their own identities as well as their political and economic surroundings. Using social justice lessons to encourage them to march, protest, and resist political issues perfectly aligns with Ibram X. Kendi's definition of an anti-racist, or one who is actively fighting racism through social justice activism. It also goes directly against the CMS political activity policy. We're advocating today for the exclusive use of curriculum that unifies our students and emphasizes our common humanity, one that is not undeniably tied to a political party's platform. This includes not only third-party curriculum and district-created lessons, but also the instructional direction this district takes when striving to meet its goals. It has become clear to us that your constituents are not in agreement over the instructional direction occurring right now. Rather than continue to stand up here at board meetings and argue our position, we'd really like to propose a solution. Curriculum that serves the public should never be solely determined by one individual nor by hand-picked employees with only a board vote. It should contain input from the community it serves. Therefore, we'd like to propose the creation of an academic advisory committee. The purpose of this committee would be to review and analyze the instructional direction the district takes, review new curriculum and instructional programs, ensure that we are in alignment with state and federal legislation, and provide recommendations as appropriate to the board. The committee should contain community members from all districts, as well as board members and/or CMS staff. Many school districts around the nation have successfully implemented similar committees to ensure alignment with its constituents' morals and values. We sincerely hope that you will take this proposal seriously, and we will be contacting each of you over the next few weeks to set up a time to discuss in more detail.
Good evening. Our family moved here 2 years ago, and we chose this school district because of the top-rated high school. We now regret that decision. This spring, we moved our rising 8th grader out of CMS. At that time, we decided to keep our rising 10th grader in CMS with the hopes that he would finally get to have a normal high school experience. Yesterday illustrated the total dichotomy between my son's 2 schools. We picked up our younger son from a new student event where kids were engaging with each other, laughing, having a good time just being kids, and not a single one was wearing a mask. Last night, I attended a CMS parent-athlete meeting at our high school where the mood was somber. Everyone's face was hidden behind a mask, and there were more questions than answers as to whether sports would even be taking place. What should have been an evening of making new connections and being excited about a new opportunity for my son was a heartbreaking realization that it will be another year in which my son will be robbed of a normal high school experience. I have one son enrolled in a school where I can confidently say that they are 1,000% committed to keeping students in person, which they successfully did all last year, and they are equally committed to giving students as much normalcy as possible. They are giving parents the freedom to make critical medical decisions for our children and have a detailed plan on how to manage COVID. In stark contrast, I have zero trust and there is zero transparency in CMS. We are essentially being forced to play a game where the goalpost is continually moving, and it's a lose-lose situation for our kids. This school board has decided they know how to parent better than we do, and the district has become a dictatorship. So parents, get involved to know what's happening in your schools, hold this board accountable for its decisions, and demand better for our children.
thank you for your time, and we look forward to hearing from you.
All right. So now we have Megan Carmelani, and then Michelle Moore, and then Bob Stebbins.
Hi, I'm Megan Carmelani. I'm going to go off script here for a second, just in response. I want to say thank you guys. Thank you very much for requiring masks in your schools. I run an organization called Long COVID Families. It's an advocacy group for families with children with long COVID. I'm also part of Long COVID Alliance, which again is an advocacy group for people with long COVID. No masks, huh? I know children that were personally know children and work with children that were athletes that are now using walkers. They had no underlying conditions. I know children who now have seizures who had no underlying conditions. I get phone calls from mothers devastated because their child is now disabled. And they need to be guided through, how do I contact the school to get accommodations? This is all new to me. These are conversations I have day in and day out because we're talking thousands. 10 to 15% of children. Look at the COVID number of children right now. And all around the country, the adults are doing nothing in so many places. So I thank you for requiring masks. But I do want to bring to your attention that I am really worried about the lunchroom and what to do about the lunchroom. Because the most likely place for a child to contract the virus is when eating a meal with another. COVID is airborne. It can travel from one end of the room to the other. Social distancing does not matter. It's the ventilation and the airflow that's going to dictate where that virus goes. The virus can stay in the air for 4 hours. With the new viral load of the Delta variant, what used to take 15 minutes, research now shows you can get the virus, contract the virus within 1 second.
All right, Michelle Moore, and
Thank
then
you.
Bob Stebbins, and then Ryan Elkins. Thank you. Go right ahead.
My name is Michelle Moore. I'm speaking on behalf of FAIR, the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism. Racism is real, prejudice is real, but we urge you to reject the divisive and racialist curriculum that CMS is now embracing. This intolerant ideology is damaging to our children's academic, psychological, and emotional development. By implementing this regressive ideology with no proof the concept is effective, you will instead move us backwards towards division instead of forwards towards a greater understanding of fairness within our community. I'm a graduate of Independence High School, class of '89. I loved my experience at CMS, and I love the diversity of my classmates. For that, I chose to keep my 4 children in this public school system because I believed it was the best way to prepare them for their futures. Now, our educational system is facing a crisis that demands courage on behalf of this board to fight against the activist forces who are pushing radical agendas. This isn't a conflict about teaching. I believe in providing a fair and balanced accounting of history. I also believe in providing our children with a sense of hope and optimism. By teaching our children that the most important thing about them is their skin color, you're stealing the ability for children to be curious about each other. Curiosity directly aligns with continuous learning. If we want to create a truly inclusive and nurturing learning environment for all, we should focus on what we have in common so we can transcend these differences and create bonds of trust and understanding as we continue to grapple with the difficult issues in our community. Thank you for your time.
Bob Stebbins, then Ryan Elkins, and then Christy Wade.
Yeah, thank you. So I just did an observation like I did the last 2 meetings. I noticed 2 of you walked in without your mask and then put your mask on as if COVID was waiting for the meeting to start. 3 3 months now, we've been preaching to you guys, sending you information, explaining the science, showing you the facts about masks. I think it's very clear they don't work. So all you people here wearing a mask, sorry to inform you that, but they don't protect you. Regarding COVID, typically the children are not the ones that get it or spread it, and they're not going to spread it to grandma and grandpa either. Any healthy child basically that were to get COVID would basically have a 0% chance of dying from COVID. We know that it affects mainly the elderly and those that have comorbidities. You might want to know that in Alberta, Canada, there's a recent Canadian patriot who was in court, and he required the prosecution to prove that COVID actually exists and actually provide an isolation of COVID, and they could not do it. So everything is completely now wide open in Alberta, Canada, thanks to the fact that they can't prove that we are dealing with something here that supposedly exists. There's plenty of studies. The German study of 25,000 kids reported showed mask wearing for 4.5 hours, where the kids had headaches and dizziness and drowsiness and lack of concentration. Well, ironically, there's a leading European neurologist who actually had mentioned that this creates oxygen deficit and carbon dioxide, and some of the warning signs are those headaches and dizziness and drowsiness and reduced concentration that the German study had already said. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Ryan Elkins, Christy Wade, and Megan O'Connell. Do we have Ryan Elkins? No, Ryan Elkins? Okay, Christy Wade. And then after Christy Wade, we have Megan O'Connell, and then Alex Shapira. Go ahead, Ms. Wade.
O'Connell.
Oh, you're O'Connell. Okay. Do we have Christy Wade? Okay, we don't. So go ahead, Ms. O'Connell.
I think we can all agree our goal is to inspire, empower, and set our kids up to be successful people. Recognizing that regardless of how much debate we have, we're all going to disagree on some level on how issues are taught. But we also have to recognize that our teachings have to be rooted in facts, historical accuracy, and most importantly, taught in an age-appropriate manner. I don't think anyone here disagrees with developing a curriculum that dives deeper into uncomfortable truths of American history. Native Americans, African Americans, Japanese Americans during World War II, they all faced horrific oppression, and these lessons should never be forgotten. Developing a curriculum rooted in facts and historical accuracy that highlights many untold stories of how African Americans changed our country would enrich our children's lives. What is not based on facts or theories behind what is called CRT. Whatever the intentions are in this teaching, we should recognize that it could lead to feelings of guilt, shame, and an oppressor versus victim mentality. These kids come from incredibly diverse backgrounds of beliefs and cultures. It is impossible to fit this social construct into a lesson plan that will help this broad range of students. I'd like to leave you with a few very important questions. Can you, as the school board members, specifically define what and how it is being taught? Have you considered the possible negative impact on our kids and how this will be addressed? Will teachers be held accountable if they stray from facts and push their misconstrued opinions on our children? Can you, as a board, clearly articulate how this instructional method is going to close the achievement gaps and at what cost? You failed to proactively address these questions and concerns, which is creating an immense distrust in the relationship between parents and schools. Your passive approach demonstrates your lack of leadership and short-sighted eagerness to conform to the current social trend. Let me be clear, your silence is deafening, and we expect more. Thank you.
All right, now we have Alex Shapira, followed by the group of Melanie Holland, Jason Conrad, and Suter Conrad.
Good evening, CMS board members. We, the parents, are here to remind you of something that you have clearly forgotten. You do not own the moral or the intellectual high ground. You do not know better than the rest of us. You have overstepped your place against us as parents with regard to our children and the intellectual and character values that we seek to impart to them, as well as the health decisions that are best for us as families and individuals and that are based in facts, not politicized hysteria. You have overstepped your place against us as the electorate and the taxpayers. Nearly half of all property taxes go to funding local education, and no one wants that to include an ideologically driven curriculum that is divisive and abusive of both students and teachers. You have overstepped your place against teachers who know bullying when they encounter it and will not participate in being victims of it or allow students to be subjected to it either, especially in the form of so-called inclusion, diversity, and equity education. There are many teachers capable of teaching factual U.S. history, and they know the difference between teaching for the purpose of empowering students with true critical thinking skills versus indoctrination in ideology that does not seek redress and aspirational progress, but instead revenge, degradation, and chaos. Many teachers also recognize the inappropriateness and outright harm done to little ones and teens inherent in supposed gender fluidity. Sadly, you have lost sight of what it is to actually serve the children, the families, and the communities of CMS. You have made yourselves the willing tools of political actors, race swindlers, imbalanced gender ideologues, and party to actual authoritarianism. You would do better to listen to us, your constituency, we the parents, who can clearly see the divisive and abusive nature of the policies and curriculum that you're currently enacting. We are letting you know, stop. We do not accept this.
All right, thank you. So next we have Melanie Holland, Jason Conrad, and Peter Conrad, followed by Keith Pfeiffer, and then we have another group with another Holland. So if Ms. Holland and Mr. and Mrs. Conrad would go right ahead.
So I'm Suter Conrad, and I'm here today to oppose indoctrination in our schools. The idea that America is founded on white supremacy and oppression, and that they are still at the root of society today, is running rampant in our district. These ideas reduce individuals to the color of their skin, and it doesn't emphasize the importance of individual stories and histories. This creates a radical divide in America and allows for false teaching of history in our great nation. This biggest lie, or the biggest lie being told right now, is that America was founded to perpetuate slavery and racism. The truth is, the United States was founded on the desire of religious freedom. No place in America's founding documents are race and gender even mentioned. In fact, the founding documents rejected anything based on race or gender. America had slaves, yes, of all races, but abolished slavery after the Civil War. Since then, every generation has made significant progress to rectify and improve race relations. The teaching of systemic racism destroys this progress. Like I said at the last meeting, educators are agents of the government. We all are. By allowing these ideas to be taught in schools, this is a direct attack on the children from the government. I'm here to challenge this board to prioritize character and academic excellence within our schools. This will in turn inspire children from all backgrounds to achieve their potential. Thank you.
Hi again. Before I begin, I want to let you know that I gave Nicole a packet to give to you guys, so it'll be in your inbox. And I'll start with what Mr. Crabbill said about student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change, and that's for certain. President Obama did a fantastic Father's Day speech on this, who talked about the importance of having fathers in the home and how not having fathers in the home greatly impacts the education that our students get, more than anything else, more than the best teachers, more than the best curriculum, anything. So you've also got a copy of that speech in there as well. But I'd like to take a look at the rapid declining student performance that we're facing. You'll notice that we've got a decline since 2019. I don't know what happened in 2019, but it has progressively gotten worse since then. Year after year, there's a 350% increase in Fs. So they failed core classes. We've also got instances of students failing core classes this last year and being passed on to the next grade. I've requested to know exactly how many students there are that qualify, but I'm still waiting on that data. I'm wondering how long it's going to take, because that seems like it's a pretty big deal the students who have failed are continuing to pass on, since that greatly impacts their future progress. But I have to ask you, what is the board doing about it? What training are you providing to help all students? What books are you offering to help educate your leaders and educators on how to increase these scores? And what is your benchmark to know that these goals have been obtained? I thought I knew, but after reviewing this summer's leadership and teaching training, after reviewing the curriculum, looking at your recommended reading list for leaders and educators, how to be an anti-racist and white fragility, I'm not so sure I know what your plan is. What I do know is you have one goal in mind, as was stated multiple times during the welcome back for the teachers training as well as the leadership summit. You want equitable outcomes specifically for our Black and brown students. Although, as Thomas Sowell stated, if there is not equality of outcomes among people born to the same family, born under the same roof, why should equality of outcomes be expected or assumed when conditions aren't nearly as comparable? So when I considered the rapid decline of our students' performance and your desire to produce equitable outcomes, I expected to possibly see an interview or a training from the superintendent in Alabama, who Alabama, of all states, happens to have the highest graduation rate between blacks and whites, and it's only off by 3%. So I would have assumed that that would be somebody you'd want to speak to, because they would be, for one thing, $25,000 cheaper than the speaker that you did have, but also to be able to tell you what their strong leadership has done to help with the outcomes of their students. Specifically, their Black and brown students, which we know is your main concern right now. But instead you had the self-proclaimed Mr. Kendi, who has admitted that he is considered and called the father of critical race theory. I expected to see book studies from any number of Thomas Sowell books. Here's one. Here's another one. These are great books. This is a man who knows what he's talking about. He lived during the time that we say still exists. He spoke on the Dunbar High School, an elite all-black school in D.C. from 1870 to 1955. These students surpassed all white students during the toughest time in our history. These students were not overcome by obstacles. They had strong leaders. They went on to Ivy League colleges, many of whom not even needing to take entrance exams because of their reputation. During a time that we're claiming still exists, they managed to find a way around the system. But through these findings, I looked at all your training and I looked at all the videos, and I heard things, and I'm going to quote here. Systems are in place that feed oppression. Dismantling the system, systemic and social injustice, equity of outcomes, systemic racism, white supremacy, white privilege, there it is, stop white supremacy. Just to name a few, and a recommended book studies, what I just mentioned. I also heard things about focusing on disrupting the system that is impacting African American students. You've got classes on white privilege that students are supposed to talk about. And I want to look at the harassment policy. I need to be sure that you as a board understand and your legal team is on notice that you're violating the harassment policy. And also the employees policy on not having political issues during work hours or encouraging and supporting and coercing such individuals to support these issues, which is what you've done. The harassment policy in particular states that we will not have verbal conduct that denigrates or shows hostility or aversion towards an individual because of his or her race. We will not have negative stereotyping or threatening or intimidating of that.
Thank you. So now we have Keith Pfeiffer. And then after Keith Pfeiffer, we have Mr. Holland with Madison Cox and Abby Daughtry. Pardon? Okay. Go right ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Good evening.
Pfeiffer. Okay.
Pfeiffer. Good evening. My name is Keith. I'm here to discuss a fundamentally important topic concerning our livelihoods and our children. It encompasses everything that we live by and should embody all that we stand for. I'm talking about freedom and liberty, which we understand are God-given rights that must be preserved to safeguard the values and privileges we all hold so dear. But in today's societal constructs, we must stay unflinchingly vigilant about what's at stake if we venture down a path of least resistance and simply conform to authoritarian rule. I challenge all of you listening, to step outside your comfort zone and shift your thinking to consider new perspectives. And to the board members, as elected officials, I urge you to hold true to your oath to be the voice of your constituents and never waver in doing what's best for our children as the Board of Education, not Health. Mandatory masking of our children in schools is vehemently wrong and unconstitutional, and we will not tolerate it. Such a decree directly contradicts a parent's freedom to choose what is best, and independent thinkers recognize that an untrustworthy and self-serving government, along with deceitful three-letter organizations, should never deem what's best for our children. We decide that, and we demand the freedom to choose. While there is zero scientific basis regarding benefits of masking children, there is overwhelming evidence and true scientific literature, albeit highly suppressed, that substantiates the adverse effects and damage to our children when forced to breathe CO2 excessively all day. Without belaboring facts linked to respiratory issues, cognitive trauma, and severe psychological distress, I challenge skeptics and critics to question boldly what mediums deliver you factual information and content. I wish for each of you to be free and independent thinkers right now, to venture outside of what's comfortable and consider the possibility that those in control of false narratives are not out for your best interests, but instead for their benefactors and elites alike who stand to gain the most while we lose the most by conceding our freedoms to politically charged fear campaigns. We are the leaders we've been waiting for, and it's on us to be the catalyst for change. And if this board or others refuse to follow the will of the people, then they must face legal consequences and be removed from their posts. If we don't end this tyranny now, it will continue to corrupt absolutely. Please, I implore you, wake up and stand up with me to take back our freedoms for our children and their future. Thank you, and God bless.
All right, now we have Mike Collin, Madison Cox, and Abby Daughtry, followed by Rebecca Ivanoff, and then Aiden Finnell. Right ahead.
Hello, my name is Madison Cox. Today I want to talk about the issue of bullying. I think this is an issue we can all agree is hateful and unjustified no matter the reason, correct? Luckily, CMS has a harassment policy for both employees and students. It states harassment may include, but is not limited to, verbal or physical contact that denigrates or shows hostility or aversion towards an individual. Also, it states insults, jokes, slurs, negative stereotyping, and threatening, intimidating, or hostile acts. Now let's review what bullying, which is a form of harassment, means. It is the use of force, coercion, hurtful teasing, or threat to abuse, aggressively dominate, or intimidate. It includes actions such as making threats and attacking someone verbally. I know what these types of behaviors feel like. In junior high, I was bullied daily by a group of 7th grade girls. They threatened me, name-called me, started rumors, and eventually ganged up for a whole party dedicated to hating me. Unfortunately, many children are at the hands of other children, and sometimes adults go through these harmful situations every school year. While bullying in the schools is very tragic, what is more tragic is the example that some adults in this district are setting for our students, as seen during the board meeting on July 13th, which I was a key witness. This wasn't done by 7th grade girls, but by grown adults. Some of them were CMS teachers. There are many examples to choose from as it relates to bullying behavior at last month's meeting, but I'll just use the most hateful quote as an example. A CMS mom who spoke, while allowed to do so by the board, says, "And now you've let in the snakes. Moms for racist nonsense. I mean, moms for white supremacy. What are they called?" The worst part was the clapping and cheering from some of the audience, which again included CMS teachers. This is our example. Just in that one hateful example alone, this adult used the term snakes, racist, white supremacy to try and intimidate a group of people who they did not agree with. What's worse, 2 of 3 CMS teachers from one of your schools, your teachers, flipped off and did a cutthroat threat gesture to another teacher and another parent as they walked by. You know this since you've seen the video of it. These same teachers stood at the podium for 7 minutes while talking about a coworker's ignorant opinion, all the while staring up at her in the bleachers as she gave her speech. I'd say that according to your own policy, this clearly violates your harassment policy. This is who we're supposed to trust to have open and safe and respectful class discussions around bias, prejudice, racism, and privilege. This is who we are supposed to trust to teach all students, black, white, and in between, that anyone, any race is capable of racism, bias, and prejudice. And when a student, someone who has zero power in that dynamic, has a differing opinion, will they too be threatened and intimidated? Will they be called out and stared at as the teachers make a hateful, passive-aggressive comment? Will they be threatened with violent gestures as well? If they do this in a room full of people and cameras, how can we trust that they will not bully behind closed doors? And if they do act as bullies in this way, are we supposed to trust this leadership will do something about it and take it seriously when you did nothing about this type of behavior when you saw it with your own eyes? Things trickle down from the top. If this leadership allows this type of behavior, it's no wonder we saw the behavior that we did, all because people had differing opinions. How do we expect our students to stand up for what they believe in when adults outright disrespect other adults that disagree? I understand that not all will agree. This meeting and the meetings before have proven that we have different opinions from one another, and that's okay. That's the beauty of a free country. But with examples like this, can we really trust that some of your staff will be teaching our students the importance of free thinking without the worry of what others will say or do? Will they be honored and respected, or will they be intimidated, called names, and shut down? My hope is that this administration will do better at sticking to your own policies and holding these teachers and speakers accountable for their actions. We are the example of these young students. Stop the bullying, stop the hatred towards one another, learn to stand up for what you believe in without tearing each other down. And please follow these policies that you agreed to. These actions should not be swept aside. Thank you.
Good evening, thank you. I'm just going to pick up where my wife left off with the limited time. So based on everything that was mentioned before, I'm not sure you could have said after the last board meeting that our school does not teach and does not promote a doctrine of critical race theory, because you're clearly doing just that. You can dress up a horse as a unicorn, but it's still a horse. So the question is, why are you hiding from it? Just own up to it. It's what you're teaching. In that case, there are a lot more confusion. So let me share something from an article by Brett Jensen of WBT, and I'll quote, "In an interview with the North State Journal, North Carolina Superintendent Catherine Truitt said that CRT hijacks education terms such as equity in order to make it look legitimate and has issues with the fact that CRT believes that racism is inherent." And I spoke to this at the last board meeting as well. I also quote, "It's important to define what equity and education mean because we're starting to lose our way in this battle of ideologies," Truitt said to the NSJ. "Equity and education mean providing every child what they need at the time that they need it. It does not mean ensuring equal outcomes." And so I want to finally just remind you a couple of things. That this all goes back to this. So the superintendent is responsible for the management of the schools and their personnel, as well as implementing and upholding our vision, core beliefs, and policies, and is accountable to the board. The board's role takes that a step further. You are responsible for implementing and upholding those same beliefs and policies, and are responsible for overseeing the superintendent and setting a standard of how he or she must follow. All that should align with the vision and policies, and it's ironic, the workshop that was above there, that started before this, with the aligning with the visions and goals of CMS. Luckily, the board's job is not to continue to support someone that they like, as this is not a popularity contest, but to ensure we have the right person for the job. So when or if the superintendent isn't adhering to the vision or policies, which it's not, it's the board's job to do something about it. The tail should not be wagging the dog. And to be clear, do we believe that all facets of history should be taught, that our black and brown students and all students' history should be forgotten or ignored? Of course not. It's always important to know where you've come from and what your ancestors had to endure in order to give you the life that you have now. Do we think all students, all races should be taught about racism, prejudice, biasness, while also being taught that all races are capable of having any of those same character flaws? Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So now we have Rebecca Ivanoff, followed by Aidan Finnell, and then Jacob Barnett.
In 2020, I believe, RGCal principal David Schweitzer was suspended with pay, then reassigned after allegations of racist comments. We heard at last month's board meeting in regards to Principal Mark Bosco's accusations of improperly handling and covering up of student reports of rape in the woods behind Myers Park as far back as 2014. We need leadership, and we didn't get it. Why on earth were these two at a minimum not treated the same? immediate suspension with pay, do an investigation. Why did the high schoolers have to come up, make me personally cry in tears in the stadium, in the stands? You have protests outside and still weeks and nothing. Nothing. That is a lack of leadership from the top, and it has to stop. 2, please do not pass or make an exception for larger kindergarten class sizes after almost a year of our closed schools. There are rumors that our kindergarten classrooms have the potential to be very crowded, that several parents may have delayed their kids entering. So we, as the taxpayers, would like to say that in terms of equitable outcomes, in terms of all these things we're talking about, how do we measure, how do we close the gaps that have been created and exacerbated by our closing from COVID, the last thing that we need to do is take one of our very vulnerable group of brand new students and pass an exception. Add the trailers to the schools, add the teaching assistants, but please stop overcrowding the classrooms. In regards to equitable, last but not least, I look forward to hearing everything that we're talking about. And I don't work for CMS, but I am in the education field. I'd love to hear even basic principal reports in elementary. What are foundational baselines? How are kids doing with their times test for adding and subtracting for math? The literary M class that's going to be rolled out, not just the once-a-year standardized test.
Thank you.
Great, easy measurements.
Thank you. Now we have Aiden Finnell, and then Jacob Barnett, and then Nikki Wambo.
Okay. Is there a cowardice here in the air tonight? If so, it is not from the victims of sexual violence here. Since June, there has been an ongoing discussion surrounding Title IX, Myers Park High School, and the Board of Education. Recently, victims have been denied a voice and future students have lost their safety. 100% of 20 anonymous current and former Myers Park High School teachers said they found leadership unresponsive and that they violated both Code of Conduct and Title IX procedures. Over 50% rated your Title IX training and curriculum a 1 out of 5. 100% said they felt their students were treated differently due to their race, and 40% said they did not feel safe on campus. Finally, all said that the administration tried to cover up allegations of sexual assault and rape and would not take these victims seriously. If this is an honest reflection of the culture at one of CMS's biggest high schools, imagine how the rest of your schools are suffering. Victims are not being met with proper resources or support, students are not being taught their rights from the get-go, and various administrators have stigmatized reporting harassment and rape to maintain a name and reputation that has never belonged to them. You claim to be listening. Congratulations, you have taken the first step. The next is to include survivors in the conversation. Let those your system have failed have a say in the policies that could have protected them and supported them. Isolation and victim blaming are not permanent solutions.
Thank you. Barnett, and then Nikki Wambo. Go ahead, Mr. Barnett.
My name is Jacob Barnett. I'm a resident in Mecklenburg County. I do not have any children enrolled in your government institution, but I am a new father with a beautiful baby boy. The reason why I'm here today is because I care about the future generations. To be blunt, I'm sick and tired of arrogant dictators thinking they have the power to control how children breathe. We live in unprecedented times, and the truth is very important for our society to function to the fullest potential. The truth will set you free. But most people can't handle the truth. The way our lives have changed this past year and a half is tragic. It's all by design. With censorship, it's nearly impossible to get the truth. No one will spoon feed it to you. One must be curious, question everything, and be self-motivated to find it. The resources and news outlets that one used to trust are actually the enemy of the people, and have been lying and brainwashing masses forever. If you're still using mainstream media for the news, you will forever be under a spell of ignorance. This pandemic was orchestrated to take away our God-given liberties. If you believe me, open your eyes. My son was born into a world where someone can control how he breathes, and if he doesn't comply, he's put down as a selfish individual who doesn't care about others. If this mom doesn't get the inoculation, then she will be fired from her job for making a personal medical decision. This is only the beginning of the destruction of humanity. If I was to give you the responsibility of teaching my son after those 13 years he'd be with you, he'd be completely brainwashed. His mind would be mush and his soul would be destroyed, but you will never have the chance. If anything should be defunded, CMS should be the first on the list. CMS has played a large role in the destruction of America by abusing, dumbing down our youth, and it is time for parents to stand up and not take it anymore. I urge all children and parents not to comply with the tyrannical muzzling order. We need unified non-compliance. Do not listen to these people.
All right, Nikki Wamwell, then Joy Poe, then Diana Levitt.
Was the timer not working? Is that they were waving at us like he was all the time. So.
My name is Nikki Wimwell. When I was 15 years old, a fellow student raped me in the woods by Myers Park High School after claiming he had brought a gun to school. When I reported what had happened to the school resource officer, he told me it wasn't rape without conducting any investigation into the incident. When I reported the incident to the principal, I was threatened that if I filed a formal investigation and my rapist was found not guilty, that I could be disciplined for having had sex on campus. I was scared and confused and ultimately did not pursue charges. I was forced to see my perpetrator at school until I graduated, as he was never arrested, expelled, or even suspended. This principal has recently been suspended with pay. I want to thank the school board for this important first step toward justice, but ask that they not stop here. Today, I'm calling for an external, unbiased investigator to be hired to conduct an investigation into the Myers Park administration's handling of Title IX. I'm also asking for county-level changes to CMS record-keeping of sexual misconduct reports. CMS records claim there have only been 2 rapes in the entire county in the past decade. Why? Because they are the only 2 that resulted in any discipline. This does not include my rape or any of the other survivors who have come forward from Myers Park. The board even stated on Facebook that what happened to me was not a rape. There also seems to be no central record keeping of reports, with vastly different numbers coming from different sources. It is important that the school keep track of all allegations, even those that do not result in discipline. This is vital if the victim decides to pursue justice later in life or if the perpetrator is a repeat offender. Myself and the other survivors would love to assist the school board and the newly formed Title IX task force in any way we can to implement these changes and more. However, the board is refusing to meet with survivors like myself and even canceled a meeting last minute rather than allowing students with past or potential claims against the district to attend. This is nonsensical since I have already waived all my claims to settle a Title IX lawsuit. Please listen to survivors and include us moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have Joy Poe. We need to hear Ms. Poe. Thank you. Joy Poe, then Diana Levitt, then David Olson. Go ahead, Ms. Poe.
I will keep my remarks short since I have said what I needed to say at the last meeting. First, I wanted to thank you for beginning to take action against Myers Park administration, as well as implementing the Title IX task force. This is a great start to righting the wrongs of the past, but there is unfortunately more to be done. Students need to be taught in their health classes about Title IX policies, consent, how to report their rapes to the school and police, as well as how to handle things if someone they know has been sexually assaulted. Another reason I did not report my case was because I thought rape could only be committed if an adult hurt a child. Call me naive, but I was 14 and I didn't know any better. I don't want another student to ever feel like that ever again. Second, the recent reporting on the lack of record keeping of reports is not only shocking, but downright unacceptable. This record keeping is of extreme importance when it comes to pressing charges, especially when it comes to repeat offenders. My rapist was a repeat offender. I have heard of women who he raped before me and after me. I have lived with an indescribable amount of guilt for not reporting my case because I thought I could have spared these women pain. But now I know that my story would not have even been kept on file. There is no such thing as not being able to keep track of reports, only a lack of willingness to do so. I'm not here to be angry at you, but I want you to know that students are watching how you respond. While I appreciate the comments given at the end of the last meeting saying we are strong and we are heard, I ask that you do not say that unless you intend to act on it. I didn't come here to be complimented. I shouldn't have to be strong and brave. Do the right thing so more students don't have to come up here and relive trauma. Thank you for your time.
All right, Diana Levitt, then David Olson, then Bill Geiger. Go right ahead, Ms. Levitt.
My name is Diana Levitt, and as an adolescent trauma therapist, I will be the first to recognize sex crimes happen. However, I can no longer allow the adults who have disregarded their vocation's legal obligations to remain in positions of power at the expense of students' well-being. Research has shown a direct correlation in how a survivor's case was handled to the severity of their PTSD. Because of CMS's negligence, students have endured unnecessary additional trauma that will impact them the rest of their lives. In reviewing CMS's Title IX online training webinars, there are a multitude of inconsistencies that I have printed out for you and provided to you. First, prior to 2020, Title IX did not require a formal complaint. However, in Jill Rowe's case, she told 2 school counselors, the resource officer, and Principal Bosco before he asked her if she would like to make a formal complaint. Second, trainers state to avoid a conflict of interest. The Title IX coordinator should be an independent full-time employee that reports to the superintendent. Every CMS school has their assistant principal as their Title IX coordinator. Finally, CMS does not follow Title IX regulations of stop, prevent, and remedy. The instructor in your trainings reviews numerous accommodations that should be put into place immediately after a report is made. Yet, not only were these not provided to the students, they were denied to these students. Outside of federal mandates, there are also state mandates that I have printed out and provided to you that hold not only Principal Bosco, but hold the social worker, the resource officer, the superintendent, and this board legally obligated to have followed through with what needed to happen in regards to these reports. Instead of deflecting responsibility,
Oh, sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we have David Olson, then Bill Geiger, and then Melissa Easley.
Hello. Firstly, my name is David Olson. I graduated early from Stanford University with an engineering degree, and I played football there and professionally. I would like to let all the parents know that are listening that I was homeschooled through elementary school, and you should absolutely homeschool your children or find alternative schoolings than in CMS. If you want this district to change in any regards, there's only one man up there standing up for some of the things that you're wanting. And if you want them to change, you have to hit them in their pocketbooks. It's $12,000 per student pulled out. So you have to pull out your students in order to make change. If you care about your children, you will implement tough love in this situation on the school board and on the community and find a way to make it work. This school board will not act in the best interest to protect your children or look out for your or the community's best interest. They don't know and don't bother how to read data correctly or act logically, and we are in a time of great peril. If you're interested in more COVID science, look up Dr. Dan Stockton, who spoke at a city council meeting in Indiana. If you're interested in racial, economic education, I recommend starting with Thomas Sowell, as was mentioned earlier. This board's attempt to close the achievement gap through focusing on CRT, let me just say, I looked up the data, and charter schools in Charlotte with the highest level of free or reduced lunch are massively outperforming the CMS schools with the same demographics. It has nothing to do with race or poverty. It's how they're teaching and what they're teaching. Lastly, everyone should be aware that the greatest threat to us right now is the Chinese Communist Party. They're launching bioweapons of COVID. They've infiltrated our media, our schools, and I just want you to be aware that that's what we're facing, and these people don't even know it. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Geiger, and then Melissa Easley.
Good evening.
And then
my name is Bill Geiger. I'm a Charlotte resident, District 5. Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you for your public service and for your leadership. I'm also a member of Race Charlotte, and I'm sharing both a personal and group perspective. Race Charlotte is a collective of anti-racist advocates that works to create a more equitable community. As a former public middle school social studies and U.S. history teacher, I support CMS continuing to develop policies, practices, and solutions to reduce the predictable, horrific, racialized outcome of students' reading and math levels, tests, achievement scores, graduation rates, college and career readiness. Let's be clear. No K-12 school curriculum teaches critical race theory because it's a law school framework for evaluating the outcome of laws. We can learn from the YWCA Evanston North Shore in Illinois, and I quote, "Data on educational outcomes continues to show that there is much work to do to better support Black and Hispanic Latino students and all students to reach their full potential. Acknowledgement of the history of racism in our education systems, as well as other institutions, is critical to understanding and dismantling the multiple ways that racism is embedded throughout our community. But this is an opportunity to decide on the community that we want to be. It's an opportunity for our community to come together, support our individual institutions and our collective community, and our efforts to become an anti-racist community and to be a community where all our children can thrive. The larger issue is facing the truth. The power we give to our young people when we tell them the whole story of our history about what structural racism and oppression have done and continue to do in our community and across the country. We stand steadfast in support of CMS students, families, staff, and leadership as you continue your important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geiger. Melissa Easley, then Steve Oreskovic, and then Bill Fountain.
Good evening, Madam Chair Dashu, members of the Board, and Superintendent Winston. My name is Melissa Easley, and I speak tonight as a former CMS teacher and a current parent of two student children. I do want to mention that these parents here do not speak for all parents. I do want you to know that because we appreciate what you have done and the conversations that you have had. As a 14-year social studies teacher, I always taught with the belief that no matter the color, background, or zip code, we want all students to have an education that teaches the truth of our history, integrity, and how to be a productive, compassionate citizen of society. We currently teach that enslaved people were part of our American history. What we want to teach is that this country was built on enslaved labor, and these laborers were the beginning of the revolution for the equal freedom that we try to enjoy today. We teach that indigenous people were killed, and that's why Black slaves were brought over from Africa. What we want to teach is that the indigenous population was intentionally wiped out by genocide by Europeans wanting power and land. We want to teach that this country was built on racist principles in order to show students how far we have come in the last 200 years. New laws and policies have been created and passed to start the change of culture of racism that has been instilled in the American system since the birth of this country. Part of teaching history is we also want to show that we have a long way to go to make America a truly equal society. No matter if you call it systematic racism or social racism, the two are intertwined and one affects the other. In order to grow our nation, we need to know and understand our true past. Just because some of these facts make us uncomfortable doesn't mean we should not teach what really happened. All of these concepts exist in the new social studies standards. Along with the new social studies standards, CMS's program of equality and inclusion throughout the content delivery for students and personal development of educators, it is working. It is leading to great teaching and great student health. I implore you to keep pushing and not let politicians or parents censor teachers to stop kids from learning our full history and share stories of confronting justice.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Oreskovic, and then we're going to have Bill Fountain and then Lily Russell Pinson.
As we prepare to head back to classrooms, there are some questions that need answered. Distancing. How will schools at full capacity be instructed to facilitate distancing? How will lunch work? Short exposure time while unmasked can lead to infection. That data comes from studies on the original Alpha variant. As Delta is far more contagious, we need solid information and guidance moving forward. Please strictly enforce the masking guidelines and opt-out form. Denying that we have a responsibility to others around us is shameful and deceitful. Please make sure that the school-based leadership is the line of defense everyone needs them to be. Teaching. Pacing guides and scripted lessons should be implemented in a Jack Sparrow type fashion, more like guidelines than hard rules. Interim Superintendent Francis Haithcock worked with STAC years ago to help undo the CMS mandate of strictly following pacing guides, where teachers need to be on the same lesson at the same place at the same time across the district. Yet we are moving this way again, which is why we need to study our educational history. Programs brought in under the previous superintendent and chief academic officer were supposedly purchased to provide resources. In reality, that's not exactly the end of it. I know the former CAO's response of, there are places where teachers can personalize lessons. I hope teachers are allowed to do so for the betterment of the students in front of them. This is equity. If you are truly interested in equity, 1, allow teachers to teach, and 2, find outside data that supports the efficacy of the programs as we use them and that they ensure equity. Because history tells us one size fits all is not equitable. Flexibility is a must. Students may be quarantined and miss time. Respecting the teacher and their craft is a must. Just as I should have never had to speak to you last year begging to keep students and teachers safe, I should not be asking today to allow teachers to teach. But I guess this is why we learn our history, so we don't repeat the mistakes of the past.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Fountain, then Ms. Russell Pinson, and then our final speaker is Mary Nadler.
Hi, I'm Bill Fountain, a concerned taxpayer and former high school teacher. From my viewpoint, the board is falling short of its own theory of action, namely to foster a performance culture and unleash innovation in teaching, learning, and school operations. The first example is by allowing students to play sports with less than a 2.0 grade point average certainly does not foster a performance culture. You well know that a teacher must set expectations within stretching distance. By lowering the criteria to play sports, CMS is robbing the very students who need the help the most. Setting performance standards is not being strict or micromanaging. It's quite the opposite. The goal is to create a classroom performance culture of hard work, self-belief, and CMS appears to be advocating just the reverse. The second example is indoctrinating our children with the latest social justice fad, be it racism, sexual disorientation, fictitious history, or wealth envy. These misguided notions are beating down our students' self-worth. Furthermore, undermining the value of God, family, and patriotism. The foundation of the once freest and wealthiest nation on earth. Why are you championing disruptive policies and activities counter to your own theories of action? Your path leads to endangering our children's will, intellect, and memory. Yes, their souls. Thank you.
Ms. Russell Pinson, and then Mary Nadler.
Hello, my name is Lily Russell Pinson, and I'm a senior at Myers Park High School. Today, I'd like to discuss the administration of Myers Park High School. Recently, the suspension of the Myers Park principal has been making local headlines. I'd like to thank the board for taking a step in the right direction in the investigation of the events that happened at MPHS by removing this administrator and appointing a veteran interim principal. Many students who my peers and I have talked to were uncomfortable returning to a school where the principal was turning a blind eye to assault and was utterly disregarding victims. Many female students I talked to were also afraid that people who were of the mind to attempt assault and rape against students would be emboldened by the lack of actions by the administration and commit heinous acts because they did not feel repercussions. However, a staff turnover will help show students, teachers, and administrators that CMS is cracking down on this behavior. Combined with increased focus on Title IX training for teachers and administrators, Myers Park High School can once again be a safe place for students to learn and for teachers to teach. While this action on the part of the board is a great beginning in the reform of Myers Park and CMS, it needs to be just that, a beginning. The work needing to be done with Myers Park and CMS goes deeper than a single issue, a single administrator, or a single perpetrator. We, the students of Myers Park High School, will not stop demanding change until we receive the school environment we deserve. And we hope that you will continue to walk with us on the path to a brighter future of CMS.
Therefore, our question to you is, what action are you going to take to help continue this change? Thank you.
Thank you.
As a mom who is engaged in her children's education, I was here a month ago at the last school board meeting, and I want to thank all the teachers who were here, both those who spoke and those who supported, because I was worried that the faculty and administration would not be open to my concerns or dignity as a parent. And thank you, you all proved me right. I heard teachers state that they know better for my kids than I do. I heard, if you don't like it, there's the door. I heard a lot of gaslighting, but what concerned me the most was what I saw in the seats. Teachers moaning at MLK quotes, teachers sitting during the Pledge of Allegiance, teachers chiding parents as stupid, racist, and evil, teachers flipping off and making a threatening gesture toward a fellow teacher who simply disagrees. The parents who show up here are the ones who are active and engaged and care. They are the ones that would volunteer if they could. They are the ones who would buy your teachers as many school supplies as they need. But the message was clear. Your teachers at CMS despise these parents. Your teachers think we are evil. Your teachers hate us. And those who don't are afraid to say otherwise because of the mean girls who never left high school. All the teachers who showed such profane contempt for parents should be ashamed of themselves, and every one of you should be embarrassed. I will be taking my child's $12,000 enrollment and high test scores out of the CMS system. And as for the 8 teachers who sat through the Pledge of Allegiance, as I left, there were demonstrators marching for a free Cuba. They were carrying with them Cuban and American flags. The American flag represents freedom, freedom to earn, freedom to love, freedom of thought. Many people have sacrificed their very lives to taste it. Maybe you should start being grateful for your American privilege.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. All right, we have one more speaker, and that's Stephanie Sneed.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Sneed of the Black Political Caucus, Charlotte. I'm here because there is a state of emergency in Charlotte. Homelessness, affordable housing, and of course, COVID are all emergencies. But I'm here to continue to shine a light on a long-standing emergency that infiltrates every aspect of development of the city, and that is the unacceptable performance outcomes of CMS students, particularly those that look like me. You acknowledged in your 2016-17 CMS Breaking the Link report that there were significant educational gaps between white and black students. Yet even prior to COVID, there has been no improvement in closing these gaps and no improvements on the college and career readiness of African American students. Representing 25% of the district, there are 42 low-performing schools that are also majority minority. Approximately 70% of black students grades 3 through 8 are not reading at a college or career readiness levels, and all of these students are entitled to a multi-tiered systems of support, yet only 3.2% have verified MTSS plans. I could go on, but this is just a snapshot of how there is a disservice occurring with our students, family, and our city. It is understood that the board is undergoing important governance training. In this work, it is imperative that it results in CMS having bold, intentional, and transformative acts to change the trajectory of those entrusted to its care. In the meantime, the BPC is specifically asking that this transformation begin by having a laser focus on the 42 lowest performing schools, starting by using ARP dollars at those schools for reading specialists, after-school tutoring programs, online tutoring hours, technology, specialized teacher development and training geared towards changing outcomes, hiring of experienced personnel for development of school improvement plans, and for developing MTSS plans. We can no longer remain silent on this issue and remain steadfast to this cause until there is bold actions and transformations. The BPC looks forward to further discussions with you about your efforts.
Thank you. All right. So, colleagues, we're now going to move on to our consent agenda. Is there a motion that the board approve the consent agenda items?
So moved. Second.
Okay, before we move to a vote, does any board member wish to pull any part of this item for individual consideration? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Do we have any opposed? So the motion passes 6-2. Mr. Superintendent, would you like to share the personnel news with us?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, board members. Now I would like to share several personnel appointments, 9 to be exact. And I will start with Mr. Christopher Bernard, who is now the new and proud principal of James Martin Middle School. Mr. Bernard previously served as the principal of University Meadows Elementary School, where he has been in that role since 2014. He has also served as a Dean of Instruction at Druid Hills Academy, as well as a resident principal with the New Leaders Program at Druid Hills. And he has taught in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, both at Bruns Avenue as well as Hidden Valley Elementary School. It gives me great pleasure to again announce Mr. Bernard as the new principal at James Martin Middle School. Mr. Bernard, if you would like to, for a brief second, just share some remarks, I would invite you to do so. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, Madam Chair, board members. I appreciate the honor of leading James Martin and appreciate your approval. Mr. Wall, my committee who loses me and gains me at the same time. Thank you for me. I appreciate your support throughout this process. To my family at home who's watching, thank you for supporting me in the transition from being elementary school to middle school, which is a whole new world, my wife tells me and assures me, so I'm excited about that. To my Meadows family, thank you for these 7 years of growth together. They've meant the world to me. And this is a choice where I moved to James Martin to inherit my 5th graders who are feeding into that middle school. So I'm really excited about this opportunity. To the new Martin family, we're going to do great things, Cougar family, so I appreciate you and look forward to meeting everybody. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Next, I would like to recognize Mr. Casimir Bundrick as the new principal of West Mecklenburg High School. Mr. Bundrick previously served as an assistant principal at West Mecklenburg, as well as an AP at Highland Renaissance Academy and Garinger High School. Prior to that, he served as the Dean of Students at Harding University High, as well as an acting dean, administrative intern, and social studies teacher, all at Harding University High. Mr. Bundrick, would you please stand and provide any brief remarks that you would like to?
First of all, just thank you to the board, to Superintendent Winston for the opportunity. I'm blessed to be at West Mecklenburg. It's truly an opportunity where you are where you're supposed to be. I'm blessed to have the leadership in front of me of the Northwest Learning Community, and most importantly to my support to my right, my wife. I just could not be here without her, without them, and certainly without you. West Meck is a special place. It's been 6 years for me, and going on hopefully many, many more. But it's really, really a great thing, and most importantly to Mr. Casey Jones, who is transitioning to Olympic, to continue his efforts and work because it's been so impactful to the students of the community. It's big shoes to fill, but just a great opportunity for me to step into. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Bundrick. Next up, I would like to introduce Dr. Nathan Curie as the new principal of Bruns Avenue Elementary School. Dr. Curry is currently the principal at Cumberland Academy with Cumberland County Schools. Prior to that, he was head of schools for the North Carolina Cyber Academy and also served as an assistant superintendent of administration for Rowan Salisbury School System. He's also served as a principal there in Rowan Salisbury, as well as the director of middle schools for Duplin County Schools. Did I get that correctly?
Got
Ms.
it
Marshall?
right.
Excellent, thank you. As well as an assistant principal at North Rowan Middle School. I am excited to again announce Dr. Curry as the new principal of Bruns Avenue Elementary School. I don't think Dr. Curry is with us. Thank you for making that journey. I would also like to invite you to share a few brief remarks.
Well, thank you so much. I love the title doctor, but we still got a couple more months on it. I'm excited to come to Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools to bring over 20-some years of experience in turnaround schools. I'm looking forward to working with the staff, the community, the parents, most importantly, teachers at Bruns Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. Next up, and I see him in the back of the room, Mr. Travaris Hicks. I am pleased to announce him as the next principal of Tuckasegee Elementary School. Currently, Mr. Hicks is the unassistant principal at North Mecklenburg High School. He has also served as an AP at Eastway Middle, as well as a Dean of Students at Vance, or what was formerly known as Vance, now Julius Chambers High School. He also served as a teacher and principal intern at North Ridge Middle, as well as a teacher at Lebanon Road Elementary. Mr. Hicks, congratulations. I'd invite you to share some brief remarks.
Wow. Thank you to the board for this entire process. I appreciate my learning community, my new learning community. Thank you for your support throughout this long process, and to my family, I wouldn't be here without you today. I appreciate you all keeping me humble, and you all keeping me, intentional about the task of giving back and making changes in the lives of our students. To my new family at Tuckasegee, I'm excited and I'm ecstatic about the opportunity to serve, and I can't wait to get to work. Let's make history.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. We cannot wait either. Next up, Miss Kimberly King. I am honored to announce her as the new principal, the first principal of Charlotte Virtual Elementary School. Ms. King previously served as Director of Virtual Learning and Media Services, an assistant principal at Montclair Elementary School, as well as an academic facilitator, data coach, and technology facilitator at Pinewood Elementary School. In addition, she served as a principal intern at Pinewood and a teacher at Forest View Elementary School in Durham Public Schools. Ms. King, congratulations, and I would invite you to stand and give brief remarks.
Superintendent Winston and members of the board, I'm so honored to take this position. I want to say thank you to Tara Sullivan and Leah Davis for allowing me to join Central 2 Learning Community. I want to also thank the amazing leaders, including Trish Sexton, Brandy Nelson, and the amazing mentors that I've been so fortunate to have in CMS. I want to thank my husband for being here to support me, and my family, my children who are watching at home right now. And to the families of the brand new virtual elementary school, we are going to have an amazing year, and I cannot wait to meet you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Next up, I would like to introduce Ms. Sarah Lang as the new principal of Charlotte East Language Academy. Ms. Lang has served at Charlotte East Language Academy since its opening in 2018 as an assistant principal. She's also served as an AP at Sterling Elementary, a principal intern at Albemarle Road Elementary, as well as a principal intern at Julius L. Chambers High School. She has also served as a sheltered instruction observation protocol specialist and coach for EL services, as well as a teacher at Albemarle Road and Thomasboro Academy. Ms. Lane, congratulations, and please stand and, if you would like, provide brief remarks.
Thank you, Superintendent Winston and members of the board. I especially want to thank
Carol Sawyer for your steadfast support of Charlotte East since our inception. I would love to express thanks to my husband who has to be at work, get up for work at 2 o'clock in the morning, and my children who go to the best school in CMS Charlotte East Language Academy, and my Dean of Students, Jennifer Moore, for being here to support me tonight. I especially want to say thank you to our founding principal, Carmen Concepcion, for her guidance and leadership. I'm really looking forward to building on the foundation, the great foundation she started at Charlotte East, and bringing us to be that beacon school in the East Charlotte community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lane. Next up is Dr. Laura Rosenbach. Dr. Rosenbach, who I had the pleasure of working with at Julius L. Chambers High School, is going to become one of the executive directors in the Central One Learning Community. Currently, Dr. Rosenbach serves as the principal of Huff High School. She's also been a principal at Francis Bradley Middle School, as well as an interim principal at Mallard Creek High School, an assistant principal at Mallard Creek, and assistant principal and intern at Julius L. Chambers High School. She also taught at Julius L. Chambers High School. And Dr. Rosenbach, it is my pleasure to announce you as one of 2 executive directors in the Central One Learning Community. Would invite you to share some remarks if you'd like.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Winston and School Board, especially this chief who I've been with for the last 11 years. I am super excited for this opportunity to serve Central One and want to thank Aquanetta Edmonds, Aaron Joplin, and all the mentors I've had over the last 22 years that have been great support. And I'm super excited to work with Dr. Bars and Central One. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rosenbach. Last but not least, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Brian Schultz back home to Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools as our new Chief Operations Officer. Currently, Mr. Schultz serves as acting interim superintendent for Cabarrus County Schools, and he has also served as a deputy superintendent for administrative services, as well as assistant superintendent for auxiliary services, all in Cabarrus County Schools. Prior to that, he served as a chief academic officer in Guilford County Schools, and he was chief academic officer in Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools. He's been a learning community executive director for the Northeast Learning Community in particular, and he has also served as principal of Torrance Creek Elementary, as well as the director of elementary education and a principal, as well as an assistant principal of instruction, all for Cabarrus County Schools. Mr. Schultz, I would invite you to give some brief remarks if you'd like to.
Yeah, thank you. That long list makes me feel really old. Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Winston, thank you so much. I'm really, really humbled and honored to be here. I'd like to introduce the most important person in my life, my wife, Vicki. She's an amazing support network to me. And as you see, the chief academic officer experience and the principal experience, I know full well what students need for their learning environments on the way to school, during school, and after school. And I look forward to supporting that through the chief operating officer role here in Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools. I look forward to reacquainting myself with my former colleagues and current friends, and I look forward to meeting many more colleagues in this process. So thank you, and humble request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. And I think I got a little ahead of myself when I said last but not least. We have one more. Dr. Ann White, who is now our Associate Superintendent of Student Services. Dr. White previously served as Assistant Superintendent for Exceptional Children's Programs. Prior to that, she served as an executive director of the North Learning Community, principal of Hickory High School for Hickory Public Schools, director of curriculum and instruction for Hickory Public Schools, director of accountability, as well as a principal at the elementary level at 2 different schools in Hickory, and she began her career as a teacher in Hickory Public Schools. Dr. White, excited to have you in this new role, and I would also like to invite you to stand and provide brief remarks if you would like.
Thank you so much. I'm just so honored to have the position. Thank you to the board, and thank you, Matt, and I'm just thrilled to be on the team and continue to serve students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. White. Madam Chair, that concludes our personnel appointments for this evening.
Thank you. There were a lot of them tonight. So congratulations to everybody. All right, we're going to move on to our reports and information items. First, we've got a report on budget amendments for June 2021. I turn to the superintendent for this report.
As presented.
All right, next we've got report on capital project ordinances for June 2021. Turning to you for this report.
As presented.
All right. Next, we are going to hear a report on the opening of schools for the 2021 to the 2022 academic year. I'm about to turn to the superintendent for this report, but first let me just let board members know that it's a pretty lengthy report, so we're going to pause halfway through after they finish up the academic section, and then we'll each get to ask, each get up to 5 minutes to ask questions, so you'll get your 5-minute turn. You don't have to fill it up, but we'll each get questions, and we'll keep track of the time. And at the end, you'll get another round of questions when the report is finished with 5 minutes each. And with that, I turn to you, Mr. Superintendent.
Good evening again, Madam Chair and members of the board. I will keep my remarks brief as the team assembles at the podium. And the reason I'm going to keep my remarks brief is because I know that there is much interest in the report of our district leaders who will present over the next several minutes. It is a great time of the year with the calendar turning to August and with Camp CMS now complete. Our full attention is on the opening of schools for the 2021-2022 school year. And as we have stated, we plan to open and operate schools as close to normal as possible. We must remain vigilant as the Delta variant has led to increases in COVID cases and hospitalizations at rates not seen since the start of this calendar year. But we believe we are prepared to open schools and keep them open. One factor that leads to our confidence is the availability of effective vaccines. I will repeat our encouragement that all eligible staff and students please get vaccinated. Public health experts locally, statewide, and across the nation say this is the best way for us to regain some control over the virus. Speaking of vaccines, there will be a vaccine clinic at our education center in early September. We hope that those who haven't been vaccinated will take the opportunity to do so immediately. But the clinic will be available for those who need it. Before turning things over to our staff to present on the opening of schools, I want to offer some assurance to staff and families. You might have heard earlier some of our principal and staff appointments that involve transferring leaders from one assignment to another. All principals moving to new roles will remain in their current principal roles at their current schools for the first several weeks of the school year. We want to make sure schools open as smoothly as possible, and we believe that we have current principals who will help us do that. I will also mention that there will be some information about Camp CMS presented in this report. but a deeper dive into that summer program and its impact on students will happen at an upcoming board meeting. At this time, I want to turn things over to our leadership team, and I want to thank our team. I want to thank our team because I'm excited that the start of the school year is just around the corner, with staff reporting next week and students on Wednesday, August 25th. Some staff and students will start school in brand new buildings at exactly 3 new schools and 1 replacement school. Many elementary and middle school students also will start in a new school, albeit virtual, as we open virtual academies for grades 3 through 5 and 6 through 8 for the first time. We are looking forward to a successful school year with teaching and learning in person. With that, I am going to toss it over to Dr. Matt Hayes, our Deputy Superintendent of Academics.
Thank you, Superintendent Winston, Madam Chair, and Board. We're excited this evening to come to you to share our readiness in receiving students in only 14 days. I think it's very important for us to remember the summer has flown by for all of us very quickly, but a lot of work has gone into preparing not only for this evening, but also preparing to receive students back into our schoolhouses. And first of all, I want to thank all of our team for doing that. I also want to thank all of our building leaders that are out there, and especially all of our teachers for all the hard work that they've done in preparation to receive students in this upcoming year, and for all the work that they did over the last 17 months as they receive students in various modalities of learning. I just want to say thank you to all of them. This evening in our agenda, we have both houses of the sides of the House that will be here to present to you. We have the academics team, and we'll be able to speak about Camp CMS, the Accountability Department, Equity and School Performance Department. We'll have Learning and Teaching be able to present to us this evening, and also Student Services. We will pause after an academic section to take brief questions. Then we will open up with operations, where they will discuss facilities, operations, staff, safety, and health and safety. We will then return to Superintendent Winston for any closing remarks and final questions for that second group. Our focus this evening, which is key to all of us, is around continuous improvement. Continuous improvement is key as we come off of our 17 months, over the past 17 months. And it's key to us to really be able to highlight the lessons learned over those 17 months in the pandemic and where we've been able to grow. Redesigning practices to better meet the needs of our students throughout CMS, not some students, but all students. We are committed in this upcoming year to upholding our commitment to our students across CMS, all students. Continuing to provide a high-quality instruction and professional development opportunities that respond to students' outcomes in our 6 focus areas that have been outlined by our superintendent. They're aligned directly with the strategic plan that's been outlined by our board. We're implementing changes with fidelity, and we need to just make sure that everyone understands that with fidelity also comes the opportunity for multi-year efforts. This is not a flip of the switch coming out of 17 months of where we've been with the work that needs to be done. It will take us a multi-year effort to get this corrected. In understanding that we are not out of the entire grasp of a pandemic. Our pandemic still is still at our doorstep, and we understand that. We are ready to provide a safe environment for our students as they return into our school buildings and also to our athletic fields and our extracurricular activities, and you'll hear more about that this evening as well. So at this point in time, to launch us into our presentation past this point and to give us some more information on Camp CMS, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Tangela Williams.
Good evening, Board Chair, Board members, Superintendent Winston. As Dr. Hayes alluded to, we are coming out of 17 months of a pandemic, and we are going to talk a little bit tonight on a topic that we're pretty much familiar with, Camp CMS, because we've talked about it for the last 2 board meetings. But as Dr. Hayes said, the last 17 months we've been in a pandemic, and CMS has utilized Camp CMS as our first implementation of a strategy to help prepare our students for the 21-22 school year. So on this slide, we are just reminded of the components of Camp CMS. and the content, the courses that were offered at each grade level, each grade span. In addition, we are reminded on this slide of the services that were provided to our special populations and of the curricular resources that were utilized throughout the 6 weeks. A reminder again of Camp CMS's objective, which was to increase student mastery and deepen understanding of high priority grade level standards by providing students with time, instruction, and opportunities to access grade level content. At the end of the day, we want our students to be more proficient and more able to say that they have mastered the standards. But in addition to mastering standards, we know also that Camp CMS served additional benefits to students and served additional purposes. Two of those purposes were that our students will experience less summer learning loss, the students that did participate in Camp CMS. And also, the students that participated benefit from a consistent in-person school experience through reacclimation to the physical and social school environment. This slide reminds us, tells us the registration and attendance information that we have so far. And I will say that these data are preliminary data for attendance for Camp CMS. Overall, we did have 30,432 students enrolled in our Camp CMS portal. 19,575 of those students were deemed at risk. And the chart there shows you the weekly attendance average for each of the 6 weeks of Camp CMS. I will not read the numbers to you, but you can see that there was a steady decline in attendance over the 6 weeks of the camp, whereas we didn't get the attendance that we hoped for over the 6 weeks. We are grateful for the students that did attend, and we are confident that the students that did attend for the 6 weeks consistently will experience benefits in the positive from Camp CMS. A topic of interest for this evening is our measures of student success. So this slide does remind us of the 4 measures that we are going to present on as Superintendent Winston alluded to at a subsequent board meeting. Those measures of success are, we are looking for 100% of students in grades K through 2 to move through 4 or more microphase cycles over the 6-week camp. We are looking for 80% of our students in grades K through 7 who have mastered or made progress towards mastery of the taught and tested standards that were taught during Camp CMS. We are also looking for 80% of students in grades 9 through 12 who previously failed a course to have earned credit for that course over our summer program. And we also were required by the state to administer what is called a comprehensive assessment. And the assessment that we used for that was MAP. And we will have recommendations given to us by NWEA as to what our growth goals should be for that MAP assessment over the 6 weeks. This report is based on our readiness to open school. And so we do have some lessons learned, as Dr. Hayes alluded to, that we need to pay attention to as we move into the 21-22 school year. So when we look at what happened during Camp CMS on the teaching and learning side, there are lots of lessons learned that we know would be a good benefit to our students and our staff should we continue those practices into the 21-22 school year. Some of those practices are to continue to provide core instruction that's focused on high leverage, grade level standard instruction. Also, to regularly assess and monitor progress towards those standards that are taught. We also want to ensure that we utilize assessment and progress monitoring data to inform daily small group instruction. Small group instruction was one thing that was mandated by the state to be implemented during Camp CMS, and that's something that happened every day in our K through 8 classrooms for sure. And that is definitely a best practice to continue into the 21-22 school year so that students can get that one-on-one direct instruction. In addition, we want to continue to provide high-quality research-based instructional resources and materials to teachers as were provided during the camp. And we want to make sure we ensure that teachers and students engage in that face-to-face direct instruction, inclusive of verbal interaction and collaboration. Of course, this reduces the screen time and enlists technology as a strategy or a tool to enhance instruction, not as the main tool to provide instruction. And finally, to incorporate opportunities for students to participate in high-interest enrichment opportunities and elective activities that integrate academic standards and content. And that was something certainly that we tried to do through Camp CMS with our themed weeks to keep kids engaged and interested in what they were learning. And with that, I will toss it to Dr. Frank Barnes for the accountability portion.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. On September 1st, Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, along with other school districts across the state, as well as the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, will be able to present both an accurate and thorough review of the impact of the pandemic on our academic outcomes. We have some of those data elements now, though we have others that we're still awaiting. But I want to let you know that in our internal review of those preliminary results, the impacts of the pandemic on academic performance have been deep and wide-ranging. And we need to be acknowledged and be prepared to support students based on those results. It is humbling and it's consistent with what we're hearing anecdotally from our peers across the country. And so I think as we discuss the opening of school and the first quarter and the quarter after that, we're going to have to prepare ourselves for a multi-year effort to repeat what Dr. Hayes repeated, that in order to get back to where we were and to gain the ground that was lost, it will take a multi-year effort. And we'll have to work both with the community and other sectors of government to be able to do that in an effective way. Camp CMS, as Dr. Williams outlined, was the first step of that process. And we look forward to bringing you a thorough accounting of the impact of that effort in the weeks to come as we get ready for school and the release of those data on September 1st. After we have a thorough and accurate review of our 2021 results, we'll be able to come to you, make some recommendations for targets for this year and the subsequent years. Let you, in your appropriate role of governance, say here's what our goals would be, and we'll get after them quickly and readily. We have 6 student outcome priorities for this year, which are aligned with our existing strategic plan 2024. Those 6, I won't bother to read them to you because they are embedded in our strategic plan, but these will be the things that will be our governing light posts to say, what are we going after this school year? This review of these student outcome priorities will be pursued through an iterative continuous improvement process. This process, this planning, doing, checking, and acting will be something we'll come back to you, come back to our community, and work under the leadership of Mr. Winston to make sure we're continually pushing ourselves to get better, recognizing that where we start can't be where we finish. This process is planning, doing, checking, and acting will be governed by a set of different system components. Will be outcomes focused, being grounded in a set of leading indicators. When I say leading indicators, what we mean is as we look at these lagging indicators here, these are telling us, looking backwards, how did we do at the end of the game, if you will? Leading indicators help us look forward. How are we likely to do on these set of indicators? And we've identified a set of indicators that either research or field knowledge let us know that they are correlated with performance in those lagging indicators. And we'll be using those and even modifying them or adding to them as appropriate. We'll be data informed, using specifics that mark metrics, targets, and data to inform our actions. We'll work to be timely, making sure we're working based on an established cadence of coming to you, coming to our community, and working internally to make sure that we're making continuous improvement. We'll be action-oriented, making sure that we're having robust conversations that drive action and foster improvement or sustain the current trajectory when it's on mark with where we want to go and where we want to be. And we'll be both collaborative and supportive, but having problem-solving conversations to remove barriers. This is the work that we'll be doing in both sides of the house, markedly in the academic side under the leadership of Dr. Hayes, to make sure that we continue to make improvements. And with that, I want to hand things over to my colleague, Dr. Condra Ratley, who I must say is one of the strongest equity and school performance officers that we have in the country, and I'm glad to have as her colleague here in Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools.
Good evening. The continuous improvement model that Dr. Barnes just shared would also be applied at the school level as well, and that will be done through school improvement planning. So what you see before you on the left side are 5 school improvement plan indicators that are outlined in our NC STAR format, which is the School Improvement Plan Management System. All schools will, at minimum, establish goals that are aligned to the indicators that you see above, which, as you see, are standards-aligned units of instruction, tiered instructional systems that are aligned with individual needs of students, being attentive to student emotional states and providing supports and interventions, making sure that the principal is monitoring curriculum and classroom instruction regularly, and regularly communicating with parents and guardians about what can be done at home to help support their children's learning, but more importantly, how we can partner with them in doing so. Different this year is a crosswalk document that you see on the right side. It is small as it is a snapshot, however, it is a hyperlink as well, so you can click on it and see the larger version. And that crosswalk is a walk between our district focus areas, which are aligned to this strategic plan, as well as those NC STAR indicators, which are aligned to strategic plan. So it provides a snapshot of where all of those areas connect or intersect. Also this year, we'll have an increased focus on tight alignment of school improvement plans to the strategic plan goals. And that will guide our district-level progress monitoring efforts on specific student achievement outcomes. You also saw those outlined in Dr. Barnes' slides as well. Finally, the learning community and equity teams will review the school improvement plans, but not just from a compliance standpoint, such as the makeup of the school improvement team. That will be done as well, but additionally from a strategic standpoint to ensure that the strategies and actions outlined in plans actually lead to goal. The equity and school performance leaders will utilize instructional monitoring tools that's also shared with principals and district leaders to develop next step actions based on data. That data will be collected on a regular basis throughout the year. And the Office of Equity and School Performance remains committed to include leader development, as well as collaborating with district teams, as you see some here tonight, and hold schools accountable for as we support them with disrupting practices that perpetuate inequities. At this point in time, I'll turn it over to our Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Nancy Brightwell.
Thank you and good evening. I'd like to take a quick moment to thank Beth Thompson for being up here with me since taking on the new role of CAO recently. She's been an invaluable support, guide, and thought partner to me, and just a great person to work with, and it's just been an honor. So she's here to help answer questions as they may arise afterward. So where are we going amidst all of the challenges in terms of teaching and learning going forward into next year? We've implemented new core curriculum in math and ELA, as we know, in grades kindergarten through 8th grade over the past few years. This year, we'll continue with our implementation phase in those grade levels, and we'll be adding on additionally new curriculum for Math 1 and English 1. So I'd like to just share some of the implementation process with regard to bringing on a new curriculum such as the English 1 curriculum. So in this example, this slide just shares with you some of the many places where internal and external voices were a part of and at the table as we began to vet potential curricular resource vendors, looked at pacing guides, looked at whether or not they fit the feedback related to our strategic plan, whether or not the program aligned well to our existing EL curriculum. And so through that process, we were able to land on Springboard for our English 1. Math 1 was a slightly different process because, as you may know, we are one of the few states that has a traditional math curriculum, and we did not find, in fact, a curricular resource vendor who was very standard aligned. And so in the case of Math 1 curriculum design, we chose to go through an interview process to find candidates who were very strong in their deep curriculum knowledge and their ability to help us to write that curriculum ourselves. And we're quite pleased with the products that have occurred through that. And so this slide just shows you at a very broad level the basic phases that were gone through as we began to go through the curriculum adoption and implementation process. And so we really want to focus as we go into this upcoming school year with really paying attention to our mindsets, values, and beliefs around utilizing this core curriculum to ensure that all students are able to master grade level standards, including unfinished learning and instruction. Having the curriculum, however, is not enough. We know that a huge focus for us going into next year needs to be focused on our professional development. And so this helps us to explain that any of our professional development going into next year will first and foremost start with an opportunity for teachers to reflect on their own internal mindsets, beliefs, that might influence their practices. And then grounded in that, all professional development will be centered around 3 specific learning targets: belonging and partnership, monitoring student success, and strong instruction. And as well, the instructional leaders will have that same additional focus that teachers will have. So the professional development will mirror that with the additional component of ensuring that our instructional leaders have a strong skill set and capacity in their effectiveness and ability to lead effective planning sessions, coaching teachers, and engaging teachers and teacher teams and data analysis to monitor successful implementation of our curricula. And so this is just a reminder to us that while we have some internal professional development that is planned and scoped out for this year, you'll see strong emphasis on our Mastery Connect, our new assessment learning platform that will support our continuous monitoring of student progress toward our specific goals. But highlighted in the columns in purple are professional development experiences that are mandated by the state. So for example, our pre-K through 5th grade teachers will be engaged in a year-long focus with letters curriculum. Obviously, we have a new diagnostic tool with M-Class that our elementary folks will be learning more about and have already started. And then, of course, our state-required early literacy inventory that happens for kindergarten, as well as, of course, the ongoing training that will be happening for our middle and high school students, teachers, and instructional leaders who are getting new curriculum. So let's take a look at the teacher experience. Of course, the teacher is at the center of this model. And all arrows pointing outward share learning experiences that our teachers will have in a continuous learning process throughout the year. The green arrows indicate learning that will be delivered by the district level staff, and the purple arrows indicate learning that will take place in an ongoing way at the school level. The district will be providing on-demand learning platform aligned to district goals to provide flexibility with space and time, as well as to support NCDPI required professional development. Secondly, consultation and access to content and area specialists will support further professional development and job-embedded training for our teachers. Similarly, as we look at the service delivery model for our instructional leaders, you'll notice that the arrows pointing out on the orange side show the district level support that will be provided for our instructional leaders to equip them with the skill sets and competencies to be able to support strong instruction in our schools and in our classrooms. And the purple arrows reflect the school level professional development that will be occurring. And so just in summary, the cadence of our professional development, which will be a huge focus for us going into the 21-22 school year, emphasizes that all CMS teachers will be provided with extensive professional development, and that will happen during all of our required teacher work days. And they will also have access to 2 self-paced pathways, 1 each semester, for continued professional development. That would include, of course, the new social studies curriculum coming on board this year as well. The teachers implementing Math 1 and English 1 will, of course, have intensive professional development to support their first year of implementation. And in addition, we know we have some teachers who came on board with the new curriculum during the pandemic, so we'll be offering some additional high-level professional development as an optional additional support at the district level. And then our instructional leaders, we're looking forward to engaging them with half-day learning experiences where they will be doing learning walks, looking for those core actions that Dr. Ratley referred to, and collecting data on effectiveness of best professional development and to what degree is it showing up in improved teacher practices and student outcomes. And then on our early release days, school leadership teams will have an opportunity to designate professional development that's aligned to their specific goals and, of course, aligned to our strategic plan as well. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. White to share with you about student services.
Thank you. So my comments on the following slides will focus on the impact of the pandemic on the whole child and how student services will be responding. We are all coming back different than we left in March 2020. Some of our students will have increased needs in the areas of health, wellness, and the ability to access instruction. In terms of health, we know that students may be coming back with new health concerns, and to that end, we'll be providing accommodations and services on health-related plans that limit risk for exposure for students with special health care needs through IEPs, through 504s, and through individualized health care plans. We'll also be providing ongoing access to nurse extender services in the schools, as well as, you've already heard about, hosting school-based vaccine clinics to support the health and wellness of students and staff. We know that students are coming back having experienced varying degrees of trauma related to the impact of COVID on them and their families. To support them, we will provide support from school counselors, social workers, school psychologists, school-based mental health therapists for students with mental health needs, and including providing direct services as well as assistance in developing plans for students. As an aside, the school-based mental health program is offered in approximately 130 schools. This program is a partnership between CMS and community mental health partners, and we're really excited to use funds to broaden the availability of funded services for underinsured and uninsured students. We'll also provide support, which will include district-wide usage of panorama social emotional screening data to identify and respond to student needs. Staff will use this to help develop individualized plans for students. High school students will also have the benefit of a newly adopted 9 through 12 social emotional learning curriculum, and K-8 students will continue to receive the SEL curriculum previously launched. We'll be providing professional development to school staff through the mental health improvement plan on a variety of topics, including how to refer students for support, how to report abuse, the CMS suicide risk assessment protocol. We're also providing for core behavior specialists who have been placed into the learning communities with Dr. Ratley. The focus of these staff members is to support teachers with professional development in the area of core behavior, equity, restorative practices, and the resiliency model. And we also know that students are coming back with a host of learning needs and challenges that might prevent them from fully accessing their learning. And to address these concerns, we'll have increased access to primary language supports via interpreters to increase student access to emotional, behavioral, and academic support from staff, wraparound support for newly enrolled language minority students through the International Center, expanded use of before and after school activities for homeless students through the provision of enhanced transportation services, individualized considerations for students with specialized learning needs, like students with disabilities who need accommodations, modifications, or specially designed instruction, as well as tapping into curricular resources for English language learners connected to the core curriculum and language development standards.
So, Madam Chair, at this point in time, we'll turn it back over to you for questions.
All right, so that was the academics portion of our opening of schools report. And Dr. Jones, you have 5 minutes worth of questions. You can go first.
First of all, great report. This is about outcomes. This is about what's important. You, as a staff, you work hard, long. People don't realize the arduous task is probably the heaviest lift this time of the year to get schools open and ready. I wish that you all could have been first when that audience was up there to hear, to know the commitment that CMS staff and principals and central office and just everyone working toward that goal. Now we have this dedicated group here who's about good teaching, high expectations. They're still here, but it's late that we would put the most important thing at the end. Thank you very much. I'm especially happy to hear that we are lessening this chromatized era that we had been in for so long, and we are doing active, engaging instruction. This makes me feel good. I'm really emotional about this. We are focusing on students and instruction. We are doing what the Board of County Commissioners criticized us about. They said they wanted, quote, I wrote it down, specific, actionable strategies. That's what's happening. That's what I hear. I know good schooling when I hear it. 50 years in the business. This board needs to be concerned with what we say we want to have happen, improving outcomes. I thank you. I probably have missed saying some things, but you really helped my blood pressure for this evening.
All right. Who else? Any other questions? Ms. Sawyer?
Yeah, appreciate the report. Can you tell me what additional resources, human resources, we may be deploying to support this with our various COVID funds? Are we providing additional coaches? Are we providing additional short-term staff to allow more small group instruction? How are we implementing resources in our academic plan?
Right now, what we're doing is we're focusing on 3 areas: the reopening our schools, the reentry of our students, and their re-engagement. We're in the process of identifying a set of leads since we've last talked with you around our American Recovery Plan Act. We've met with 6 to 7 additional groups to be able to get their input on some of the things they mentioned here at this lectern, to be able to identify those investments. Our first priority, human capital-wise, there's one operational that we'll let you talk about in a few minutes, but also to make sure that we're having highly qualified, as many highly effective teachers in front of our students. But what we're looking at is we need more interventionists. What's in some districts they call interventionists.
Intervention, I'm sorry.
Interventionists, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And we're looking to stand up different types of efforts, which can be things like after-school, weekend programs. Those are things we're looking at based on the feedback we're getting to make larger American Recovery Plan plans based on that input from constituents.
I'll just add that we're also maximizing on the talent that we currently have while all of those pieces that Dr. Barnes mentioned actually comes to fruition. And so what I mean by that is that we have a number of specialists from our student support services teams as well as our academics team, and we're already collaborating to help ensure that those individuals in the school, meaning the adults in the school, are getting the additional supports that they need so that they can be freed up in order to do those extra practices such as the small group instruction, effective PLC planning, and all of those pieces.
Thank you.
That's it? Okay. I've got Ms. Byers-Bailey, and then Ms. Delahara, and then Ms. Marshall.
I'm excited. This is awesome. I listened to it. I read it. I'm impressed. Now, only a couple of questions I have. First of all, what's a learning walk?
A learning walk.
Learning walk. It was on page 30 and 31. What is it?
Be happy to. I'll start off and then I'll pass it over to Dr. Ratliff if she wants to add anything to this. So when we talk about a learning walk, it's where we have our district staff. It's also what our principals do in the schools, any leadership in the school. And what they do is a walk in classrooms. We have what are called core actions. And in those core actions, we're looking for specific things inside the classroom. One of those is standard aligned, right? Teaching and learning that's taking place and opportunities for students to be able to share that learning and apply that learning inside the classroom. Please understand it's a snapshot of what happens, but then over time, with the regularity of those being done in a pattern, then you're able to start putting things together. We're able to start providing supports to those schools based off of specific things that we see that may not be specifically aligned to standards in support of our students. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'll be more than happy to send you a copy of what that core action walkthrough tool looks like so you can take a peek at it.
I'm thinking, is that something I need to go walk or?
And I hate to, but we actually were working on that as COVID came into place, and we actually were looking forward in April of the year when COVID hit, was to take all of you on one of those learning walks. So we will definitely provide that opportunity to you in the future here to be able to walk with us and go through one of those learning opportunities. It's just great to see the kids and the great teaching that's happening throughout the district. Yes,
I look forward to it. The other question I had was, I'm awed by the fact that we got the Envision math for K-5, we got opened up for 6-8, but then we had to write our own curriculum for 9-12. So math, that's the math one. You want to talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. We in North Carolina have integrated math standards, which is different from most states that are across the country. For that reason, there was not a curriculum that was going to be completely aligned to North Carolina standards. So our option was to either seek to purchase a curriculum that is not aligned and then have to make it aligned ourselves, or to partner with national experts through student achievement partners to actually write our own that would be based off of deep national research and support to have a curricula that is actually all the way aligned. And I will say that we have just finished 2 weeks with our high school English and math teachers, 3-day institutes, and I believe the stats today were that we had upwards in the 90% of our high school teachers who gave us really great feedback and reviews regarding both the curriculum and the professional experience in which they're getting started.
Okay. I guess I'm curious about what it is you all are going to be teaching that nobody else is doing but North Carolina. So, I'm not sure how you answer that question other than just let me watch it or something. I don't know.
Yes, we could totally provide you with those standards, but in essence, instead of the standards being broken up, probably how we learned, such as Algebra 1 or geometry, there are standards within Algebra 1, geometry, calculus, et cetera, that spiral throughout the years of high school math, so that if perhaps you struggled in one math course, then you have opportunities in a subsequent math course to be able to continue to learn and develop mastery. In other words, reducing a one shot at getting it, but instead giving students opportunities to continue to learn it over the course of time.
Okay, so it's going to spiral through trigonometry and all of that.
You got it. Math 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
And that's 5 minutes.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. De La Hara, then Ms.
Stay,
Marshall,
Beth, actually,
then
Ms. Thompson, because I was going to ask about the math, but that was the majority of my question, but I'll just sort of wrap it up with this, because do you have any idea roundabout how many man hours went into developing that?
It was an incredible amount of man and woman hours
Yes, thank you for correcting
who
me.
worked really hard to develop that. I think the really, what I think is one of the best parts about this process, and there have been many, is that it was not done by other people in isolation, but we have actually worked with CMS teachers. So again, with the consultation of people who are have deep knowledge of math standards across our country, but they have worked with school-based and teacher teams to be able to support us in this not being a curriculum that has been created and is being done to high school math teachers, but has been developed in collaboration with high school math teachers. And it has been really powerful to watch that work unfold and then to see what the experience with teachers has been over the last 2 weeks as we orient to those materials.
Yeah, that is great. Thank you for taking the time to explain the people hours. Maybe I'll use that term moving forward. But the reason I wanted to point this out is I know as of late we've received some criticism from people who talk about funding in very specific terms. They want funding to be directly related to teachers themselves, or maybe teacher assistants, but school student-facing staff. And that's unfortunate, because central office staff is also important, because we need that central office staff, and it needs to be properly funded so that we can support the development of curriculum, so that we can support the development of professional development. And I just sort of wanted to make that point, because while I respect all of the work that our student-facing educators do, we also need to be a professional organization that has other professionals that are supporting the entirety of the organization. So I'm glad that we were able to highlight that, and I just wanted to make that point to our funding partners across the board. And then I'm sorry if we talked about COVID funding. I know Ms. Sawyer had a question, and I don't know if this was included in the answer. Am I correct that the CRISA funding, that second round of funding, is also available next summer, access to it, for also potentially another Camp CMS? I don't know if legislatively if that will happen, but I guess my question is in anticipating that, are we going to be looking at this Camp CMS data when we do get it and already trying to make decisions about how to invest maybe differently or more or less, et cetera, in future programs, maybe even for next summer? Would that be a process that we're developing?
Ms. De La Hara, I have to confirm whether CRISA dollars will be available next summer. That's something I can get back to you, but I will say definitively that the lessons that we get quantitatively and qualitatively about Camp CMS will inform future improvement efforts, supplementary efforts, whether those be in school year efforts or whether those be out of school year efforts.
Okay. Yeah, I think that will be important. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Marshall and Mr. Strain.
Thank you all. I wanted to just follow up a little bit more on our, and actually I think CRESA 2 we can utilize until 2023. So we should be able, it's a multi-year thing. In terms of the extra bodies that we're looking at adding, I think the interventionalist sort of folks, and actually interventions too, that we're going to be adding. I know our goal is to start back and see who comes, how they come, and what they need. And I think that's worthy, but I know that we don't have a lot of time once we determine that. Do you all have a timeline of when you think some of these extra things we will start to see that? And not, obviously not all roll out at the same time. Have you got a timeline on that? I think particularly for our lower performing schools too, because I know that's going to be an intensive effort, and really would like to make sure we highlight that, continue to talk about that.
Yes, ma'am. As we stated earlier, coming out of 17 months in various learning modalities and going to one learning modality of students in our school, forward-facing teachers is critical, right? So we know that. We know that our students have been impacted by the pandemic. To what degree? We don't know with the certainty that we would like to at this point in time. So that you're exactly correct. As students come back into our building, that's what we will be assessing at a fast pace. Not only just basically knowing the information we do of where they left us, but just what's happened with them over the summer, and then providing those supports. So we'll get that as fast as possible. Then we'll also be turning around and looking at what does our plan, what does our 3-year plan look like, and how will we build to that, looking at an outcome, backward mapping towards those goals in that period of time. A rough estimate, and please don't hold me to this, but I mean, we're probably having something solid to bring to the board at the quarterly review, which is part of the continuous improvement that I know has been shared with you guys on the cadence that you're working on at this point in time. So we'll be able to provide that at that point in time as well, just to kind of also align ourselves to the goals and things that we need to focus on as we work in next year. But like I said, this is not a flip the switch. Right, come back, we flip the switch, we go back to teaching, and students are learning, and we recoup everything at a fast pace. This is going to be a deliberate action that's going to have to take place by our teachers, our leadership, building the capacity, as you see here in the presentation, building the capacity of our leadership in central office to be able to deliver on the models that we need to. And you will hear me say continuously as we get started, patience and grace. We need patience and grace. We need to get the students back to where they were. And a key piece to that is being able to assess them on where they are currently and then begin to build that roadmap to get them to where we need them to be at the end.
Okay. One quick thing. I'm happy to see the, what did I want to call it? There's the document in terms of school improvement plan. The crosswalk, is that it, the crosswalk? I'm going to blow that up so I can actually see it. And that's, thank you for that. And I think that that's going to be so important. I really, really, really want to see our school-based folks be able to cite our goals, chapter and verse, and that be the focus and the alignment, and all conversations keep coming back to that. I mean, obviously, that's the basic. We want to do more, but I'm thrilled to see that, and I want to make sure that schools really, with fidelity, do that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Strain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple of questions, and I'm not sure where some of them land, but we talked about additional resources. Several of my colleagues have mentioned it. Do we have a view now of our registration numbers, particularly relative to the ADM to which we are funded? Because we know that we were held harmless last year. We had projected registration numbers rebounding to an extent, not to where it was. Do we know where those registration numbers sit now relative to the ADM to which we're funded?
Mr. Strain, I would ask Akeisha Craven-Howell to come forward to share what those numbers look like at this point. We do have plans to come back at our August 24th board meeting and to be able to share a little bit more data around that.
Thanks.
Good evening. Thank you, Superintendent Winston. We had projected enrollment this year just under 143,900 students. As of yesterday, our current enrollment is tracking about 1,500 students below that projection. However, we do continue to enroll students daily. In fact, we've enrolled over 400 students since this time last week. In terms of grade level trends, we're seeing increased enrollment in 9th and 10th grades, well over projected enrollment in those grades. And we're seeing enrollment below projection in kindergarten. But you may remember that that was a grade where we intentionally increased our projection, anticipating that there were some students who, due to public health conditions of the past year, sat out in kindergarten and first grade and might be returning to those grades this year. That's also typically is a grade level where we see lots of late enrollment. And so my office is collaborating with our communications team over the next couple of weeks to have just some media pushes and community-specific pushes just to encourage families to go ahead and enroll if they intend to be a part of CMS next year.
And does anybody know by chance what the ADM number is that we're funded for?
I believe that the state is funding us at the ADM level of what they were projecting us at for this year, which was higher than what we were projecting as a district, but I would want to confirm that with our CFO before I committed to that response.
Yeah, if you can get back to me for that. I mean, we're still under an ADM hold harmless position right now.
Yes.
And so I'd like to understand what that number is, the gap of which is additional resources that we're funded for that we can apply to the problem statement that we're talking about. So the second question I have is around a topic we've discussed before. It's with regards to students who were not able to master content last year to the extent to which they needed to pass courses. And so do we have a read on who and how many students failed 2 or more core courses but were promoted? And as such, the reason my focus is in this area is because they're now in the next grade level, having been promoted, having not mastered, or at least not been able to demonstrate the mastery for the previous year's curriculum.
Mr. Strain, we do have an analysis both for those students who received hybrid instruction as well as those who stayed in full remote for the entire year by grade span and subgroup, how many students failed 2 or more, specifically English language arts and mathematics. We can give that to you right away. We do need to run that around how many were promoted. We didn't include that in that analysis, so we can bring that to you.
That'd be great to know. I appreciate it. I think that feeds into my next question around the assessment that we've talked about. A number of my colleagues have also mentioned this. I appreciate you all calling that out. You know, critically, we've got to start with an assessment of where the students are. We don't currently have a good view of exactly where that is, certainly not that we can share. I know that we've got some internal metrics around that, and it would be helpful to share those. I trust that you're working off of those. But with regards to that, one of the things that I was looking for was a strategy around meeting kids where they are. We will have gaps. Tragically, we know that our kids are further behind as we stand here today than they have been in decades. That's the tragic truth, right? And then the question becomes the strategy around assessing and ensuring that we're meeting their needs. And one of the things that has been discussed in the past is ability grouping and making sure that we focus the needs of the students and the ability for a teacher to meet those needs as effectively as possible, as opposed to asking every one of our very diligent and capable teachers to meet the entire needs of kids that are many years ahead and many years behind. I'm wondering if that is a strategy that you're planning to employ this year with regards to meeting the needs of our kids.
Sure. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to ask for you to speak to some of the PD that some of our teachers have had the opportunity to engage in and will have the opportunity to engage in. Thank you.
Sure. All of our professional development will be moving from implementation with fidelity, which would mean literally using the curriculum as it's written, to moving with integrity, which means using the curriculum to accommodate and meet the needs of the students that are in front of them, both at a school level and at a district level. The way that shows up would be, for example, saying when we use EL education and we have students who have limited English proficiency in a classroom, how do you use that curriculum, enable them to continue to interact with grade level standards, and not allow language to be a barrier? So that will be the fundamental core tenet of the work we do around curriculum implementation. We call that core for all, but along an implementation science process, that would be moving from just doing it to doing it well for all students, and really being able to both provide the professional development and the resources for teachers to be able to do that. Just last week in our direct-to-teacher communication on Monday, we were able to distribute to teachers revised resources that go deeper in how we use the curriculum to support students who are in our advanced studies program and talent development. Similarly, we're continuing to iterate and make better based off of feedback those same resources for students with disabilities, for our English language learners, and for students with unfinished instruction, which happens all years, but is particularly poignant this year. We're continuing to get feedback from teacher groups to then say, how can we get better at doing this and providing what you need to be able to meet the needs of students? That's on a philosophical level. On a narrow level by content area, it would take me all night. I would do it in a heartbeat, but I'm gonna get hamstrung. But for an example would be third grade. So we have what's called an all block. It moves from skills block reading foundational skills to a little bit more of reading comprehension in third grade. At the start of this year, that time period is going to continue to be focused on skills block for all students across Charlotte-Mecklenburg School, still with those resources for students who are above grade level, who are needing additional supports for English language learners, et cetera. But we're making an intentional decision to start with ensuring that students are solid in reading foundational skills for the first quarter before we move anybody on. We don't want to make any assumptions. And associated with that will be the M-Class reading diagnostic that we'll be able to pair with that to make sure we have both the curricular resources to support that and diagnose what needs students have, and then differentiate instruction during that all block for quarters 2, 3, and 4. I hope that helps.
So I appreciate that. That's a tremendous amount of detail that frankly I couldn't follow, but I really appreciate. But I didn't understand whether we have a district strategy around things like ability grouping or not. Is there a district strategy around reducing the span of which individual teachers have to cover, or is there a district strategy to not do that and intentionally have a wide span?
And we've passed your 5 minutes, so.
Right, but it was a follow-up question that they didn't answer.
Mr. Strain, we'll be happy to break down what all she said and get that to you packaged, and we'll get it to you. That's not a problem, sir. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Well, I just want to acknowledge, before we go on to the next half of the report, just as I was hearing this report, I was thinking this isn't like the usual opening of schools report that I'm used to hearing. And so I see that you're continuing with this pretty intense work of changing up our curriculum, intensifying our professional development. I'm glad to hear that you're really beefing up oversight and support for school improvement teams and school improvement plans. So at the same time that we are doing all the regular first day of school things, and after however many, a year and a half of COVID. So just, I want to acknowledge how much you are doing, and thank you for blazing ahead. And not letting any of these obstacles stop you, because our kids can't afford to have us slow down. With that, would you like to carry on with the next part of the report?
Superintendent Winston, Madam Chair, and Board, at this point in time, I'd like to invite Ms. Shawn Turner and her group and various others individuals in the second part of operations to step forward. Thank you.
Good evening. We want to begin this section regarding our facilities. And one of the things that we want to talk about first and foremost is what procedures are in place to confirm readiness of our facilities to receive our students when they come back on August 25th. So our custodians, they are in the schools every day. Daily, they're looking around, they're cleaning the facility, of course, to get ready to receive the students. But often, they are the ones that are providing the initial reports to us regarding items of concern as it relates to health or safety or any other item that would keep a school from opening. And so they are participating in that process to ensure that our schools are ready to receive students. In addition to that, our environmental health and safety team developed a 10-point inspection protocol to check all mobile classrooms. And yes, they checked all 12 to 1,300 of them. So yes, they did, and what they're doing during these last 2 weeks, they will be going to some of what they call our hot spots to make sure that we don't have any other issues in buildings, going back, double checking some of these things to ensure that, again, our schools are ready to receive our students. In addition to that, our mobile classroom project managers have assisted with checking out our facilities on the outside of the facilities to ensure that the grass has been maintained and that the facilities are looking good outside. And then finally, our opening of schools committee recently implemented the Big Rocks report, and they're working diligently to ensure that all safety issues and any other issue that might keep a school from opening is being addressed. And so I'll start with one of the things that we wanted to share with you today is that, of course, we're opening 3 new schools, 1 replacement school, and we're opening a virtual elementary and middle school. And so Thank you. So we're opening the North Academy of World Languages, a K-8, located at the former J.M. Alexander site. We're also opening the South Academy of International Languages, a K-8, located at the former Nations Ford Road site. We're opening South Pine Academy, which is an elementary school that we built to relieve Nations Ford, Sterling, and Still Creek. And then we're opening Briarwood Elementary School. It's a replacement school for our older school that was built in 1956. All 4 of these schools were constructed with the 2017 bond funds. In addition, we also had a classroom addition and a cafeteria addition at Sharon Elementary School, as well as a new gymnasium at West Mecklenburg High School. These also were funded from the 2017 bond. And then finally, our 2 virtual schools, the elementary and middle, will open in August at our E.E. Waddell site. I wanted to also share with you some of the other activities that we've been doing to get schools ready for our students. We had a number of projects, around 60, with various types of construction, such as roofing, paving, modified classrooms, track and tennis court repairs, along with various HVAC projects that we did during the summer to get our schools ready for occupancy. We also install 188 bottle fillers across the district. We were trying to ensure that each school had at least 2 bottle fillers at every location. And then finally, we wanted to just bring you up to date regarding our continuing HVAC quality initiatives. We know that that is an ongoing concern from parents, students, faculty, and so we wanted you to be aware that we are continuing our HVAC quality initiatives, some of which are running our systems on extended schedules, continuing with the upgrade of our filters from MERV 8 to MERV 10, correcting the functionality of our replacement of our exhaust systems, HVAC optimization, and these are just a few of those things. But in addition to that, one of the things that we talked about quite a bit last year was the installation of needlepoint bipolar ionization at the 39 schools that did not have outside air supply. So I want to bring you up to date on where we stand with that project. As many of you know, we've removed the old Briarwood location from that list because that school was demolished, but the new school did include the installation of these devices. We have 22 that are currently, or 22 schools where we've currently installed the devices. And of those 22, 2 are complete with all electrical and mechanical inspections. We have 7 that are underway, and we anticipate that they will be completed by opening of the schools on August 25th. That leaves 9 remaining, 7 of which are schools, 2 are admin sites. And they will begin in September and should be complete by the end of September. We anticipate that by October 22nd, all of our schools will be complete in terms of electrical and mechanical inspections, because once they've been installed, we have to have someone from building standards come by and do the inspections to ensure everything is operating as it should. And then I want to also go over some of our upcoming projects. Many of you know that we have talked about in previous board meetings that we would be receiving some ESSER 2 funds or CRISA funds, and much of that focus is on our indoor air quality. And so we are planning to do a variety of different projects. We would continue with some of the same ones that we've done over the last year. That would be air optimization, which is HVAC air system cleaning using the National Duct Association standards. We would also be recommissioning our HVAC equipment and controls for schools that have building automation systems. We would replace some of the pneumatic and legacy controls to meet our current standard at some of our older schools. We are prioritizing the sustainment of our exhaust fans. We would continue with the installation of needlepoint bipolar ionization at our schools across the district. We're also looking at additional air purification equipment for higher risk rooms, such as isolation rooms, health rooms, band rooms, and that kind of thing. And so we also, just finally, we want to make you aware that as a part of what's been going on with COVID, it's created a number of supply chain issues. If you recall, during the last year, there was reduced manufacturing capacity, the winter storms, the shutdown of chemical plants during the pandemic has caused some issues in the supply chain. And it's created many items that are on back orders, delays in shipping, and certain items that we're finding it difficult to obtain. And we just wanted you to be aware that that is impacting our service delivery as well as some of the service delivery of some of our contractors. And so please bear with us as that begins to straighten itself out over the next 6 months to a year. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Tara Sullivan, who is our Learning Community Superintendent for Central 2, and Mr. David Switzer, who is our Executive Director of Logistics and Continuous Improvement. They will go over operations and our Opening of Schools Committee.
Good evening, Superintendent Winston and board members. With my colleague and co-presenter David Switzer, as Ms. Turner shared, we are going to discuss the operations, and I want to take a minute because we do have representatives from our operations team from transportation to facilities who are also here with us tonight. I want to thank them for joining with us. Mr. Switzer and I, with two of the Learning Community Executive Directors, Leah Davis and Erin Joplin, have the opportunity to lead and facilitate this year's Opening of Schools team. The goal of this team, it's a cross-functional, cross-department team. Our goal is to ensure that the essential tasks of each department, as well as that the big rocks within the schools are completed and taken care of, and so that we can have a very smooth, safe, and efficient opening of schools. And we want to make sure it is safe and efficient for the return of students on August 25th. The representation of this team encompasses all departments everywhere. We keep adding team members as we realize we want to keep making sure we make it as efficient as possible, from operations, academics, learning community, human resources, technology, transportation, on and on. The team meets weekly, and each week the building principals, their teams submit big rocks. Our the learning community executive directors review what their big rock items are, and those that cannot be addressed by our learning community team are elevated to our Opening of Schools team. Our Opening of Schools team is facilitated with Mr. Switzer. We review those big rock items and we problem solve, and the team, particularly with our facilities team, with Bessie Harvey and team, they go about getting them resolved so that school can operate and be efficient at the start of the year for our students. Additionally, they review their different deliverable tasks to ensure and support a safe opening of schools. One of the departments that I'll talk with you about is our school nutrition team. Our school nutrition service professionals, they're committed to ensuring that we're providing quality, nutritious, appealing meals in support of student academic success. This year, for the 21-22 school year, the USDA has granted a waiver to schools which allows for one lunch and one breakfast to be provided daily at no charge to students as the recovery from the pandemic continues. We're calling this the no charge for student meals, and it is just for this right now 21-22 school year. Students and school-based staff will be provided a barcoded ID card that's going to be scanned when receiving, whether it's a breakfast, lunch, or purchasing additional items in the cafeteria. Additionally, our Equity OSP team, or EOSP team, head by Dr. Ratley, we are working with our principals right now to help troubleshoot and support plans so that we can ensure breakfast and lunch is provided, while we are also meeting the safety protocols that we need to follow with what we have right now for the county. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Switzer.
So good evening. So 2 years ago, in an acronym world, we would have never known what PPE is. But yet today, we're wearing it, we live it, we breathe it. And so just one is give a big shout out. It kind of reminded me a year ago in July, we had 150 pallets of PPE at the Hovis warehouse with a mission to get the PPE to schools for staff and students within 3 weeks. And a pretty daunting task, reminded me of 2003 when we got dropped in the desert, literally, and we're expected in 3 weeks to operate airfield operations. And so you can't do any of this work without people. So I want to give a big shout out to all the people at Craig Warehouse, at the Hovis Warehouse, at Stafford Drive. So all those guys, I think we put Amazon to shame because we were able to deliver so much of the product, and they did such a phenomenal job in the world. And really, they're the heroes that we're able to kind of risk everything to go out there. So it was really great. So I'll share some of the PPE. All the schools and departments have a PPE contact. So they have someone there that helps organize, sort, distribute, and everything for their schools and their departments. They all get weekly emails from myself, try to send out nice positive message and just updates and reminders to them. So we try to do 1 or 2. I don't want to inundate their inbox too much, so we usually give 1 or 2 emails just highlighting some of the procedures that we're going to do and what's expected to provide to the students and staff. And so as you can see in the third bullet, we've given everything out since the cloth reusable face mask. You've seen probably some of people wearing the Hanes masks, all the way through to sanitizer, to wipes, to gloves. A plethora of PPE is out there. Matter of fact, a lot of our schools are telling us they have too much, which is a good problem to have, because it's better to have and not need than to need and not have. And so we're really proud of all those guys that were able to get the PPE out to everybody. So our expectation over the next couple weeks, again, depending on guidelines as they continue to change, but we will, anything the schools ask for, if we don't have it on hand, Sean Turner's been great in her role to be able to order it, procure it. And again, as she said, with the supply chain, it's been really tough to get stuff, but we were able to have things on hand and really get it to everybody to keep them safe. So our next one, as a former principal, you can't teach and learn without students. And so our transportation division and everything is truly important and crucial to what we do day in and day out. I want to give a strong, accolades to Adam Johnson, has done a phenomenal job. I mean, again, when we talked about Camp CMS, they then had to go and get all the routes for Camp CMS and kind of just really redirect a lot of resources, doing this in a time where, again, they're going to talk about as far as vacancies and that, but we're a little below what other people are paying, and we're struggling to try to compete with all the outside vendors. So we operate 950 buses traveling an estimated 103,000 miles each day. If you ever drive from Huff to Wingate Park, it takes you about an hour and a half. It does. Our district is huge, and they do a phenomenal job of getting students on time. We have about 87,000, as you can see, assigned to buses by the first day of the school. And every day they're accepting new as far as requests for bus service, which entail, with all the spacing and all the other regulations that continue to change, is a pretty daunting task that, again, Adam and his team do phenomenal with. So we anticipate hiring an additional 33 drivers. I believe they're in training right now. We're hoping that they finish the training, they take the training, and they actually stay with CMS. And then that leaves us some, again, potential vacancies that I know the HR is going to speak about, kind of the incentives and stuff that we're going to be doing for that. So again, all these numbers keep changing, obviously every day, but again, the goal is to get students to school on time and then depart and get them to home safe and sound. So the next area we like to talk about is, again, when you talk about safe and clean and orderly schools, and hats off to custodians who do a job that they cover the amount of square feet that is way above what the guidelines probably offer, and so when we're talking about personnel and staffing, really, again, Phil Berman as the executive director, Rick Camp, Robin Slade, and all the operational supervisors, all the way to the schools, the head custodians do a phenomenal job. They've cleaned all the existing schools, they've cleaned the virtual schools, they've cleaned the new sites that are there, and they're about 80% with a track record to be ready to go, and everybody finished by the end of this week. At this time, they're focusing on all the 80 Camp CMS sites, so they weren't able to kind of clean while the students are there, so obviously deep cleaning and doing that. Supplemental cleaning this summer included window cleaning, high dusting, and pressure washing. What we've been reminded a lot is, as our news colleagues around here, anytime that they could take a picture of an event with a bunch of dust on it or something, then that's going to make the news. And so these guys have gone out, they've done what they need to do. We've hired out outside vendors to be able to support the supplemental cleaning on that. Gym and stage 4 sanding, they got about 30 out of the 50 schools that are complete. Again, as you can see, by the end of the week, they're expecting the rest of them to be finished up. And again, the last bullet, ever changing. The CDC guidelines are changing constantly every time, whether it's clean this, clean that, we got to do this, everything else. So the custodial staff and everybody that's out there has done a phenomenal job and continues to keep updated on all the protocols, and then just make sure that everything's safe, clean, and orderly. So with that, I pass on to my wonderful colleague, Kay Hall, for technology.
Thank you, David. I'm delighted to be able to share with you this evening the busy summer that Technology Services has had. We had to think out of the box and be creative about how we would deploy over 500 laptops for new teachers. So we set up a drive-through access at our information systems and support location on Allegheny Street. We deployed those 500 laptops over the last 2 weeks to get teachers into PD and ready for the opening of the new school year. We are currently deploying 45,000 new student Chromebooks to replace aging Chromebooks. We are on a 5-year life cycle with those, and these 45,000 will be decommissioned this year. Technology infrastructure, including audio, video, phones, devices, are installed and ready for students and staff at the new Briarwood, the West Meck Gym, South Academy of International Languages, South Pine Academy, and North Academy of World Languages. This summer, we've repaired over 3,800 devices in our CMS Tech Depot, and with that, there was a triage of 12,000 devices that needed repair. We anticipate we'll have an influx of devices in need of repair when students return. We've upgraded 23 school wireless networks as part of our FCC E-rate program. This program allows us about $5 million a year for the refresh of our hardware. Following the opening of school, we'll launch the district teacher laptop for refresh. Those reaching 5 years will be refreshed this fall. And in addition, we will upgrade the interactive projection systems in over 1,900 classrooms. And with that, I'll transition to our CHRO, Christine Peugeot.
Thanks, Kay. Good evening. Certainly an incredible component to opening of schools, and one that is certainly critical is staffing. So I'm going to briefly go over our current vacancy update. And again, I put a note down at the bottom of the page that these numbers are fluid, and that's very important to remember, because even the numbers that I'm sharing as of tonight, teachers, for example, at 123 vacancies, that's already down from around 20 or so more that we had as of Saturday. So this is a very fluid process. This is something that we monitor daily. We have applicants and we have positions being filled daily and applicants being processed through the system. So as far as teachers go, we have 123 vacancies across our entire district. Clearly, that's less than one per school if we looked at it district-wide, but we know that we can't just look at it district-wide. So I wanted to provide some additional context for you in that area. We have 6 schools across our entire district that have 3 or more vacancies, and of those schools, 5 of them have 3. There is 1 school that has 6, so that is the most vacancies that any one school in particular has. So we are working incredibly hard, the team, HR, along with the principals, to be able to get those positions filled. Of all of the vacancies, our biggest content area that we're looking to fill is exceptional education teachers. So that is something that we're concentrating specifically and rallying around. In terms of drivers, I have listed here roughly 77 vacancies, and you may ask why that was slightly different than the number that was shared even just a few slides ago. And that is because when we look at vacancies, we look at actual bodies that need to be filled in order to get kids to school. So we include in our count and must consider drivers who are currently on an extended leave. Like, we can't count them as being available. So when we look at the actual numbers, we're looking at around 77. We do have an upcoming class later this month where we expect to fill more positions, and we're actively looking to have more classes. And Mr. Johnson and his team have done an incredible job in terms of doing community outreach, working with community organizations such as the Goodwill the Latin Community Coalition, and other organizations to hold targeted job fairs and events to attract and more drivers for our pool. Nurses, we are currently sitting at around 35 vacancies, and of course, that is a program that is run through our county partners, and that is something that's going to be incredibly important, especially with our COVID-19 response. In addition to the nurses, we have approximately 24 nurse extenders that are at the ready to also be dispersed among schools to be able to help support those services. So what are we doing creatively to address these vacancies? This is hot off the press. So for the first time, many of our employees and hopefully prospective applicants are going to be seeing this information. But what I have to caution that is what I'm about to share is pending approval to use our American Rescue Plan funding for this purpose. We have already submitted application for approval for these initiatives that I'm about to go over. So again, that is why it's pending approval, and I want to caution everyone that while we're very excited and we don't see any reason why these are not going to be supported initiatives based on the criteria we've submitted, we are still proceeding with caution and hope to be able to announce the campaign soon. So first off would be bus drivers. We have proposed and applied for the funds to be able to apply a $1,000 recruitment bonus for any new drivers for the 21-22 school year. We would also apply a retention bonus to all existing drivers within CMS. And we are handling, you'll see retention is specifically around bus drivers, and that is because that is the group that we're seeing the most significant turnover with. So that certainly supports not only doing the recruitment incentive, but also a retention incentive to recognize our incredible staff who are already in our fleet. Also, HVAC is incredibly important. It's a challenge to find skilled people in this area, especially because of the high needs throughout our community in response to COVID. So installing the upgraded systems and ensuring that we have that excellent indoor air quality is something that not only CMS, but other organizations are seeking to find those skilled trades to be able to support. Again, our exceptional education teachers, we have applied for funding to be able to provide a $2,500 recruitment incentive. We feel this is going to be incredibly important to attract more qualified exceptional ed teachers into our program. We have also expanded our teaching residency program to add exceptional education teachers as well, so that we can continue to hopefully grow our own pool of exceptional ed teachers. And finally, instructional substitutes. I'll share on a later slide more information about our new program this school year, but we are looking to provide a $250 recruitment incentive so that we can make our substitute pool more robust, so that we can support that continuity of education in the classrooms in the event that teachers are out, for example, due to quarantining related to COVID. We expect to see some type of an increase, or I should say decrease in attendance due to reasons such as COVID. So with that said, our instructional substitute program is really getting a revamp this year. So for the last several years, we've had a bifurcated system wherein Kelly Support Educational Services, a vendor, provided our substitute management for all of our Title I schools, whereas CMS ran the substitute program for non-Title I schools. So we are in a place now where we can provide a district-wide program. We understand what the needs of our schools are across the district and in places where that needs to be differentiated. So currently we have a pool of over 1,600 substitutes at the ready to be able to take assignments once the need arises. We also are working to staff a dedicated team that will support substitutes. We just were able to start to make those expenditures and build that team late in the summer. So that's why we are still looking to fill a couple of those positions on that team. But we have existing staff right now working to support this initiative. We also were able to approve the use of grant funds for a Title I salary differential. So substitutes who go to Title I schools to work a daily job will earn $20 more per day when they take those assignments in Title I schools as opposed to other schools throughout our district. So that concludes the staffing portion of our update. I'm happy to turn things over to Chief Mangum to discuss safety.
Sorry. Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to be providing an overview of our safety measures. School should be a safe place for teaching and learning. To that end, the CMS Police Department is dedicated to keeping schools safe and continuously strengthening our security measures. Our current security measures are lobby guard system, our lockdown drills, our school safety plans, electronic access controls and locked exterior doors, our video surveillance, panic buttons, and of course our random safety screenings. Our department includes nearly 150 team members made of police officers, detectives, drug and gun detection canines, security associates, communications staff, alarm technicians, and a safe school coordinator. There are 8 CMS police officers that serve as school resource officers in our middle, K-8, and high school. There are 6 CMS police officers that provide service to our elementary schools. In partnership with our local police departments, CMS contracts with these agencies to provide school resource officers for the remaining middle K-8 and high schools. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department provides 50 school resource officers. The Huntersville Police Department provides 5. The Cornelius and Matthews Police Department provide 2 school resource officers each. And Davison Police Department provides 1. As a safety incentive, CMS Police successfully implemented the safety screening process in randomly selected high schools during the 2018-2019 school year and in the middle and K-8 schools in 2019 and 2020. The safety screenings will be deployed again this new school year. Our safety screenings are designed to deter students from bringing weapons, illegal drugs, and other prohibited items to school. Our department's goal is to keep weapons and drugs out of our schools by utilizing metal detection devices and bag inspections by our drug and gun detection canines and a specially trained team of security associates. Now I'm going to outline the steps involved in our safety screening process. Our schools are selected randomly from all middle, K-8, and high schools. The principal and the learning community superintendents are advised the afternoon before the morning of the screening. Our safety screening team arrives before the first block bell, secures a non-instructional location to set up our portable metal detectors. Our team consists of myself, our drug detection canine, our gun detection canine and their handlers, detectives, security associate supervisor, 4 security associate leads, 6 security associates, and our safe school coordinator. Students are provided an explanation and the instructions for the process referencing the student code of conduct. Students are requested to self-report any prohibited items they may be in possession of. School administrators are present also to assist in this process. The students with their teachers are led to the screening location and instructed how to walk through the metal detectors. Each canine is separately led into the classroom by their handler, and the screening of the student's property is conducted. If prohibited items are detected by the canines, it is collected as evidence, and a school administrator, accompanied by a security associate, removes the student that possessed the prohibited item to a private location where they can be searched to ensure that they have no other prohibited items on their person. If the prohibited item is determined to be a criminal offense, appropriate law enforcement action is taken. The school administration investigates and determines if disciplinary action is required. Students are returned to the classroom immediately following the canine search of the student's possessions. Our average time of safety screening process per classroom is 10 minutes. That's minimizing instructional time disruption. Our active survival training is another safety measure implemented during the 2018-2019 year. To date, we have trained over 12,000 high school, middle, K-8, and CMS department personnel. The instruction and training are delivered by a CMS Police Department specialized instructor. The active survival training will continue to evolve every year, and we will instruct the training to ensure that all of our school staff and CMS employees have been trained. We are prepared to welcome our students back and committed to providing a safe place for their learning. Thank you. And back to Ms. Christine.
I thank you. So last but certainly not least, I'm here to share with the board and our public this evening our COVID-19 response protocols, which are going to be incredibly important this coming school year. So first off, just a reminder that to all that we have instituted universal face covering requirements across the board for everyone indoors at CMS facilities. Again, everyone means all staff, students, visitors, volunteers. It also applies to our athletic programs, so indoor athletic sports and extracurriculars. Masks are still encouraged outdoors in areas that are crowded spaces, but they are optional as opposed to indoors where they are mandatory. We also have released a revised student face covering exemption form that requires, or actually that has a section where the student's medical provider attests to the student having a developmental, behavioral or medical condition that substantially interferes with the student's ability to wear a mask during the day. So in addition to the medical provider section, there is also a parent guardian section to be completed. And this is different from last year that did not have, we did not have a form that required the medical provider signature. That form has been distributed. It's available in multiple language. It's also been made available on our website. We have revised quarantine protocols, or rather, I wanted to take the opportunity to share what the quarantine protocols are. Some of them were actually revised at the end of last year, and all of these are based on information and guidance that's shared in the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services Strong Schools Toolkit. Students who test positive are required to quarantine for 10 days. That is something that was updated towards the end of last school year. So that is just a requirement that we have to follow. Students who are close contacts, however, in a school setting with somebody who tests positive are no longer required to quarantine if they are masked and they are symptom-free. So that is a significant change, and one of the pieces of information that I believe help inform this board on the recent ruling to require universal masking. Most close contact situations do involve 10 days of quarantine. However, if a student tests negative after 5 days and remains symptom-free, that student is allowed to return to school after 7 days only if they are able to follow all protocols. So it's important to note that those protocols include face covering. So if a student, for whatever reason, or for one of the qualified reasons, I should say, has an exemption, that student would be required to stay out for the full 10 days because they are not able to follow the protocols of masking when they return. We also have a district response team that I'm really here tonight representing. This team meets weekly and has met weekly for the last several months and will continue to do so. It's the team responsible for reviewing the health metrics that our district continues to monitor in collaboration with county health officials. Those metrics are going to be published and continue to be published on the district's website. Health metrics such as our positivity rate in the community, our case rate per 100,000. Those are some of the metrics that you'll recall that we looked at weekly during live briefings on Facebook Live last year. This team also reviews and makes recommendations to the superintendent and in turn to this board on COVID-related protocols, for example, the mask mandate. We closely monitor guidance at the local, state, and federal levels, and again, we collaborate often with our local county health officials. What's to come? So we have opted in as a district to a statewide testing program the state has designated 2 different vendors, one of which has been assigned to CMS, to create a custom design program that best suits the needs of our students and staff. We have a kickoff meeting this week with the vendor. We just found out late last week, actually, who our vendor was that we were assigned to. So we were eagerly anticipating that announcement and the ability to connect and start planning. So once we have that meeting, we'll be able to soon make recommendations of what a testing program could look like. Testing program can involve either diagnostic testing, which is something very specific to an individual. So for example, if we have this availability and we have already talked about planning for testing sites to be available at schools so that a student who does want to come back earlier and not have to be out the entire 10 days can opt in to test at a school site, test negative, is able to come back in 7 days. So that's one example of diagnostic testing. Surveillance testing is more of you think about it as random screening. So a really good example for that, and something that we've discussed preliminarily, would be a surveillance testing program for staff. And it would impact it could be designed to impact and be applicable to unvaccinated staff. So in other words, all staff would be subject to weekly testing for COVID-19 unless they presented documentation that they were fully vaccinated. So that has many benefits. I mean, to us, it gets us in a better place to understand how many of our staff are fully vaccinated against COVID-19. And it's also a way to encourage vaccination, because certainly we expect that many employees, rather than having to go through weekly testing, would much prefer to go get the vaccine and be done with it. So those are just some examples that we've already discussed with our local health partners and what we plan to discuss at the kickoff meeting this week. We, of course, are also promoting on-site vaccine clinics throughout the district. Our next one is going to be right around the corner on August 17th at our CMS Education Center. This is not just open to folks who work at Central. This is for anyone age 12 and older, part of our community, who is eligible to take the vaccine. So we encourage people to come to that event on a walk-in basis. We're also going to be sharing flyers that allow individuals to make an appointment. In addition to that vaccine clinic, we have several schools, I believe it's up to around 5 or 6 at this point, who are going to be hosting on-site clinics for vaccinations during their open houses when they're welcoming back families. So that will be a great opportunity for families to take advantage of getting their COVID-19 vaccination. Finally, we are in the process of finalizing our updated employee resource guide that is essentially going to include many of the updates that I just shared this evening, make sure that we get that information out fresh, again, to all of our staff in preparedness for the upcoming school year, and we expect to release that later this week. And with that, I will turn it back over to Superintendent Winston for closing remarks or questions.
Thank you, Ms. Peugeot, and thank you to the entire team this evening. I know there are many other individuals who help support this effort, and they are not here, but want to thank them too. Also want to particularly call out Tara Sullivan. There you go, Tara. And David Switzer. Thank you all for co-leading our Opening the Schools team. I know it is a Herculean effort. And while I know that a lot of the information that was shared with you all tonight is not traditionally a part of our Opening the Schools report, but I hope you had a chance to see the depth of the work that the team is doing to prepare for opening the schools. It's not always glamorous, but it is the work. And it is work, Dr. Jones, that certainly was not intended to raise your blood pressure. But we thought it was lowered your. Well, I thought you got excited and.
It just should have happened up front because this is what school is about.
Understood. But we thought it was important to share with you, board members, as well as our listening public and those who are in attendance, the depth of the work that is being conducted. So thank you to the team. With that, Madam Chair, we'll turn it back over to you. We're happy to entertain any questions.
All right. And just to be clear, that it's the 5 minutes includes the response. So I see Rhonda and Dr. Jones.
5 minutes.
That would be all you would need.
How do you know what I need?
I don't. I didn't speak the last time, so I'm just going to take 5. I'm going to take just a minute. This is great information, a lot about all the stuff that all the adults are doing. Hopefully soon, our agendas will be full of what kids are doing and how they're performing. Dr. Jones, I agree with you. This should have been done first, and I know that there's a group of us meeting to discuss agendas right now. And one of the things is that the reports should be at the very beginning of the meeting before public comment or anything else. So hopefully that will happen in the future. It's something that we're going to be working real hard towards. So I thank you for everything, and that's all. I don't have any comments because this was an awful lot of information. It is 10:20, and this was a lot. So thank you for all the adult work that's been going on, and hopefully it translates into really good things for students and our staff.
Dr. Jones?
I do have several questions. We talked about safety. I remember Berry Hill. Berry Hill's an old school. The windows don't open. How much have we looked into making schools safe just by having appropriate ventilation? That's one question. Teacher shortage, 123 vacancies. What grade levels? How do we anticipate servicing students? Will it be larger class sizes? And what are the implications of that? The Garinger football team, I don't know if it's true or not. They are not going to have a football team this school year. I was recently told. I don't know whether it's due to COVID or the 2.0 average. I'm interested in that. The EC autistic program concerns me from the level of, we have students that are autistic that need space, but we put them in the same classroom where Ruby, as an autistic student, doesn't know the space. So we need to look at, from an EC standpoint, how we service children, and service means how we place them in classrooms based on their needs. And I have something about collaborative, so you'll be happy to know that that's a whole nother thing. So it'll take 5 minutes to talk about the Garinger thing. That Berry Hill is an example of old schools where the windows don't open. Briarwood, I think it's new, and that's a good thing because that would be a health hazard. But I'm sure there are other schools. And how much have we looked at those, such as Berry Hill, which is still there, and it's pathetic, the building there. And the teacher shortage is specific. What is the plan?
So Dr. Jones, if I could start with your first question about air quality, and I know Phil Berman from our building services team has joined Sean Turner at the podium. Will you all address that particular question first?
What's the question?
Dr. Jones, will you repeat the question one more time?
The first question you wanted to ask.
Ventilation, Berry Hill.
Ventilation at Berry Hill Elementary School. That's an old school. I'm shamefully still a part of CMS in terms of the condition of that facility. So what do we know about safety and ensuring safety in terms of student and staff's health out there?
Yeah, what we're basically doing is we're trying to do everything we can to get the ventilation working as close to the original design as we can. With many of the older schools, that's difficult because we have not funded preventive maintenance. I've been here over 20 years through 9 superintendents. And so, that part of what we have a generational opportunity with these Carissa and the American Rescue Plan funds. And part of, what we had adapted as an approach, and this really goes back to last year. Back in March, April, we knew there was going to be federal money. And we developed a program of tiered strategies. And it's interesting because today that is exactly what ASHRAE and CDC are recommending. And I think Sean mentioned cleaning all our ducts is important. But an important part of our strategy is to recommission the building systems. Now, what that really means is a building system has equipment, and our schools are not like your home. Your home would be called residential equipment. Our schools are commercial equipment. And there's let me say there's all types of different systems. 40% of our schools were built before 1970. 20% were built between 1970 and 1999, and 40% since. We have a plethora of different types of systems, 2 pipes, 4 pipes, rooftops. Or we have 8 different control systems, breeds of control systems, be like Allerton, automatic logic. So part of what we're going to do with this federal money is we're going to recommissioning a system means you're making sure all the equipment, actuators, dampers, the things which give you the ventilation, you're going to make sure that all works. But you can't, even if the equipment works, if your controls don't work, you don't have an operating system.
Mr. Berman, I know,
that's basically, the approach we're taking.
Thank you for that comprehensive response. I know there's a lot packed in there. Yeah. I do want to give Ms. Pajot an opportunity to address the staffing question that Dr. Jones raised.
Certainly.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Winston. Dr. Jones, of the 6 schools that have 3 or more vacancies, that can be broken down specifically to 3 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and 2 high schools. And you'll recall that I mentioned 5 of those schools actually have 3 vacancies. 1 of the high schools is the one that has 6 vacancies. So we are specifically working with those schools to be able to close the gap. Some of the strategies that we're employing, besides the one that's going to be the big one, and that's essentially putting money behind it in terms of recruitment incentives, would be relying on placement of our remaining CMS teaching residents that are still looking for assignments. So we would match them based upon their area of licensure, essentially. We also have additional candidates that we can place through Teach for America. We also have applicants that we are calling that our recruitment team is going through. So when teachers apply for jobs, they apply for a specific school site to work at. So they may not have applied at other schools that have similar openings for the same licensure areas. So what our team does is goes through those applicants who have not been picked up for certain jobs at certain schools so that we can send candidates over to principals for consideration and do whatever we need to. If we need to add them to the requisitions to be considered for those jobs, that's what we do. And then, of course, we're trying to build our substitute pool even more up over the current 1,600 that we have so that we can support in areas where we have shortages. A significant number of those subs are also certified teachers. So it's effectively another pool of teachers that we can look at who are qualified above and beyond the minimum requirements that it would take to be a substitute. So those are just some of the things that we're working on.
Okay, I would ask that you take a look at Eastway, because the teachers pre-COVID have talked about whatever that you call where you can't get substitute teachers, and so they crowd the kids in together, and that's going to be a particularly big problem. And so I know that teachers will start confiding in me if conditions are, if they pre-COVID were bad.
No, understood. And that was one of the strategies where, in essence, around half our schools had their hands tied because they were not able to use a TA and pay them accordingly to be able to cover for classes. But now that we are managing the substitute program district-wide, we have that opportunity available to all of our TAs across the district in the event that classes need to be dispersed or we need to use a TA to help cover a class. And I think that's going to be welcome news to many of our TAs.
But teacher assistants with that program get to choose what schools they go to, so that's a problem there.
We appreciate your feedback and are certainly rallying around it.
And guys, I just want to apologize for being inconsistent because I stuck to the 5-minute rule with one board member and I didn't with the other. So I'm going to try to go back to the 5-minute rule here. Okay. Let's see. I've got Ms. Sawyer and then Ms. De La Hara.
Hey, thank you. Ms. Fuchsia, don't go away. I'm very glad that we have a vendor now for testing. Will we have the opportunity to do screening testing for students participating in co-curricular activities, whether they're athletics or other things?
Yes, so in fact, when we were looking forward to launching a pilot in the summer, because we had actually, our district opted in to participate in the summer. We just didn't get the information from the state. We had identified targeting extracurriculars and athletics to start with, because we also are unclear about the capacity that the vendor is going to be able to provide to us. So that is one of the main questions that we have going in. So if it's a situation where we're limited, that is certainly going to be one of the areas that we want to target first because of the higher nature, the higher risk associated with that.
But we don't know how many tests we'll get and that kind of thing.
Yeah, we don't. We were asked whether or not we want a type of program where we would have staff inserted into our schools, and we said yes, because we are, I believe we are the largest at this point that I'm aware of that has opted into the program.
Okay. And then I'm getting lots of questions about safety during lunch periods, and we talked about different quarantine periods, whether you're masked or unmasked. If we have students eating lunch together in a room, how do we count that in terms of contact tracing for a quarantine period based on not masked at that point? Because we don't know what time of day a student was exposed if it's an entire classroom.
Understood. And the way that lunchroom looks is a lot dependent upon the numbers of students and how it works on a school-by-school basis. And I know that I have some academic colleagues who are prepared to address that question that we anticipated coming this evening. And we also have Monica Damian here that can address the specific questions with respect to contact tracing and the quarantining in the context of cafeteria.
Okay. And while she's coming down, I have one other question, a real quick thing. I'm getting all the teacher wish lists, things that teachers want us to buy and support our schools, and a lot of them are posting that they need sanitizing wipes. Do we have enough of those that we don't have to ask our teachers to go begging for those?
Yes, we do. We purchased a couple of truckloads of Lysol wipes. So we should.
Okay, great. So teachers, quit asking for those.
Yeah, they just need to talk to the PPE contact at their school so they can talk to David.
Thank you.
And going back to the question about the cafeterias, as Christine said, all the schools are very different and their opportunities to go outside are different. We're working with principals to be as creative as possible to figure out spaces where they can spread out, because if they can spread out at least 6 feet apart without their masks on, they would not have to quarantine during that time.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. De La Hara.
Thank you. Ms. Sawyer asked my questions about surveillance testing and lunch, so I'm going to go with just kind of ask all mine together because I think they all correspond. First, I just want to thank the superintendent and staff for strengthening the opt-out form and requiring a signature by a medical provider. I think that is really important, and I'm glad that we have done that. Other questions that I have here are lunch. Okay. I know that, hybrid learning is not an option at this point, but for students who are on quarantine, will they have the opportunity to upload assignments, even if it's not during the regular school hours? I mean, is that an opportunity to use the technology that they may have? I was going to, well, go ahead and answer that, and then I'll just have one more. Go ahead.
No, thank you. So all of the information that we had that was loaded on Canvas that we've used while the students have been under the pandemic is still able to be used by our teachers. I just want to be clear, though, that these are support systems that we have for students. They are not in any way used in a remote fashion for that day to count as attendance, but they are there in order to support if students have to take a longer time out. We also have other things that are in place district-wide that have always been in place and have been able to be used when we have students that for a long period of time or hospitalized or have to be out of the school system. But there's a process and procedures that the school can help walk them through if that happens.
Okay, great. And then there's so many people that send specific questions, and I try to forward them on, and certainly we were going to give a presentation tonight with more information, but if there are the listening audience who still has more questions, who's the best person to contact? Is it the principal that they should reach out to at this point? What should we do?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. It would be the principal, and then for some reason, if there's not enough clarity that's provided there, they can then reach out to the learning community superintendents at that time.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
ma'am.
Any other questions? Ms. Fowler? Oh, and Ms. Fowler and Ms. Marshall.
So my only questions are in regards of COVID-19 safety protocols that we're going to have at the school. One, in regards of masks, and two, in regards of Chromebooks. Are all of our students going to be able to have their own personal Chromebook to limit the amount of sharing that we may have? That may lead to contact tracing that may be difficult if we're sharing Chromebooks. And then in regards of masks in the cafeteria, will our high schoolers be given the outside option? I know, for example, Myers Park has an outdoor option to eat outside, which could help in regards of the COVID-19 transactions, whatever.
So yes and yes. Students will have access to their individual Chromebooks. And yes, it's my understanding, and I don't know if my academic colleagues want to add to that, but it's my understanding that outdoor use would be, we would use that to the fullest extent that it's available. I'm seeing a yes.
We're working with each individual school, and we're trying to troubleshoot to make sure we maximize every space so that we can. So it is an option, yes.
And will we create more lunches so then we can reduce the amount of students that are in the lunchroom at each time, just so then the public can know what we're doing, so we know that the cafeteria will be a hot spot for COVID-19?
So right now, we are working with from the EOSP team, each of us are working with our school teams to really troubleshoot and problem solve, looking at, do we need to have another lunch? What are the spaces that we need to make sure that we are also having the appropriate physical distance? And so every school is very different based on number, size, composition. So we're brainstorming and troubleshooting, and then we would have the schools communicate those procedures out with their students and their community.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Marshall?
I'm really glad that we talked about safety in terms of our protocols about screening for weapons, because that's so important. And this has got to be a very clear message to students from the very first day that is a non-negotiable. So I appreciate that, and I would encourage that our random screenings begin immediately. We don't want to mess around with that. So I really appreciate that. Also glad to hear about this mobile classroom initiative, because I know that's always been a question, and I'm glad that was highlighted in the forefront. The bipolar needlepoint installation, a little bit later than I had hoped. I had hoped everything would be done by beginning of school. Is there any way to speed that up?
Yeah, so the vendor is working with us weekly and updating us weekly if they're making greater progress than what is projected. So there is a chance. We will know, each week we'll get an update. And if they can progress, they're starting to work overtime. They're focusing on the Camp CMS sites that they missed. They started with the other sites first, and now they're working on those sites right now. So we're hoping that they can get as many as possible. As I indicated, the 7 that are underway, they believe very firmly that they can get those done by 8/25. If for some reason they're able to speed that progress up, there are 9 remaining schools that they would be able to get, hopefully installed by that time. But we'll get another update probably this Friday.
Okay, great, thank you. And then in terms of testing, I know you just had your meeting yesterday. do we think we're going to have, is it possible we roll out the beginning of school that we're able to go day one? I know I'm asking the impossible on that one, but so necessary.
Yeah, kickoff is actually Thursday morning, and then we have a follow-up meeting with the county. So the likelihood of getting that kicked off in time seems like that would not be, we could certainly have a plan by then, but actual implementation likely not, given the fact that we don't understand yet the full scope of the resources that are going to be available to us, and really the size and scope of what we're going to be able to pull off and when. But we are going to aggressively follow it and do what we can when we can, and hopefully we'll be able to at least share a report of what that plan will look like very soon.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Strain.
Thank you. I got a couple questions. One's around quarantine protocols, another around the exceptional ed teacher recruitment, and the last about protecting our staff. So the first one is around the quarantine protocols. There was a report of one of our athletic teams, and I'd like to know more about Geringer's football team as well, that Dr. Jones asked about. But there was an athletic team that one of the players was reported to have a close contact, and the team stopped practicing. And they stopped training because one of the players had a close contact, not a confirmed case, close contact. I haven't been able to confirm that, but does that sound like any sort of protocol we have?
No, I'm not aware of a situation like that. If a team is practicing and someone tests positive, obviously, if other players are in close contact, they may have to quarantine.
Okay.
And that's
I'll follow
led
up with
to teams stopping practice, but just a close contact, that doesn't, we can follow up if you find out more.
Thank you. With regards to the exceptional ed teachers, a $2,500 recruitment, are we doing anything around retention? I mean, that was the largest recruitment bonus offered. I'm concerned that we're offering recruitment bonuses, but not the retention side then.
Absolutely. The biggest component related to retention, we look at turnover, and the data did not demonstrate a significant variance in terms of turnover related to EC teachers. Rather, there was a need to recruit more, as compared to, for example, the bus drivers, where we were seeing a very high rate of turnover, especially in recent months. So those are some of the factors that come into play. And in terms of the amount, one of the basic things that we look at is salary and what people earn, what their average earning is in that position, to establish what an appropriate amount would be for a recruitment incentive.
Understood. Thank you. The last is with regards to protecting our staff. I appreciate the briefing with regards to PPE. Obviously critical, particularly if we were having this conversation a year ago. Big part of our strategy. But I've got notes, Superintendent, you said earlier, the best way to control this pandemic. The county health director said the answer is the vaccine and the resulting antibodies, and the backup is masks. And so, whilst I appreciate all of the investment in PPE, et cetera, clearly positive COVID antibodies are the best thing that we can have, that our staff can have to fight this, both in terms of protecting our staff and in terms of protecting our students. So from that perspective, what is the current, or do we have a current vax or antibody status of our staff? And Mr. Superintendent, if this is best, why has mandatory vaccination policy not been adopted? So do we have a view, first of all, as to our staff and the vax or antibody status?
So we don't have that information as of right now, but through the testing program that we hope to soon implement, that would give us the information, the better insight to understand which of our staff are vaccinated and those who are not. And that could then help inform decisions on whether or not we need to take next steps, or how we would prepare or encourage our staff on awareness around getting the vaccine and providing support in that area.
Right, so I'm understanding we don't know who and who has not been vaccinated or has the antibodies from having successfully fought the disease previously.
I'm not aware that we have that information.
No, she said we didn't. What about the assessment with regards to actually implementing the best thing? We've all said this is the best thing to protect our staff.
We do believe vaccines are extremely important, and the approach that we have taken to date is to strongly encourage and recommend that all staff and students who are eligible at this point to get vaccinated, that they do so. And that's one of the reasons why we continue to host vaccination clinics. We have one coming up on August the 17th from 10 to 2 p.m. at the Education Center. We've also, with the help of Ms. Damian, working with our schools as part of their open houses to host vaccination clinics as well. I do think it's important to state that that is our approach at this time. We have no current plans. We have had no serious discussions about requiring staff to become vaccinated. I do think it's important to also note that no other district, to my knowledge, in North Carolina has taken that particular approach around requiring staff to be vaccinated. That's not to say that at some point that won't garner additional conversation, but at this particular point, that's not the approach that we're taking.
I hope you look at it.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. And I think all the questions have been asked that I would have asked. So thank you for the thorough report and good luck. Okay. I have been asked by some board members to take a 5-minute recess. So we're going to do that and then come back. And we've got one more report. And one more thing that we have to do.
One more report and then.
Yeah, but truly, you guys come back in 5 minutes.
Setting my timer.
Yeah.
2 hours ago, a recess was the right time. Not 11 o'clock.
Okay. So guys, before we go on to our last report, it's come to my attention that the consent agenda, there was one item on the consent agenda that had no documentation attached to it. That was item O. And so I'm going to call for a motion to reconsider the consent agenda without item O.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Yes, without item O. So motion from Ms. Marshall, second from Ms. Delahara. So yes, item O had no documentation, so it should not have been on the consent agenda. So we now have a motion to reconsider the consent agenda without item O, and we have a second. Any further debate or discussion before I call for the vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, let it be known by a show of hands. And any opposed? And that is 6-2. All right. Our final report.
I'm sorry, but now you have to vote on the.
So that was just on the motion.
Oh, that was
the motion
the vote to reconsider the motion. Thank you. It's late.
Well.
Okay. All right.
So just call for a motion.
So now the
to adopt
motion.
the consent agenda without.
I move that we adopt the consent agenda without item O.
Second.
All right. Ready to vote? All those in favor, let it be known by a show of hands. And then opposed, and that's 6-2. Are we good? Okay. So let's.
5-2.
5-2.
No, 6-2. I'm sorry. It's late. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Things not
Any
getting
longer.
Okay. I'm
We may
going
have
to
reached
turn to
our
the
limit.
superintendent now for a report from our Title IX department.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I am going to turn the floor over momentarily to Laura French, our Executive Director of Employer Relations, who will introduce Stephanie McKinney, our Director of Title IX, who will present on a very, very important topic. And for those who are not familiar, Title IX is a federal civil rights statute that was passed as part of the Education Amendments of 1972. Among its provisions are prohibitions of sex and gender-based discrimination in any school or other education program that receives federal funds. Ms. McKinney will discuss the statute and our district's implementation of related policies and provisions. But before she does, I want to make it very clear that all CMS personnel, regardless of assignment, have the responsibility to understand Title IX and our role in following the statute without fail. Last month, we met with our principals and executive staff to reiterate that point and to share that there is zero tolerance for violating any components of Title IX. Trainings with all staff are ongoing and will be completed before the beginning of the school year. I believe those trainings began this week, Ms. McKinney. During the opening weeks of school, students will receive training on their rights and responsibilities, and Ms. McKinney will provide additional details toward that end. But there is a district-wide effort to make sure that all students and staff know the policy and the proper procedures for reporting misconduct. Supporting students, families, and staff is a priority in CMS. And to that end, we announced on Friday the creation of a task force whose purpose is to review current reporting and support procedures to ensure that we are responding promptly and effectively to claims of that include harassment, assault, or other violations of Title IX. We will share more details in the coming days about the task force, but at this time, I will turn the floor over to Ms. French. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Superintendent Winston. Tonight, the Title IX Department has been asked to provide an in-depth overview on how the Title IX Department supports students and staff and helping to ensure that Title IX protections are appropriately implemented. This report couldn't be more timely, as we've been listening to our students tonight and over the past few weeks share their personal experiences on matters that fall squarely within Title IX. Given these conversations, we welcome this opportunity to share with you and the community more insight into the work of this department and our commitment to ensuring that all students have a safe learning environment. One of the major responsibilities of our Title IX department is to ensure that students know how to report incidents of sexual harassment and assault. But in addition to reporting, the department is also responsible for ensuring that all CMS staff know how to respond and how to respond appropriately when they receive such a report. While Stephanie's presentation tonight will touch on several goals and strategies, I do want to highlight that on August the 13th, every CMS school website will publish a link on their homepage with information on how and to whom students and parents can report sexual misconduct at their school. Stephanie McKinney, the district's Title IX director, is here to discuss the work of her department with you in more detail. Ms. McKinney was appointed as the district's Title IX administrator in 2016, and I'm really pleased to share that she and her team have recently joined the Human Resources Department.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Superintendent, Madam Chair. So this afternoon or tonight, we're going to share just an overview of the work that we're doing in the Title IX department. As Laura has said, that we are now housed under the Human Resources Department. And Superintendent Winston says that Title IX has been around since 1972. And the law is small. It says that no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any educational program or activities that's receiving federal funding assistance. And so we know that is pretty much everything that we do in our district. And when you think about Title IX is huge in a sense because it covers discrimination and it also covers sexual harassment. When you think about discrimination, you're thinking about sex, gender identity. Misconduct. When you think about program equity, it can be anything in that school building, from scheduling to programs that's offered to sports. And then we look at it from a harassment standpoint, and those three elements that you see on the screen captures that sexual harassment piece of that Title IX arm. And so when you think about keeping students and staff safe, it's not just one department. It really is a strategic and intentional collaboration amongst many departments and within CMS and also in the community. As you can see on that matrix, when something happens, when we make a response, it may take a collaboration of departments in order to respond to that particular incident, including CMS, the CMS PD, and our SROs, which may end up being CMPD. So what happens at the school level? Schools have an obligation to respond to every report of misconduct. And I'll say that again, they have a responsibility to respond to every report of misconduct. Anytime a school gets a report, that administrator needs to say, what do I need to do to repair harm? What do I need to do to respond? And they need to do that very quickly as possible, effectively and equitably. And they must respond to every allegation, and their response must end that discrimination, prevent its reoccurrence, provide support for those students that's involved, not just the complainant, but also the respondent as well. And in doing so, everyone is required to have some type of record-keeping system, no matter if you are a K-12 institution or a collegiate institution. And in CMS, we developed a tracking system in 2016 to house all of our investigations. So when a report is made at the school level, it starts in this platform, the investigation does. The response, what people did about it, who was involved, what supports the school put in place, the outcome letters at the end that's sent to the parents, all of that lives in this platform. Now, because something is reported one way, doesn't mean that after the investigation that's what that particular thing is going to be. So, for example, if somebody reported that they were inappropriately touched, Johnny touched Susie on the butt, it might be Rule 27, which is that we have a prohibition against inappropriate touching. But through the investigation, if they found that, yes, that happened, but the touch on the butt was a result of somebody running down the hall, running into somebody, and it was accidental, it would not result in a violation of Rule 27B because it really wasn't offensive touching in that nature, if that makes sense. And so you try to match the behavior to whatever the offense was. It might be tracked in Power School under a different rule violation because it really wasn't that somebody intentionally touched someone inappropriately, if that makes sense. So every incident is reported in here, but every incident may not make it one-to-one into Power School. What makes it into Power School is whatever was actually founded. Okay, so, and I'll show you that on a different slide. Now, so what we say our best practices are, that all students and staff must receive Title IX training. There's an annual overview training that all of our staff get. It's asynchronous, and it just gives them the basic knowledge around Title IX. Students get a lesson that's prepared by the district to make them aware of how to report, who to report, and how to recognize, and it's age appropriate. So in the lower grades, it might start out about, your bathing suit areas and being about bullying, and then by the time you get up into the high school, you're having some more intense lessons around sexual harassment. So it was age appropriate. And we want to also make people aware that students and staff know how to find the CMS grievance procedures to help them understand how to take advantage of an opportunity to report and what would happen after a report is made. And so those are located on the CMS website as well. So the best practices is everybody knowing where items are in order for them to access their opportunities. So how are we doing in that front? When we look at our data over time, so we started using our tracking system October 2016. The first year of our data, we had 116 reported incidents of sexual misconduct. And as you can see, as we've used it over time, the more people knew how to report, the more the schools took action on those reports that was made. By year 2018-19, it was well over 1,600 reports that schools took action on. Okay? Over the last school year, when we were in remote, we had 215 reports of misconduct. Of those 215, 130 were actually found to be a violation of our code of conduct around misconduct, sexual misconduct. And another thing that we like to do as we are trying to unpack how our students are experiencing school, we administer a student engagement survey. In that student engagement survey, there's 31 questions that covers 5 different groupings. One of those groupings is harassment and bullying. And I'm just going to show you a couple of questions that came out of that survey to kind of give you a flavor of how students say they are experiencing their school. We're looking at the district overall. Every school who participated has their own individual data that they should be looking at to see how people at their school are experiencing school and what kids are saying that their experiences are in their building. So in this particular one, this question was asked to all 3 grade bands. The survey is asked from 5th graders up to grade 13. but everybody, it doesn't get all the questions. There's some that everyone gets. There's some that only middle and high school get. There's some that only high school students get. So you'll see an example of all three of those grade bands in our presentation. So this particular question is asked about bullying. It gives the overall district overall average, but then it also puts the equity lens on it, and it lets you see by race and gender how are people experiencing bullying in that building. Then it also lets you see it by poverty level. So is it that kids are having different experiences based on their gender, based on their socioeconomic status? And it may tell the school a different story. Schools should use this data. We encourage schools to use their data in their school improvement teams to try to do problems of practice around situations that may arise when they're looking at their data to say, hey, my female students may be experiencing something different than my male students, or my Asian students might be experiencing something different than my Caucasian students. So it kind of helps the school really pinpoint down into how students individually are experiencing school in their building. So another question about sexual harassment, and you'll see that this question was only asked to middle school and high school students. And again, the same concept. Students may have, you may see the bigger number that looks one way, but when you start looking underneath the number, you can start seeing how students experience based on their socioeconomics, gender, race. And then the last question was just one we asked the high school about gender identity. Same concept. So looking forward, how do we make sure that our students know how to report, to whom to report? How do we know how our staff know how to report and to whom to report? We're starting an awareness campaign. You may have already seen it in place. As Laura mentioned, the websites have already been updated. They was updated yesterday. If you click on the link, the school's website, it has the campus Title IX liaison link. It replaced where the health screening link used to be. When you click on it, you'll see the CMS commitment to education and safety, and it also identifies who that campus liaison is. So if a person, a student, a staff, community member needs to report something at that school, they don't know who their person is, they can click there and contact that person immediately. Also, in the schools, we have reprinted posters that tells people how and to whom to report if they have incidents that they would like to report to their school. Those will be going out to the school by the end of the first week of school. And then also parents will be receiving something called the CMS commitment letter. And that commitment letter is a commitment to education and safety. And they'll be receiving that in their first day of school packet as well. So we're trying to say it in a lot of different ways, in a lot of areas, to ensure that people know how to report. What good is a system if people don't know how to use it and access it? So our goal is to make sure we're saying it loud and getting it into every area that we can. And on the screen, you can see what those resources might look like. And then also we think about training. So as the superintendent said, August 3rd, training began for our staff. The asynchronous window opened up for the online overview annual Title IX training. On Monday, the face-to-face training started for our administrative staff for investigations and documentation. And then you see there's this training for students. High school students, the first 10 days of school, they'll get their training if the parents don't opt out, because the parents can't opt out if they don't want their children to participate. Middle and high school will get their training the first 20 days of school. And then every staff member has already got their link to do their annual annual training, which has a component of sexual harassment in it as well. And so what is our goals going forward? So we have heard from our students, and we are actively engaging in looking at our high school lessons that we give, a high school training. So we'll be, through this school year, looking at revamping, revisiting those lessons to make them more relevant for our students. And once they are developed, then they'll be implemented for the 22-23 school year. Also, we'll continue to work with our communications department on awareness, and also we'll be supporting the superintendent on the superintendent's task force moving forward. And so with that, if you have any questions.
Dr. Jones?
In one of your earlier slides, you talked about once you have settled, you will send an outcome letter.
Yes, ma'am.
I would suggest that you make sure that that parents sign that because otherwise we can't be certain. We know on our end that it was sent, but we'd like to know that they received it.
Okay, so yes, when the outcome letters go out, it's after the investigation has happened, the school has had their closeout meeting with the parent to tell them what the outcome of the investigation is. At that point, whether it's that, right, if they have it ready right then, they usually can give it to them then. It can be emailed or it can be sent in U.S. mail.
I think it should be formal because this is very important,
Right.
and you want to have some confirmation that's hard copy that says that they received it. That's just my suggestion, having worked many years in exceptional children. What you think and what you say has been done, and parents say they didn't get it, they didn't receive it, they didn't understand it. So I'm just suggesting that you get that kind of confirmation.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sawyer and then Ms. Marshall.
Yes, thank you. This really helpful report. How are you communicating the concept of Title IX, which I know what Title IX means, but I would hazard that most of our families do not know what that means, so that families know where to look if they experience if their child experiences harassment, because right now, if you don't know what Title IX is, you don't know where to look. How are we solving that problem and including making sure that our language is accessible for non-English speakers?
Thank you. So the poster that we talked about, the updated posters have in the poster how to report. You can report to your principal or any administrator or staff in your building, or they can report to the district as well. So that's why we updated that posters that's going out to schools to make it an additional way for people to know.
And like the link on the website name will change so that it doesn't just say Title IX on it?
That's right. It says campus, I think it says campus liaison, I believe. I think that's what it says.
It says Title IX liaison contact information.
Yes.
If I don't know that I need a Title IX contact.
So what you're saying is Title IX is jargon
Gotcha.
unless you know what it means.
So as a parent, I wouldn't know I need to click on the Title IX button.
Like bullying, if it's a button that says
That I know.
bullying
I know
for-
what bullying is,
bullying
but I don't know what
hotline,
Title
people
IX
know
is.
what that is. Yeah.
And so what if an individual reports misconduct and is not satisfied with the outcome of the investigation? Is there an appeal process? What happens then?
Yes, if the investigation happens at the school level and the parents aren't pleased with the outcome, they can appeal that investigation, and then the Title IX department will go back and review that investigation to see if there was anything that was done incorrectly. If there was things that need to be changed, it would be changed in that, but otherwise, if the investigation was sound, then we would have to report that as well. And again, an outcome letter would communicate that as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Marshall.
Ms. McKinney, can you walk us through the process of what it looks like for a student to report misconduct in kind of sort of beginning to the end? Can you go through those steps with us?
Sure. So a student would report to someone in their building. That person, we tell the administrators to ensure that everybody in your building knows how and to whom to report. So if a student reports to the custodian should know to report that to an administrator. So once the school gets the report, then the administrator, the assigned administrator, will look into that claim. They will contact who needs to be contacted, parents, SRO, depends on what the allegation is. Then they'll put supports in place to support the students. They'll look into the claim to see if there was violation of our code of conduct. And then at the end of the investigation, they'll make their finding, and then they will implement the remedy, sanction, or supportive measures that needed to happen in order to resolve that incident and to repair harm for the students involved.
Is there a time frame that folks could expect for that?
Yes, on average, historically since 2016, on average, most investigations take 3 to 5 days on average.
Okay.
There are times that they'll take longer than that. If they're more detailed or it's more nuanced, it can take longer than that. But if you're asking on average, 3 to 5 days has been what it usually takes.
I want to clarify something too about your reporting or your tracking system.
Mm-hmm.
So when that report is made, that enters the tracking system.
That's right.
But if a finding is that no code of conduct violation occurred, it's not going into Power School.
That's correct.
And then at that point, and you indicated that you meet with the parents personally or
The
somehow?
school, yeah, if the school, they have some type of closeout meeting.
Okay.
So however the school does that meeting, I can't say, that, but they'll meet with that parent somehow and let them know what the outcome of that investigation is.
Okay. And not email, she says. Okay. And so then, as we said, there is an appeal process at that point. If the outcome letter is not what the family thought it might be, then they can appeal that, and then another investigation occurs.
Right, a review of that investigation.
Okay.
So if a parent or a student gets an outcome in that closeout meeting, you're finding out that the school is finding it one way, right? Didn't happen as alleged. And the parent does not agree with that outcome. They can say, I want to appeal that, and then we will review that investigation in the Title IX department. And if there's any changes, then we will recommend that change. Otherwise, it might just say the investigation was sound and there was nothing to change.
Okay. Just a general comment on the student training. I know we're going to do the training that we've had in place, and that will be done within 10 days of each high schooler's entry into school. If this task force comes up, and I imagine they're going to come up with some probably pretty creative and maybe a little more interesting ways than not that it's not interesting, but I would imagine there'll be some audio, some video type things. Could we get that back to students this year? I'd love to see if there are any updates and things that we were ready to roll out, and we were ready to roll them out by the end of the year. I'd love to see that happen. I think anytime we can talk about this, it's not just a beginning of the year problem. I want it to be front of mind. So if we have new things that we need to tell students, I'd love to do that this year. I'm just going to put that in the space. Thank you.
And Ms. Delahara and then Ms. Cheek.
I'm wondering what the guidance is when a claim is made around age-appropriate response, or what the suggested outcome would be. I can only imagine that, a 10th grader using a derogatory term is very different than, say, a first grader that maybe just repeated a word they heard elsewhere.
That's right.
And so I'm just wondering, who provides that guidance? Is that set forth very directly in the Title IX documentation? Is there some subjectivity around that to help make a decision? How does that happen on what the suggested outcome for the situation would be?
Yes, and that's a good question. Yes, it is age appropriate, because a response a 5-year-old would have is different than what even if a 5-year-old pulled his pants down, is that prohibited behavior? Yes. But is it age-appropriate behavior? Yes. And so a school would take that into consideration.
Okay. And so, I mean, are they given guidance, like all of these specific examples? And then there may be others that come up that aren't on the list, but they're given specific guidance already.
There's not a magic list, because it's situation by situation. But if schools have questions, they can always reach out and we can problem solve. Yes.
And you, okay. All right. Just making sure. And in your report, you mentioned that there's continued training going on and that you would be updating it and making it more relevant. Like what do you think might come from that? What do you mean by more relevant?
Yeah, so we've heard from our high school students over time that they feel like the lessons are kind of outdated, it's really not getting to what is the now kind of thing. So we know that, and so it's our intention to process around that and try to make our, because we don't want the content of the lesson to be the thing that people get hung up on. We want them to have the concept, but the bigger thing is how to recognize it, how to report it, and to whom to report it to. So we don't want those other barriers to get in the way and you're not listening to the how to. So we know that that's something we've heard that before for the last couple of years from our high schools, that, you know, these lessons and these lessons. So we're going to take a concerted effort at really trying to make those lessons more relevant.
Okay, thank you.
Just to add something there, I think with the lesson, even with an enhanced lesson that's more relevant, we have to depend on our staff to deliver it in a way that's engaging and that it's delivered in such a way that it is presented as a big deal. And I know we talked to our staff about that, but that's something that we're going to put more emphasis on as well, is that when the lesson is delivered, whatever that content is, it needs to be delivered in a way that's meaningful and that students understand it's meaningful.
Thank you. And that is another point, that those lessons at the school level are delivered by the classroom teacher. Okay. In high school, we ask for the first 10 days of school because we want it to be grade level appropriate. So all 9th graders get whatever that content is, all 10th graders. So by the time they move through high school, they would have built upon what they have learned. Not that we're going to do it through first period where you have a hodgepodge of grades. So that's why we say the first 10 days of school. It's while you're doing it during a homeroom or an advisory period where you have that pure grade level.
Thank you.
Ms. Cheek? And
So,
then Ms.
yes, I
Fowler?
have two questions. One, so when you said that there's a number of cases that might be reported to you and into your system, and then the outcome based on that may be a different number of cases that end up in Power School. Would that be why, if we've had some instances of late where people have asked for how many cases we've got and there's a different number that's coming out, is that where that's coming from?
And also it's what you're asking for, right? So if you look at our student code of conduct, and Power Schools kind of mirrors this too. So our student code of conduct under misconduct is under Rule 27. Under Rule 27, there are 6 different layers to Rule 27. From 27A, which is consensual sexual activity, all the way up to 27F, which is rape, okay? So if you're just asking for sexual assault and rape, you're just getting those 2 data points. So if somebody else asks for all sexual misconduct, then they're going to get all 6 or 7 data points. You follow what I'm saying? So it's really about what you're asking for when it comes to how Power School is pulling the data out. So that's how, if one person asks, they'll get one number. Another person asks, they'll get another number.
It would be great if the media would kind of get their act together and all ask for the same data points all the time. So that we
and then if you're asking how many reports was made,
which is different than the outcomes.
That's
of the
right.
reports.
And then that's why you'll see 1,600 in that one school year. Where that might not have been represented somewhere else. But again, just because the report is made, we have to take action on the report.
Absolutely.
But the investigation may or may not pan out to be a violation of a sexual misconduct.
Thank you for that point of clarity. So the other thing too is I've heard from a lot of parents, not just about the relevance of the lessons. I'm hearing that some of the kids don't take the survey very seriously. Actually, I got somebody texted me right while we were here that says, my kids don't take that seriously. and that makes me sad because of the girls are different people that we've heard, talking to us about, please listen to us. We're giving people a venue to express themselves with that survey, and it feels like maybe they're not understanding the relevance of it or the need to really honestly answer it and not maybe just rush through and push buttons. And so I don't know if there's any way to make people understand why that survey on the student voice would be so important. I know, Brianna, you probably have experienced that as well, but I'm literally having parents tell me their kids kind of blow it off. And then that's not giving us good data. And so when we don't have good data, we can't be very responsive.
And so with that, usually the surveys come out second semester. So that would give us some time to kind of do some campaigning around that survey for this administration of it, to kind of like lead up some lead up information about why we're asking you for the information. So we will have time to take action on making sure that
I think some straight talk. I think that, the teenagers need straight talk. They get straight talk on social media and everywhere else, but anything that we can do utilizing our social media platforms to enhance our survey, responsiveness would be helpful too.
I think the big picture is we know we're saying it. We know we're saying report it, but we're not saying it in a way that everybody understands and hears that. Whether it be through the lessons or through the information on the poster or the verbiage on the website. Exactly. We need to make it language that students and parents understand.
And the parent part is a biggie too. So, and then the other one that leads to one other thing is, so if a parent or student is not satisfied with the outcome of their investigation, does the parent have to request a review, or can a student request a review?
We've never had it come from a student. We've always had a parent, but I'm not saying that if you're a student in the high school and you feel like you need a review, I don't see why you can't. But usually we've never had it come from a student. It's always a parent that's asking for that appeal.
Thank you.
Ms. Fowler? Oops. Are you ready? Sorry.
Yes,
Hold on, you right. In the middle of you being busy.
Yeah. Thank you. So my question is, my major concern is that when we're in the elementary school level, in the middle school level, we really preach to our students the importance of going to the counselor if you ever feel uncomfortable, and usually that's like bullying. And it's really confidential, so you can fill out a pink paper. I remember you fill out the pink paper and you give it to the counselor's office, and it's like, they don't really know that it's you. I mean, like, it's really discreet. But then when we get to the middle school level and you say, okay, you can talk to me if something happens that's uncomfortable, if it's like sexual assault or something like that. But a lot of our students don't even realize that what he just did to you was wrong, or what she just did to you was wrong. And in elementary school, I feel like that happens all the time, and that happens in middle school and high school. So my question is, I feel like we need to have an honest conversation with our students. If he touches you on your butt and you feel uncomfortable and you said no and he kept on going, then you need to go to Miss Sarah and tell Miss Sarah that you feel uncomfortable. Or if you are comfortable enough, you can fill this out on this paper and you can talk to me. But the same way that we go for bullying and all, I've been in counselor's office for such little things that was counted as bullying. But I feel like we don't have the same kind of measures for when it's sexual assault and rape. But then again, that's because of the definitions. Like, some of the students honestly just don't know. So my question is, what are we going to do for the students that just do not know? For example, the woman that spoke here tonight, she said when she was in my grade, she felt like it was her fault. Like, she was in the wrong. And I feel like that's just because of the definitions. So what are we going to do in order to prohibit those same things from happening to current students?
So I would say it's a continued awareness, right? So we know that the definitions can be thick. In our grievance process, we try to include the definitions, what they might look like. But I do understand when a student is experiencing it, they may not know that that was sexual harassment. They may have participated in something, but just when they come back and think about it, they was coerced into doing something, so that takes it from being consensual to not. And I think it's just an ongoing learning and an ongoing process of us making them aware of what that looks like.
I think the staff has a big part in that too. I think the counselor that's there at the school, the other teachers that are there, they're using that data. We want them to use the data that we get from the survey as much as possible so we can pinpoint what the problems are there. But I mean, those are the staff that they see and that they trust. And so I think that's a cultural thing too for the school. So I think that just needs to be talked about. We need to make it more. I think we need to keep doing what we're doing right now, which is talking about it.
I also,
another thing, one more thing to add too, even when we're looking in the platform, right, and we see a school that has no reports, that's not a good thing. Because it might mean that people don't know how to report or they don't trust reporting. So, so those are things too that we're talking with our principals about. Know what's in the climate at your school that you might need to tease out to make sure that everybody feels comfortable in reporting at your school.
I think another thing we could do is, for example, I'm just spitballing here, we could put out, in order to be discreet, because no student wants to say, I'm going to tell on somebody for sexual assault or rape. So perhaps we can put discrete forms outside of the counselor's office, because most students pass by the counselor's office, so you can just grab one and go and then just slip it under the counselor's desk when they're not there. Or we can have a QR code outside the counselor's office so the student can just take a picture and then fill it out on their phone, and it could be really discreet. So my thing is discretion, definitions, and accountability. If you said little Tommy was just in the wrong place, wrong time, and he was accused, but it was just incorrect. But if his name keeps on coming up 5-6 times, then we should know that maybe we need to invest further in this. So discretion, definitions, accountability, that's just my thing with this Title IX task force. Thank you all for all the hard work that you're doing, but those are the 3 things that I really want to focus on.
That's why we need youth voice at the center of this conversation.
Thank you for that voice.
That's it right there. Any other questions before I go? Mr. Strain? No? Just a couple of questions from the parents' perspective. So I know with the lessons that you're talking about, and also the candid conversations that Brianna brought up, there are parents who don't want their kids having those kinds of lessons at school. And I know that parents have the ability to opt their children out for the day for the time that lesson is taught. Do you have a sense of how many that is, or percentage? And if you don't, that's okay. I'm just bringing that question on you. Okay, we can figure that out later. And then also, when you're doing a Title IX investigation, what do you do if a parent says, don't talk to us, leave us alone, we don't want to have anything to do with you? How do you resolve that?
So it depends on what the incident is, right? Because if you're being a reluctant participant, if that person reported something that happened, we're still going to look into it. It'll just be that person may not be part of the conversation. We'll find if there was witnesses, if we'll look if there was their videos or other ways for us to know. And that happens sometimes. You have students that are reluctant, don't want to participate, and we still have to continue.
And then I'll just reiterate for us all that Title IX covers a lot. It's anything about gender discrimination or sex discrimination, anything from that to harassment to assault. It covers the gamut. And I have to remind myself of that sometimes. So I just want to thank you for, as my colleagues have done, thank you and your team for all that you do to train staff and support staff and train students on their rights and their responsibilities. I mean, I think it's on all of us as a community to have these conversations and to educate one another. And I hope it is clear from this board that it is a commitment that all of our students absolutely need to be abundantly aware of how to report and what will happen when they report, what supports to expect, what the consequences are for infractions. That's very important to all of us. So thank you for the work that you do to make that happen.
You're welcome.
And with that, I guess it's time for reports from the superintendent and then reports from board members.
This will be the shortest report I've ever given. Madam Chair, thank you, Ms. McKinney. Thank you, Ms. French. That concludes my report.
Dr. Jones.
I'm ready to go too, but I feel strongly about this, so I'm going to forge ahead. So I finally read Kendi's book, How to Be an Anti-Racist. I kept reading and reading to see what all the hoopla was about. Then it struck me, it's just the title, How to Be an Anti-Racist. Kendi posits truths. He cites sources that are credible, leading thinkers, political leaders, past and present, to develop his thesis. He simply defines anti-racist, quote, on page 24, one who is expressing the idea that racial groups are equals and none needs developing, and is supporting policy that reduces racial inequity. In other words, he is not blaming or saying that it's confined to one particular race. It could be any race. In our diverse CMS, reflective of our diverse school district, reflective of our diverse nation, Kendi's book is scholarly discourse. I can only believe that either people have not read the book, or if they have read the book, he has struck a sensitive nerve that gives me cause for reflection, for self-analysis. I, in reading the book, disagree with him on some points, but how else does one grow except by knowing, analyzing, and evaluating different perspectives? As an aside, just up to coming on this board at Central Piedmont College, I taught argumentative discourse. And it was about just such issues. So I say thank you, CMS leaders, for broadening the mindset of our educators who must understand all children. It's still, to this day, a remembrance of some things that happened in my childhood, that even happens today, that I could connect with. So it helps readers to know there are others out there. So thoughtful books can open one's perspective. I think we should not just use a title to shut that mental door. Please, I would encourage people who are all up in the air and all of this CRT and all of this, that's not in there. And I'm quite convinced that persons who want to have all the kerfuffle around it haven't really read it. So thank you.
Ms. De La Hara, thank you, Dr. Jones. Ms. De La Hara.
Thank you. And Dr. Jones, we were on the same wavelength tonight. I've incorporated some racism comments into my comments. But first, before I start that, I do want to just thank County Commissioner Susan Rodriguez-McDowell, who called on the Public Health Director last week to start reporting the number of pediatric cases, of COVID cases, by type of school, categorizing them by traditional public, private, charter, homeschool, and then maybe a category for unreachable. I had called on the county health department to do that earlier in 2000 of this year so that there was greater transparency. We know from Chief Deputy Secretary Susan Perry from the North Carolina Department of Human Health Services that transmission of COVID this past year was happening at higher rates statewide at private schools, but because our health department was not reporting them categorized, there was great confusion in our community when they looked at, say, there was 1,000 pediatric cases, but only 250 of them were being reported by CMS. So I think that having this more accurate data is good for public knowledge as we enter this new phase of the pandemic in particular. And I appreciate Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell bringing this up. It's just one way to show how good things can come from our two bodies working in collaboration. I also want to speak for a few minutes about our society's culture. I touched briefly on this during our board reports during our July 13th meeting. I think it's prudent for all of us, board members, the superintendent, key staff over here to my left, although I think most have gone for tonight, so maybe some are still watching, but for all of us to consider these thoughts as we begin the new school year. Obviously, there are two topics that have been top of mind as of late, centering around CMS's anti-racism efforts and sexual misconduct allegations. I actually think that they are connected in who we are as a collective people, and I'd like to take several minutes to explain. Please forgive me for the length of this. I know we're so tired, but I put this together, so I want to forge on as Dr. Jones had. What I'd like for us all to consider as we head into this fall is this simple truth. Racism, sexism, and allegations of sexual assault are real. They do happen. It's that simple. These things are woven into our culture. It's a simple statement, really, that these things actually exist, but a statement of truth that ignites, for whatever reason, instant emotion and pushback, and sometimes even denial among the best of people. So what I'm asking our staff this year from the top, all through administration and the various employees at individual school sites is to believe it when people tell you that they are experiencing discrimination and bigotry or sexism, or even being ignored when they make claims of inappropriate advances in criminal activity. I think if we work first from a place of acceptance, then we can lead, indeed our whole community, in the ways and how we respond to allegations. I'm not speaking about any particular school, but rather about all of our schools and really our community, as what shows up in our schools is really just a microcosm of what exists in our society at large. We have seen just this past week credible allegations against the governor of New York, who just resigned, and we all watched our nation 5 years ago collectively lift up a man to the highest office in the land who openly bragged about sexually assaulting women. Where we start is acceptance. It is who we are collectively as a society. And then we commit that no one will be blown off, dismissed, or have their story responded to with, well, he probably didn't mean it, or maybe you misunderstood. It's humiliating for individuals to gather the strength to share their pain, whether they be on the receiving end of racism, sexism, or verbal or physical sexual advances. When we dismiss their courage, it demeans their very spirit, and I fear this happens in our society more frequently than we're willing to admit. Did you know that humans are the only species that often ignore warning signs or try to explain away human behavior? Other animals have a certain instinct that lets them know to stay away from certain animals, even certain people. Animals tend to believe it when people show them who they are. Humans, on the other hand, often play mental gymnastics in their heads to justify what must have happened. Surely she didn't mean that, but he's so nice. But he has black friends, or he has a sister who is gay, so surely he didn't really mean fill in the blank. Yes, it's quite possible he did mean fill in the blank. What I'm asking us all to do is when you hear someone say something that makes you uncomfortable, whether it's a fellow student or a teacher or an administrator, say something. As a staff member, when a student or colleague shares with you their concern, believe them. Sure, you can get more information, but start from a place of believing that this is real. People are tired of hearing the excuses that so-and-so is just such a good person otherwise. This is not about being good or bad. In fact, I'm completely uninterested in wholly naming people on that binary. There are not good people and bad people. We all have good moments and good behavior, and we as humans have bad moments and bad behavior. When we simply look to dismiss bad behavior against a resume of what constitutes a good person, we overlook the reality of what may have just transpired. We can no longer dismiss allegations of racial insensitivity and incompetency or sexism and sexual allegations with, but she's just a good person. He goes to church. They donate to the XYZ charity. And let those individual good behaviors cloud our judgment that this person may also be capable of committing bad behaviors or using hateful rhetoric. I find that we do this all too often in our society. We seek to name people as simply good or bad, and in doing so, we systematically shut down nuance and context, and then sometimes reality. I'll give a personal example quickly to bring this point home. It's related to a person in my family whom many would refer to in memoriam as a good person. He certainly was good to me. I have no doubt. He was kind, loving, and peaceful to me. But I also know that in his youth, he struggled with alcohol, exhibited violent behaviors toward other family members, used the N-word regularly, and used to take his roosters up into the mountains for illegal cockfighting competitions where they mutilated animals for fun. Maybe people still do that, I don't know. The question is do these behaviors show that he was simply a good person? What if I then told you that he went to church and was the kind of neighbor who would mow your lawn for you and a person who would stop to help stranded motorists? Is he now back on the good side? Who gets to define good? Now, I'm not bringing this up just to throw off on a family member of mine whom, remember, was absolutely good to me. What I'm trying to say is that all humans are complex, myself included. And that's how I want us to grow culturally in this year, by starting to accept this truth and that we can become sophisticated enough as an organization to be able to recognize the completeness of humanity and then respond accordingly so that when someone does come to us as adults and says that someone used a derogatory term or committed an act of sexual violence, we don't dismiss them and think, but so-and-so is such a good person, that couldn't possibly be. But rather we embrace the possibility knowing that we all function on a spectrum of good behavior, good rhetoric, and bad behavior, bad rhetoric. And that's what I also love about our anti-racism work that we were doing in CMS, and why I'm mentioning it here alongside with talking about sexism and sexual assault allegations, because I think there's a lot we can learn from Dr. Kendi's message. Anti-racism doesn't seek to name someone as a completely racist or anti-racist person, but rather looks to see what type of policies and rhetoric individuals support. If those are racist or anti-racist, because those policies and rhetoric either seek to produce more equality and accord, or the policies and rhetoric support more inequality and discord. We all have an opportunity to make different decisions at different times and to move along that continuum. Let's learn from our mistakes and seek to be an organization that is unafraid to name them and rectify them. Racism, sexism, and allegations of sexual assault are real. Let's accept that first so that we can respond accordingly as an organization as we begin the 2021-2022 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De La Hara. Do we have any other reports from board members? Okay, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second? Is there a second? Second. All those in favor of the motion, show of hands. We are adjourned.